halfway, not achieved. Autumn plays it well. FPX get across the line, but that's a dicey full buy up against a bonus.
A little sketchy, but a round win nonetheless. Loud making things very difficult for FPX there. Even when QCK falls there, it removes a big tool in terms of the retake. Yeah, a number of kills coming through.
One enemy remaining.
From both Tui's and Cowanzine. Cowanzine a little bit of hesitation here, obviously, to come off. He was just ahead of the half defuse. And Tui's in a good position to hold the cross there as well, so definitely an opportunity for Loud to pull that off. But Red Bull clutch nonetheless for Autumn. Let's have his run it back now available also.
A little bit of an adjustment over towards A though. Two players willing to hold towards A main. And Sadak. Life knows they're there.
He's at a really weird spot.
It's adjusted well enough though. Loud gonna get the first blood and fall away. No trade available. You see Berlin back towards the T side of the map. They are congregating this side. I'm waiting to see if the third player does start shifting away towards maybe top mid, but they're not going for it just yet. Still aware there's a chance this could be a fake. Ult gonna come through. And Tui's respecting this enough to really not want to tussle with it.
Yeah, conceding the space. There's no real follow through from FPX, but it has drawn a bit of a rotation. It's only QCK over on this side of the map now. Just holding contact towards main. Potentially going to spot this out. Yes, he will. Finds actually a headshot.
Oof.
Will slow things down on the way in as the spike makes its way over. Yeah, Loud. Very well equipped on both sides here.
Blocking fire.
Could be a plan though. I don't think Loud can really
Nothing to really
deny
stop
that.
this, no.
They've still got a little bit of a glimpse towards middle when you're keeping in mind Autumn's position, but he will probably, he either has to go and be proactive or fall back towards B main. We have to wait and see what they opt for. Looking for that deep smoke towards main. This should start off the retake. Ult invested from QCK, spots the player, takes him down. Can't get the follow-up in the ult, but
It's FPX finding the kills.
yeah, they're still holding on here, but Autumn's luck. There's the timing he was looking for, and it's worked so well for them. Les is in a than wanted position here. Hard to close down on the final three. I think he knows it. They're not giving him much. Loved that late play coming out from Autumn. I was wondering when he was going to enact that plan, and it was just perfectly timed. Loud have to accept this round's a loss, and FPX going to tie up the scoreline.
Beautiful fight back as well. A numbers advantage for Loud in the retake. See immediately QCK finds out. I mean, if he does get that kill, maybe a different story, but Berlin looking very clean here. Shut down both the ultimate and QCK on the re-aggress. Great conversion from FPX. Closer and closer to that Hunter's Fury. We have the Reckoning available here. Loud on the other side, a lesser purchase, so Guardian and a Stinger. Things will kick off here into round 5. I'm curious of on some of these lesser purchases, just how proactive Loud are looking to be and make use of this combo.
Right here.
FPX seem as if, I guess, the first few rounds are a big indicator of how Loud want to play in there. Looking a lot more cautious. Still struggling to find an opener over on this side of the map.
Here.
You can see straight away FPX is just waiting to read something.
Hey.
Yeah, a bit of a test of their default coming into this. Damage on Sadak seemingly enough to draw their eyes back towards LA site. I don't think they'd noted Tui's.
No.
But again, Tui's does just have the Sheriff, but a couple good shots could help. But I like this heads-up work from them. Aldrone is on the way. He's going to have to relinquish this space as well. So very, very diligent up against what is, you know, a little bit of a half purchase here. Ult going to come in as well. So very much going through the motions of what they're trying to do, keeping it very clean, at least until this point, but you don't want to run too low on time now.
30 seconds left, Loud conceding sight. Have to comfortably find themselves a post plant here. And really want Cowanzine QCK to be the ones to lead the charge here. They're the furthest away from this retake. A little bit of time will pass.
Let's see what they can do with this one. Anyway, they can create a little bit of a fuss here, Loud. FPX digging their heels in, though. It's going to be go time right about now. Autumn good for one, but the trade does come out towards Berlin. I'm still holding back this flood from CT, not really finding the value until then. Tui's and Calentine drawing blood, and a swing to the side. Life's now probably questioning what the hell's going on. No idea about Tui's, but a fantastic clutch from him in the end. Keeps the composure, keeps his cool, and keeps FPX now in the lead.
He was struggling to find an opener. Closing, not so much of an issue.
No.
Beautiful cleanup from Life after Loud. Look as if they're about to sweep their way back onto site here. Beautifully done. Left to just be a nuisance here on the flank.
One enemy remaining.
Fantastic stuff from him. To give FPX the lead here. Loud will come back on a purchase. Some ultimates starting to come online here, but Hunter's Fury in a tour de force. FPX looking to pace change a little bit. They're rewarded for it.
They've completely caught off Loud with that pace shift. That gear switch up. Oh, and the follow-up as well. FPX with the excellent read. The additional body was Sadak. They may not know about this, but even then, how much can one man do? Not clean enough. He's in trouble now. And Autumn going to back away, get himself healed back up to fighting force. And look on the other side, still keeping some grip on this, but QCK clears the back lines. I don't know if they noted the spike. I think that's around the corner, but still a little bit of a blow for blow here.
Ultimate in hand now for QCK, but FPX with the right read once again to switch things up, knowing Loud are posting up pretty deep. Outside A lobby, catching them off guard here at the start of this round. Fortunately, losing out on the other side of the map. Life's in a position to cut off this rotation here.
Oh, the timing. I mean, if they keep...
No problem is, yeah, Sadak's walking this way as well.
He just got the God read on the timing. Sadak, with a second opportunity at this, right? You think about that time, he was almost... They didn't really expect him towards that A-link side.
This could be disastrous here.
The timing's everything. This time he's got the job done. Takes down Life and leaves the last two. It's so indicative that they're going towards A now. With only 14 seconds, they have to commit. They've got to get that spike down. And everyone's here, but Autumn going to keep the plant safe for a second. Sadak finally draws in closer. Lysor can't do it. Loud getting proactive there, even after losing those first two players towards A. They still push that B main side.
Another situation, just a half second either way. Would have sniffed out this flank coming through from Loud. Yeah, well played from Sadak here, not getting too greedy, no overcommit. He does find that kill onto Life. Like I said, the flash catching both of them. You can see, obviously, Berlin just off screen. But it's unfortunate because FPX, I think, read this perfectly with what Loud are trying to achieve early round outside A. Look to shut it down here and send a message, make a response. See how that's going to change things going forwards, actually. Looking as if it is a deeper hold this time around, but maybe a setup here around the fault line.
Yeah, potentially going to play in QCK off this. Big information, but he's not alone. So close by. Yeah, still didn't get affected by the flash. Slows down the roll. They're very close by, and he wants in. 2 quick kills, but it's going to open up a chance. They're going to know there's 2 more players here. They've seen that utility. They've got to know they're on short. Life going to try and slip a little further ahead, and now here comes the problems. This should be shooting fish in a barrel, but Life still good on value. Still going to find one. Look at the damage. That's rough. Double swing, and the spray's good from Sadak. Commits to it too. He's close enough that there is no escape.
Right here.
This is a very hard 1v3 with very little space gained around the map beyond this corner.
Tui spots out. Paranoia will land. A ton of utility to deal with here. Sadak will find the wallbang. And a message sent in response by Loud that we are still happy to fight for this.
Yeah. It's nice to see the adjustment too.
Yeah,
it's a different
absolutely,
look from the previous round as well.
Unfortunately, Autumn not catching really with that flash. But even knows that Life did actually get that kill onto Calenzine there. We have FPX to pump the brakes first. Call a timeout. Loud looking a little more fluid, a little more reactive today.
And that's kind of what we're looking at, is what form allowed in. I think we've seen the highs and lows. And the question is, how much can FPX push that? Can they continue getting their face? That 3-round streak, they had a great read. They were playing very well. A couple of individuals stepping up. Autumn and Life with some fantastic moments for themselves. But as a collective now, You could already see Loud have adjusted, right? We just already noted, we kind of talked about it a little bit, that adjustment on A, it went from one player, I think it was just two he's holding it, to now three in two different variations. So what does FPX have as a read on that here? This is time to maybe mull that over.
Sure, and I think obviously where FPX's composition does excel is where they can get themselves towards a site. So you know what Berlin's utility can do to cut off. We're even seeing the awareness from Tui's as well, to play a couple of spots early on to, I guess, try and negate that as best as possible, get some information over the top of that wall coming through onto A site. But yeah, curious. FPX early round haven't really, I mean, one round where they lose out on B side, but it's been this pretty tame default we've seen time and time again. And now we're at round 8, so it's there's a couple of question marks elsewhere. Do you start exploring mid now? It needs to be pretty well coordinated and invested. You want to do that this late in the game. This late in the half, I should say. Still options here. Hunter's Fury, and run it back for FPX, and it might just be, yeah, exploration towards mid, as anticipated.
You can see the protocols already hitting into place. Tui's going to shut the door. But it looks like a top mid burst, but already quite a deep hold from Sadak, so probably won't get fully affected by this flash. No. Dips away on the corner. Should play in Tui's now. You noted that paranoia coming through. Caught a couple of them. Going to draw in less as well. This three-man kind of pressure towards middle. Not rewarding, but maybe looking at the extremities to find that pick.
The problem being now, Lysol will be called upon. QCK and Kawanzine posted up pretty deep here, but they're going to hold their position.
Oh, they're trying to make a scramble. Oh, the spam. Autumn's going to obviously keep going, but again, it's well controlled by Loud. They've held on nicely to this point. A little bit of danger going to be coming in. Sadak has connected towards life. First did go towards Berlin, finding Tui's, but that was on the other side of the map. Less valuable towards this A hit, but it now falls to less. Do they check this? Does he get played in so perfectly? And again, oh wait, they must have seen him.
He saw him, yeah. Autumn turned.
And now it's uncomfortable. Oh, it's so good from Les. Punishing Lysor as he tried to bail them out. And then drifting back towards B, a correct read from Loud to get back to the side. FPX trying to scramble again, 15 seconds, the cross being watched, and Les is just looking so on the money here. He does get denied though. QCK, Kawanzine nearby. Oh my god, but time, 6 seconds. Does he know how close by Sadak is? No. And heartbreak at the end there, because FPX almost thriving in that chaos. But Loud controlling it in the end and keeping that 3 in a row going.
Beautiful damage control from Sadak early on, and Tui's as well, to really shut down this mid push. Comes out as a curveball, I think, early on. The information gathered nonetheless. Yeah, FPX switching things up just when you expect them to. Problem being they don't have the benefit of the economy to fall back on now. Couple of ultimates, yes, but like Loud with those 3 rounds in succession. Feel like they are in some control, but Life still chomping at the bit to find an opener. And rewarded this time around. Let's go in walkabouts as well.
In a round like this, a misread potentially, you've given so much opportunity to FPX. Double stack towards top middle. Now make it 3. Just kind of roaming the map, and they're reading this as a B take, correctly so. The utility not so subtle on the way, but can FPX continue along this trajectory? Berlin with a rifle. Still in hand. Young still has one as well, so there is a little bit of threat to this. And the Viper's Pit on top.
The pit definitely causes some problems for Loud here. Need to step the pace up a little bit. Trying to kill ideally here, but FPX is going to tuck themselves back in towards main, not risk anything.
They got to get a move on. They got to get going. This Viper's Pit's not going to keep going anywhere. They're going to be sitting on this one. And actually, maybe feels over the top to use it. They're in very good control here. Berlin's position is excellent. Going to punish the barrel that just showed through. Going to put himself on the line pretty much, just to make sure no one's trying to go for that defuse. And FPX lap up the opportunities that are left for them. Loud with a mistake there in my mind.
Giving away 2 openers here. And FPX pounce on the opportunity. Yeah, and I'm with you. Hunter's Fury, maybe not necessary, but to convert around like this after 3 unanswered, absolutely. Get themselves back in the game. Themselves a big boom in terms of the funds as well. Look at that coming out of a purchase like that. Most players sitting around, what, 2,300 and above are in Lysor. Yeah, uncharacteristic of Loud. Unless he'll do the same thing again with the security of his wall, but Life just can't TP away in time. Now noting a second here. And noting a difference in the setup, because it's typically Autumn and Life over towards A side, being the ones to push and prod and try and find an opener.
This is the telltale signs of a B hit. More contact made.
Careful now.
UCK going to show his hand a little. Stalling out towards B main, but there hasn't been any utility from FPX committed towards the site, particularly more individual from Autumn. This doesn't feel like a site hit yet, and it's not moving Loud.
Other than it being these two on this side of the map. Loud are probably happy after the previous round to sit back and look to respond as opposed to be decisive.
And they haven't noted Tui's with that operator either.
No.
That's been quietly waiting over towards A. They're still going to have to use a fair bit of utility to clear close, which they're doing now, so this should be ringing the alarm bells that Loud might know this could be A piece, but look at that top mid timing, Berlin and Autumn. This could be exceptional, but it's a 1-for-1. It's still valuable enough that it's pinned in Loud. They're in trouble here. So now they need to win out on the site, though. There's still a fight to be had. 20 seconds, all eyes turning towards Autumn, allowing safe passage, but Tui's takes him down. 15 seconds, they don't know about Salak until now, and what a horrible surprise it was. And he's just spraying and praying, and it works.
He had a smile on his face before the round ended there. Well handled by Loud. Like I said, after the opener, happy to sit back and without having, I guess, the tangibles, the information they've learned so far in this half. Making the numbers work.
You can see the little smile at the end. That's rough for FPX. I feel like they're starting to get some of the rhythm. Right, they're getting some of those reads. They're starting to try and pull the attention, pull those fakes. But Loud are a very tricky opponent to do that to. But Life has been very good at some of these entries, some of these openings. But look how deep Loud are sitting now. What another adjustment coming out.
I'll clear through a little bit pacier this time around. Maybe on the back of Autumn's ultimate. Yeah, we'll pop this. Clear a little bit of space. Don't expect anybody from Loud to really be challenging towards this drone or the running back. But Tui's actually from the top of the box here, finds a kill.
And the paranoia is good enough. Made sure he was being kept safe. Toying with expectation on the TP. But this is a plant, so for the first time in a while, yes, they lost out on Berlin, but they do get themselves a plant. They do get the time on their side, but can they hold this? Couple of ults here, nothing critical, but a lot of utility still with Loud. That's the issue. Site looks rather clear. You're going to see them try and flop this now. Cowanzine cracks it open. Counter swing from Life. Oh, but Cowanzine popping off here. This is a problem. That's halfway, and the defuse isn't stopping. There's nothing to be done about it.
Loud stretching their legs a little bit here as we approach round 12. A pace change from FPX. Life previously the hero in this sort of situation on the post plant, but not this time around. Oh, Tui didn't even see anything, had no confirmation on the other side of this. Beautiful adjustment from Cowanzine to find the trade with the operator there. Purchase will struggle a little bit for FPX coming in, but a judge in the hands of Life, sort of force available. Expected to round things out for Lysors at a very quiet half, 1 and 10. Look, it might be rinse and repeat here, but I'm pretty sure the town is connected to everyone.
Yeah, and Cowanzine trying to be the one to capitalize on that, but didn't quite have it in time. You're going to see the sort of force out for Life as well, so bit of a rough battle there for Cowanzine, who's going to try and drift away. And they're expecting pressure towards top middle potentially. They're unsure of if this is a fully committed A piece, but it is. 5 players on this side of the map, and a very similar look to that last round. Same kit, same utility, but eyes towards Sadak. Is he going for that late fact-finding mission? He wants information. He knows where they're coming from. That's going to be relayed to Tui's. But can Sadak hold the line as well? Can he be a problem? He's going to dip away, and actually the right read here. Right call from Sadak. Why hit it now? He can take his time. There's still no rotation from QCK.
If Cowanzine gets a kill here, does have the Rolling Thunder, which will open up the retake for Loud. Not really going to slow things down yet, potentially try and get him a kill.
Trying to play him in. Oh, too many targets. Really nicely handled from FPX. There is a trade for Tui's. And now we look at this fully fledged retake, gorgeous from life, holds them away. Needs some more QCK though, coming online here. And you still got less, playing towards CT side. Almost caught Berlin in the heels, but it's Yang to go down and Loud.
Damn.
Breaking FPX hard.
Good off
there.
from
That was a
Loud.
really good attempt, but it just wasn't enough.
Difficult for them to really find
FPX
the
really
success
like
here.
walls
This A side post plant.
on
Couple of times
Sunset,
been shut down, like I said,
like
previously,
Harbor
the
wall,
hero
Phoenix
with that
wall,
4K.
Viper wall.
Loud, a course correction. Find themselves an 8-4 advantage here in the first half.
Yeah, big turn of events. Loud putting themselves up to 8 gives them so much more leverage. A little worry early on, I'm sure, with those 3 rounds connected. However, let's hear from Loud themselves. Let's hear from Tuis.
Oi, eu sou o Twizy, sou jogador da Loud. Acho que pecamos muito no primeiro mapa, que custou muitos rounds. Eu acho que a gente estava indo muito bem nos treinos. Acho que a gente se adaptou bem com as coisas que a gente tinha e ele encaixou bem. Só que infelizmente a gente não conseguiu mostrar nosso jogo, nosso verdadeiro jogo, essa série. Acho que com certeza, tipo, pra mim a derrota é sempre boa também, porque mostra pontos fracos seus, então pra mim todas as derrotas eu levo como aprendizado. A gente vai ver os pontos que erramos, ver como a gente pode contornar a situação.
Approach. This is now going to get scary, right? There's the Hunter's Fury, going to be drawn out from the tap of the spike. Spray from Tuis is good. Follow-up is better. They're holding on to this. Munch kick going down and Tuis. Exceptional work there.
Uma derrota é sempre importante para mostrar nossos erros e ver como a gente pode contornar a situação. Então, vocês podem esperar que terá uma loja muito melhor e muito mais constante para o próximo game.
Looking for more consistency, looking to be the Loud that we know they can be. A lot of doubts coming into this, a lot of question marks. But now at an 8-4, at least in this first half, Mike, they're doing quite fine. I don't think we can oversell it because there was some fight back from FPX, but
Yeah, absolutely.
still, they'll be comfortable with 8.
Like I said previously, Loud and FPX, no strangers to elimination games, no strangers to losses on the international stage, but it's good to hear that's kind of characterized as, yeah, we know we made mistakes here. And, like I said, obviously the follow-up series from Gen G does give a little more additional context to that. You
Absolutely.
feel a little better about
Yes.
Loud's loss in that series, but
Good. But
back today, we're looking for a lot of those, all of the sloppiness that you don't expect from Loud to be cleaned up, and whether or not you can attribute that to, I mean, earlier on in the interview saying that, you know, there's jet lag and stuff, and
hey, it happens.
it does.
But at this point, you've got to also look at FPX when Carmine Core hitting a 2-0 on them. I think a lot of people had exceptionally high expectations when it came to Carmine Core, so seeing that, it wasn't a huge shock, but I want to see more depth to FPX. I want to see more from some of these players who you can see the mechanical capability there by a country mile. There's some of them incredibly talented. So let's see if that can be brought together at the right time here. Potentially get them a first international win, as the desk was talking about, is a brutal one when you're facing the likes of Carmine Core and then Loud.
It's awful as well. The longer that goes on, the more elusive that
It
win
feels
does
impossible,
feel.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oof.
I said you got a tough draw.
Yeah, no one's going to doubt
Loud.
that.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, the recon
This
actually
communication?
yeah. Maybe there was a little off there. Should be planned who's going to deal with the dart if life's going forwards like that.
That's not.
Looking to potentially re-aggress though,
Yeah.
behind the wall.
I mean, Cowanzine's eyeing this up. It's almost a game of chicken. Who dares to go first? But you can already see how proactive FPX are being on the rest of the map. Oh,
What a
come
nice
on.
shot.
QCK, quick as hell. Autumn just left to rot. Now, the one, I guess, small benefit outside of this, you've already got a clear in mid. You've already got Berlin checking on that. There is no late lurk up middle. There is no presence there. Maybe that could help him out in the end, but Life desperate to do something, trying to find some impact this round. But Loud with 3 and potentially a plant have the numbers. A nice or could be bad. There's a little window of chance. Nope, it's shut. Less still diligent. Gonna make sure that's checked on. And now with the lack of presence from Berlin, they're gonna be looking for that flank.
Yeah, definitely.
It's too long.
Tui's look curious to start off with. Now, obviously, retreating back towards elbow. Yeah, nothing really for Berlin to do here. And find it. Way in, and Tui's blind through the wall. We'll find it.
Okay, clean. No more. Yeah, so again, it felt
I
like
have
this
Loud
communication
winning
style
on
around
my
there maybe,
cams.
hey, maybe there was something in mind that just didn't work out, but
Maybe had an awkward bounce at the end of it we didn't see, but
it makes you question mark it
Two
when that's happening
pistols.
early.
yeah, definitely. Because that was kind of the pinnacle of FPX's game plan in the first half, is to put Life and Autumn in a position to really deliver at the start of a round.
God. What is that? What is that? That is actual filth. See it from both perspectives. Thank you, replay,
Yeah,
production,
what do you
whoever
do?
it was,
Yeah, what do you do?
observers. There's nothing to be done. There's nothing. There is no winning.
I have
now.
Loud
Oh,
winning
thought
and
it was
then I
Kevin or
have
Kevin. Is anyone else
Heretics,
involved?
I think.
Not on you. Thanks, producer Kevin. Early look. No reward for it though. And I've got to say, I'm out of the. If I'm talking about kind of silver linings here, have been enjoying watching Life. I mean that previous series against
Man,
KC,
it would be terrible
it
to
put
see
him,
Casey
a little
Loud
on the
or
radar. You're like,
Casey
okay, maybe there's some
Heretics.
more value to that later
Next
on. Maybe he's
round.
got something cooked up here, but I want to see if he continues on this trajectory throughout the rest of this series.
See, early on, Loud, a decent read on the situation. FPX are rotating, but a little further behind this. There will be a free plant. Uncontested for the time being, and an opportunity for potentially less to farm up here, but
He's only got the sheriff though.
yeah.
Which is a little tricky. Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. I want to see more of Life. The problem is that will be surely everyone turning attention. I think there's still a consideration that maybe there's going to be a late presence towards CT, but we know it. They don't. A little bit of a nuisance here for FPX. They're going to have to try and close that gap. And Sadak, yeah, there's them putting the foot down. Not going to let much more play happen. That is Sadak having none of what they're trying to sell. Did lose 2 in the process. But rounds around, that's double digits. And we need to see FPX get back on the board here, Mike. It's been a drought.
Need to see a response here. The buy around to shut down this early momentum, because I mean, look at the Rolling Thunder, look at the Hunter's Fury for
Oh,
Loud.
they're close.
Yeah. See a timeout called ahead of this. No
What?
surprises really, because this is very pivotal in terms of
Why do you call
potential to work their way
a
back into this
timeout
half.
on your bonus? Like,
Sadak's reactions just
why do you
so
call a
good.
timeout on
So
your
good.
bonus?
A happy chap.
Second half, and you
Yeah,
don't
I
call
think-
it before
I'm glad
when
you noted as
you're
well. I mean,
being
we all note now,
destroyed.
looking especially at the
on your
timeline when we're
first
getting
half.
glimpse in game again, how much of a string of rounds it is, because there was that one back, but outside of that, this has been a run for Loud. This has been them turning after those 3 in a row that FPX were able to
Yeah,
garner
like I said,
early.
I mean,
this has
earlier
been-
on in the half, we
Yep.
credited FPX for having a good read on the situation and, like I said, reading exactly what Loud wanted to do in terms of preventing FPX from taking that space.
Yeah.
Happy to take the fight to them, but I mean, after that, it's when kind of Loud sink their teeth in a little bit, get a grasp on what's going on, and unfortunately here, I mean, with the scoreline coming out of the first half, there's few opportunities after losing the pistol, losing round 2 that FPX are going to really have here. So whether or not them getting proactive once again feels extremely uneasy to justify doing so when you have such a pivotal round
Yeah.
to get on the board here. And also, with how kind of linear it was around Life and Autumn, I think Loud are kind of reading into massively what's going on around the map by who they see.
Oh,
Seeing the
yeah.
previous the immediate responses to disengage.
Do we get a brawl at the start? I said there might have been a brawl, there wasn't. It was just a straight-up execution. Berlin finding County, and I assume through the wall, just spam, but QCK closing the gap here. But I don't think he expects the additional player, no. Lights was a surprise they didn't expect. Autumn holding towards top middle. This is good from FPX. Oh, God, maybe not.
Let's
Les
go,
is
Les.
still alive. That's 2. He needs 3 more. And there's 2. Yeah, not gonna happen. Good work from Life there. I get nervous sometimes, even with Les especially. But Life keeps them where they're at. FPX keep 3 alive, and that was a critical round, Mike. That was everything
Yeah,
they needed.
definitely.
And they went for a challenge on B as well.
Yeah, the confidence still there. They're happy to post up and prevent Loud from walking around the map. That's always a threat. Unfortunately, 1v5 with Life flanking through, not really going to happen.
Okay, that's
So,
good.
I mean, the ultimates are still here, so a previous round, Loud still carrying on to some of that inventory from the round 2 win.
And Autumn's got his, though, so I want to see if they dare to invest it, right? Do they get a little bit more creative now? That one break, that one little bit of respite, that one round, does it spur them on? Not quite in the early round, and a very early exploration from Cowanzine to take a glance towards middle. Already clearing through tiles and looking towards top middle. It was less last time. We got the punish on this. Really trying to give away a great deal, trying to show a lot.
I mean, effectively drawn 3 sets of eyes here, but FPX very quickly dip away and try and close the door on A site. Give Autumn a little bit of security here. But Loud have created an opening. They're going to have themselves a 4v2 onto B site.
Life is here, though. If Life is on the site, and they're going to note that, they're going to know he is over towards this side, close enough by. Ult's going to be invested, going to force away Lysor. Should allow for safe passage towards the side. Life's been caught, Life's dead, Burns alive! Left
Beautiful awareness.
in a crisp, just that one piece of utility, noted, seen early, relayed through, was telling enough. Heads up work from Loud, but can the 4 players pull off a retake here? You've got the ult on Autumn that could be key. QCK, though, still proactive towards that CT side, still being a thorn in the side. Good flash, couldn't quite get the kill. Autumn now takes a step towards the site. That's the ult now going to be removed, and the smoke's going to be put into place.
Problem being though, Sadak, he's got the recoil, he's got a couple of shock darts as well, so it's going to be difficult for FPX to try and stick this here. The Cove has to find some value.
To get them the half.
One enemy.
It doesn't. That might be it. Yep, I think Ayang even knows that as well. Going to back away on this one, Loud. Look in control, even in that post plant that could have been dangerous, could have been deadly. But again, that read on the positioning, the noting of the player, they absolutely had Life dead to rights.
Absolutely.
Act on my intel.
Beautifully
Don't
done.
give them time to reposition.
The hot hands go inside the
Yeah, look
smoke
at
here.
this.
Fortunately, Life just left to cook. And not in a good way.
No, you don't. My ultimate's ready.
We're back in a similar situation now. I mean, not much left in the bank behind this purchase. Life one away from the tour de force, but have to get that online here to make use of it in round 17. Pretty much everything else invested here.
Need to see this duo cleaner though, Life and Autumn. Yeah, this time Dart dealt with no problems with that.
But I mean, that's a big indicator to
Yes.
Lau, because they know what happened the first time around. They darted in there.
I think they agree with you. They're drifting right back towards B.
These setups being sniffed out very easily by Loud. Put them firmly in the driving seat, but not as decisive this time around.
No, still aware.
Yeah,
maybe that push up, or
Yeah, exactly,
you know,
yeah.
there was a couple of positions they lent upon before, and you can see that it looks like FPX are trying to read this as a mid piece, but that's not the case at all. Maybe just going to allow for the plant to come in and play for the full retake here. QCK going to try and take as much space as possible. Not going to know anyone might have seen something on
Yeah,
CT, so that's going to be Elise Ayang noted. Sanak has found Berlin. That was over towards Market. Maybe just a spam through the smoke, but a likely position nonetheless. Gonna leave Cowanzine on the site. Good clear from Lysor. First step, they've cleared the site itself, but that deeper hold.
Problem being now, Sadak can drift deeper and deeper on this with the Hunter's Fury. Less still with 2 snake bites as well, so we're asking another difficult defuse to come through here, but Lysor found one blind.
That's enough though. Pulls the trigger. They've got to be careful on this for Tuis and Sadak. There it is in unison. Careful now. Fine margins. But fine work from Loud, holding on to this one again, showing that composure in these key rounds. And Lysor having to back away. FPX, they haven't got a grip on Loud here.
So dominant.
Difficult really to break apart some of these post plants in B main, but with a lack of map control elsewhere, limited options for FPX. Almost when you want to see Life and Autumn really taking advantage of a lack of presence shown by Loud over on the A side of the map. And maybe not feeling comfortable enough to justify that in a full 5v5, but tough to see here. 7-round deficit.
Yeah.
A couple of rifles, well, 3 rifles to come through here, and some key ultimates. One away from the pit as well for Lysor.
You heard it. QCK willing to fight on this, sprays and gets Autumn.
Berlin down to 29 as well.
It's rough. That's really rough.
Right here.
They're trying to stay close on this, maybe trying to play in Lysor potentially?
Maybe trying to bait him in, yeah, but you almost don't want him in that situation with the pit as well. Well, one away from the pit. Looks like Loud won't continue to push through. He's going to try and set something in motion for 2Es.
In these early fights, there's plenty of time for them to still explore the map, right? They haven't really got a glimpse towards A. You do have a deeper hold, though. Les has been holding that, so if anyone does go for very, very long rotation routes, deep fact-finding, he might be rewarded, but timing's everything. Does Lysol get this? Oh, God.
They've walled him in here. Give him a little cubby to play out of.
Well, maybe it's enough to stall. They're banking on this, but the barrel, oh, it's a downfall, and Les opens the gates towards A.
He's got a pit as well here.
Oh, God, that cuts off.
Everything off here outside Link.
Berlin just got caught as well. This could be it. The downfall of FPX on this map. Thinking they had a little bit of an opportunity there. It comes crumbling down in front of Les, looking to close, and he does. 13-5. It's clean work for Loud. They are looking very sharp here.
Very decisive performance here, bouncing back from some question marks in our opening series for sure. Definitely looking like they've tightened things up, cleaned things up a little bit here. Fortunate for FPX to really have to now bounce back from that elimination series.
Yeah, this one hasn't been what FPX would have wanted. That's only map 1.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
So, of the teams that are... Wait. 0-1. We have Heretics, Pepper, Cloud, and FangPlus. My prediction are Loud and Heretics are at 1-1. Right? They both win. Which means Paper X out, FangPlus Phoenix out. And then at 1-1 we have K-Corp, EDG, Heretics and Loud. So I don't know. I think you can't play someone you've already played. But none of this team have played each other, have they? So, okay, if Loud goes out, right? Like if Louds win and Pepper X win, because they've played EDG before, I think they can't play EDG. Right? Which means that we have KC Pepper X or KC EDG. Or Loud Paper X and Loud EDG, right? But if it's Heretics that wins against Paper X, then it's fine because like Loud, EDG, and KC were first seed, so they didn't play each other. And Heretics was second seed, but they were paired against Sentinel. Oh no, Loud was second seed, sorry. But they played Genji, so it's okay. I think that's it. And if the Heretics win, we can have KC Heretics, Loud Heretics, KC Loud still. Yeah, if Paper X win, we can't have KC Loud, but if Heretics win, we can have KC Loud. Basically. Which is weird. And same, if like FPX win 2-1, if FPX wins the 2 next map, because they played KC in the first round, it means we have like FPX. Wait. So if FPX win and PepperX win, that could be complicated.
What do you as a coach tell them in order to get their energy up, especially for such an important match like this?
I think that's really good for us, this tournament, for our development, you know, so I think that I say to them, like, you have a great opportunity here, so let's make our better. So if we lose, we need to go home, so we want to stay here in Madrid.
Nothing to lose and all of Madrid to keep you motivated, right? All right, let's see if Loud can close us out.
Well, they're certainly looking quite good if that's going to be the case here. 13-5 conclusion here for the Brazilian super team. And Mimi, it was just impressive at the beginning of it just to see the way that Loud really approaches methodically and really just shut down FPX.
Yeah, on their defense side, they were getting A main control pretty much every round with this breach. That line control is just so powerful to fight for that space. And in the late rounds, they were absolutely dominating on their retakes as well, Mitch. To me, this game felt like so much of it came down to that agent draft and having that breach for the extremity control on both sides. FPX on both sides of the map really was never able, it felt, to get that space.
I think that's fair to say. You know, looking at even then swapping to an attack side for Loud, you saw them deny Life's early aggression with constant flashes. He couldn't post find the value that we'd seen before.
Yeah.
He couldn't get as aggressive as in the past because every time he tried to take map control in the first couple seconds, there is a flash.
I don't know. Next game for Heretics is so hard.
Where Loud have constantly been able to take advantage of the space taken.
Yeah, Loud showed why this comp actually does have a lot of depth, even if it looks weird in the agent select. They were 9-1 in gun rounds in this one, absolutely dominant. And as we look at the same lab shooter, and I mean, Sadak, I don't even know if he needs to warm
Like,
the guy was doing great.
Heretics are such a fucking hard tournament play. They play Sentinel. They almost win. Like, very close. Now they have PaperX, which is like clearly a dark horse because of like how unconventional they play and shit. And the experience on that team, you know. And then they either play like Loud, EDG, or KC if they win against PaperX. Like, that's a fucking tournament, man. Like, that's fucking hell for Heretics. Honestly.
Now, Coach, we did see that FPX, of course, struggled a little bit. Is the team more confident now that we're going into Breeze, which is your map pick? What's the game plan?
其实刚才看到有一点点的小挣扎吧，但是在第二张图就将进入到我们的选图微风岛屿，你们的计划是什么？
我觉得来到我们自己的选图之后，我们应该会打得比较从容，比较自信一点。图一输掉就输掉了，我们不会去管图一到底发生了什么，我们就专注到图二，打出我们自己想打的东西就 OK 了。
I think we income the map 2. It's our pick, so we definitely be more confident. We're gonna forget what happening on the map 1 and play our own thing.
All right, let's see if FPX make a comeback like a phoenix on map number 2.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing that they need to do here. They need to find that next gear, Mitch. How do they get back into this one with a Loud team that really just looks like they are
poised to move forward.
Okay, well let's give you a little bit of hope, right? The next map up is
Give me
Breeze.
some hopium.
This is somewhere that they've actually looked pretty good. EDG were pushed all the way to a 14-12 in overtime up against this squad regionally in the finals of kickoff in China. That gives me some hope that we're not going to see this same deflated team. Also, quick series, easiest ones to recover. They're going to be backstage thinking, we didn't even play that map. Nothing happened, nothing went right. The next one, though, like I said, is comfort. Now, the one thing I will say is in that series where they got it real close versus EDG regionally, Berlin had 26 kills, Autumn had 24. They were fragging out. They're going to need to fire off today.
And we did see some moments in the first half from FPX, from those individuals, but it definitely tapered off towards the latter end. Breeze is the upset map in the pool. It is the map where if you have some incredible individuals, if you're having a good game, you can upset literally anyone. The difference between top and bottom teams on this map, very slim. The variance, very high. This is a great opportunity for FPX to come back, especially with a very disruptive comp like this. Playing with that Yoru, playing with the Jet. On their attack side, those double dive executions super strong. And on defense, honestly, they'll show some pretty good retakes with the flash Silver Dart combos, with the Astra smokes, and those pulls to help get back in as well.
And one other thing to note, Tui's moving over to the Viper. Last time we saw that, he hasn't played a lot of it historically, but he played it here at this event. I think he walked out with 26 kills himself. He was looking unbelievable, and I don't expect him to do any less than that here.
It's going to be a tall order for FPX, and also Mitch has got another less reference in there. I hate the man. Let's send it back over to your commentators for this one, Pansy and Hypox, so that they can ridicule him appropriately.
I don't know. I can't.
We're in a good mood today.
Yeah,
you
we're
guys are throwing us
cheerful.
some negativity over here. Like,
Don't come over here, GB. It's looking some wrestling things about to go.
other
It's
side
gonna
of the
throw
fence.
down.
Other side of the
yeah,
fence.
you keep over there, all right? You be nice to Mitch. He's sensitive. He's a sensitive boy. This map, this game is worrying me, Mike, because I wasn't enamored.
Yeah, I mean, because Loud just hit the Uno reverse with Breeze, basically, and we're
Pretty
like,
much.
yeah, we'll bust out like the most boring run-of-the-mill comp and look really proficient on it.
Yeah,
and rely on the
reasonable.
fundamentals. People basically just walking around fighting, but basically a deathmatch lobby is what it felt like last time, and Loud excelled at that.
Why would you entertain that concept? I mean, don't get me wrong, Autumn and Life are very good, but they're going to need to do a lot more than that here. Let's see what they got. Loud on the attack, of course. FPX on the defending side, and already it's looking like last map. At least the start is. Autumn, you got something for us? Okay. Good connection towards QCK. Can't deal with Cowanzine though, and again, I'm waiting for that plant. I don't think anything's going to stop it. No, that flank gets called off from Lysor. Hyang did find a connection. So down to 3
Salak.
now, and yeah, look at the HP. Maybe Salak's just going to leave himself as a body on the site here, forced to swing and does go down. Game back on here. 2v2. Oh, that was maybe a little individual from Hyang there, but Lysor, what have you got for us? Not a defuse.
Yeah. Upgrade to a ghost, but we'll dig both Loud players out of this position. Not going to be very easy.
And the worst 2 to be left in the post plant against, really. Very difficult. Where they can buy time, free information. I saw desperate to try and get something. You can't blame the man for trying, but yeah, Loud not going to let this one slip.
Again, didn't really see Loud rely too much on sight hits and full-on executions previously versus Gen G.
No.
Pissed around if it is any sort of indicator. For an adjustment in their approach here. But yeah, really looking towards Life and Autumn to be
And a
self-sufficient
third
in
pistol.
these roles. Both the Yoru and the Jet. Pull up
For Loud.
You're not going to see it necessarily in round 2.
No.
Going to see any sort of investment coming through, so it will just be classics. 3 rifles on the board though. The Bulldog in the hand of Cowanzine.
But, you know, same old when we talk about it. If you're Loud, you want to be very clean in this. You want to maybe try and opt to build ults in the right direction. If you're FPX, you want a little bit of mayhem. And they didn't get what they wanted. Attempted a pop flash and a swing off the back, but Loud nicely spaced, handling it well. Not going to fall foul to that. You've already got a player right up tube, so that's going to be a problem. If it even comes to it, you can see Cowanzine just standing there, wants to fight on it. And yeah, less claiming Lysor, so unable to make
Honestly,
much of that first
if you're
forward
QCK,
towards a shot.
you should not shoot here.
And that's about all she
Because
wrote.
you have an out
Now
though.
we see the buy-in though. This is
Right?
potentially where FPX
And if you shoot, the enemy teams know Like, they know you have an outlaw, so they should not like play small shield, even though they are gonna go with 3 small shields. Like the Sova, for example, he has 700 of money. He should upgrade again for a big shield here. Like FPX's Sova should upgrade his light shield because he knows there's an outlaw and he dies too. Like you have 2 people dead from the outlaw just because they don't respect it. This is why I like, even though teams don't go smart shield on eco, they like the meta really is to like dry eco, maybe get some utility. If you got some kills and shit, maybe get a sheriff or a ghost and try to gain more weapon. So you're not gonna find a lot of value on the eco round. But you can basically play like a marshal.
Not even sure if that was ahead of any intended. Can't see.
Okay. That's unreasonable. Lysol's timing on this was great.
But then the pressure it puts on the enemy economy to buy like large shields during the bonus round. I think it's a lot of value for an outlaw, especially on jet maps like Breeze and Icebox. Maybe Ascent, because you can like, if you have a jet on Ascent, like on even Bind you have like 4 lanes. You can go shower, you can go main, you can go hookah, you can go long B, like outside of Split, Sunset, and yeah, even Lotus you can go outlaw. So outside of the small maps like Split and Sunset, I think going for an outlaw second round just puts so much pressure on like the enemy economy for their bonus. Like for your bonus technically, but it forces like heavy shield on bonus round, and oftentimes it means downgrading your weapon from a Vandal to a Bulldog, or like skipping on some utilities, or nice shot. They have to go though. Good stop from FPX. First gun round and they answer back, even though they still haven't got a pistol. And we have a classic comp for Loud. Like, this is actually my favorite comp on fucking Breeze. Cypher, Viper, Jet, and Sova KO. You have so much info. You have like
Some investment here. Kaunzine, a Guardian. Rifle in the hands of 2Es.
you have the Jet that you can set up. You have flashes. You have smokes. Like, yes, you have a solo. You have a solo smoke that is a Viper. But like with the Cypher Cage and the Jet smokes, I feel like it almost counts as a second like smoker. If you have the lineups and the setups.
Maybe Sadak, the one to punish, and he does. That's a problem. That isolates some of these players. Now, where do they opt to go? But look at the backfill. Look at the timing on this. Does Berlin...
Look at Lysor.
Yeah, both of them. Audacious play, and it worked really well. They've got a good read on this now, but against Sadak, did you forget about Sadak? How did they forget about him up there? He was earlier up towards Tube. There was always that potential. He could have drifted back.
A lack of awareness here. I saw punished, obviously down to sub 50 HP regardless. Almost a perfect pinch here between Berlin and Lysor. All the way towards bottom mid. Autumn with the last bullet here. Yeah, QCK got to be kicking himself after that. Matter nonetheless, Loud able to recover here. With minimal investment, able to get a third round on the board.
Very aggressive start. Look at that! Look at that!
Nice
start. He looked
shots.
blind for the second, but what an absolute ripping start. Taking away Kaunzin and Sadak. And this is a way different look to FPX, who weren't as proactive, at least to this extent, in that previous map. This is quite something to witness. QCK lesson 2, he's left with very little here.
Les trying to catch somebody on the retreat back towards A site. Tui's and QCK elsewhere. Autumn posted on this angle. Crisp on the first here. We'll spot the second. Doesn't overcommit. Doesn't want to give away an opportunity to Loud here.
One enemy remaining.
Tui's will fall less.
Spike down
Respond.
mid.
Not as anything less. Yeah, second here.
Okay. Suddenly, you know, it's code blue at the start. You know what I mean? Starting to get a little nervous now. You're like, what's
Something
going on?
might be happening. Don't move.
Literally, don't look at them. They're understanding the process. They've gone, this is up to something. Let's hold for a moment. That spike is within touching distance. He's got to be careful of Berlin, who is, I think, jump spotting, but not particularly deep. He has left the spike up here, so back go. And where do you go for? You know that generally Berlin had been over towards that B site.
Well, Lysor was spotted earlier on the pillar, so that's still going to be the end goal for him. Lysor just needs to play time on backside here, not give anything away. But
oh god!
Oh, nearly caught in the open here.
But he's got to get the plant. Yeah, that's not. He's let it go too far. A nice attempt, but they are a million miles away. The time will be the factor to tip the scales over. I am rather impressed with what I'm seeing from FPX here.
Look at a little more of a commitment to some of these, or to this open. Yeah, fully blind on the second.
Yeah, but he saw him before, so
Commitment here on
it's
this
like
early round aggression that we didn't see on the first map. Sunset looked a little laboured, maybe lack of tools like we already noted, didn't feel too comfortable fully committing to that sort of play style, but again, on Breach you can get away with it. There's so much freedom here.
And an early pit invested, so that's the B site. Looking unapproachable, at least from main. So maybe gonna have to opt for that play up through middle, which is what Les is trying to test a little bit for now, but progress towards the tube, it's something that has been left somewhat vulnerable, but Autumn slowly coming back around. It's gonna be QCK again in the fight, and Autumn just, his form individually is really starting to heat up.
Yeah, I love this from Loud though, spotting him over towards Nest, setting up this flash, reading that he's gonna be the one to pick up the slack at the end of tube here. Salak still posted up. Doubt we'll see a reaggress here. Autumn's down to 56 HP. Might fancy his chances.
Go on,
Still
Sadak.
curious, isn't he?
Yeah, he's fancying it. Sadak being tested, and it's not just Sadak. Look what's behind him. There's other players trying to follow this pathing. Less waiting towards middle, but you've got Kaunzin here too. It's a pressure point they want to try and explore.
Lest is gonna drop
Weapon they want to get into hand.
and go down. No.
There's still 3 players to clear on A, and they can exchange goods, right? They can go, okay, well, you can have tube, we'll go take main, but there is a player there as well. So a battle on 2 fronts, and not a comfortable one. Live gonna spot 2. That was a little sketchy.
Oh.
He's losing his support system. They found the player in CT, they found the player at the back of site, and now they got to fight on 2 fronts.
Tweez.
13 seconds, it's a scramble. Berlin goes down, but Life's position could still be devastating. Where's his
And
support?
then
Where's
no.
Lysor? Oh god, he's got a judge. And the position going to be seen. They now know where both of these players are. There's still a question mark for Kaunzin. Does he double back? But Les's position could be pivotal.
And Lysor does get an upgrade here, so rifle in hand, but HP on life, definitely a concern.
No doubt.
That's going to be caught in this snake bite, but Kaunzin with the bailout.
What a savior of the light saw though, outdoes less, and now it's game back on, but time.
Counzy
You can
can
hear that
disconnect
tick.
from this, yeah.
This is really difficult for Lysor. He needs to find a pixel out of place or a
He
shot
needs to
to
find the
which
spikes
Cowanzine
first.
isn't going to give, and look at the plant position.
It's
It's
Jova.
something that Cowanzine can play, and
Yeah,
Lysor,
knows it.
time to back away. A really nice attempt there, but still, Loud just scraping that through. A very close round though.
Tui's unable to really hold down control there of A main. Life once again.
I mean, they lose QCK first again, and they win the round, so
Making things work here. Beautiful hold initially, but
maybe they should just like send him to his death.
The backside of A side, unfortunately lose out elsewhere. Loud ultimately have no recovery factor. There's no safe spot to fall back to after losing that security of A main.
Oh dear me, Cowanzine. He's gonna take a little nap this
And
round.
another
Try to
first
climb
blood
life
for
and get
FPX.
to work. You can see the purchase is missing some elements to this as well. Ayang is down without armor as well. So the money was getting a little close, and Berlin actually falls. That might open up a huge chance towards this A site QCK. Yeah, that confirms it. Can Autumn be the one to change this? His position will be considered. He's been there more often than not, but life bringing death
Checks
against
him,
Loud QCK.
and it just delivers a
The
weapon.
victim list, and away they go. They fancy their odds. They're not going to let him escape. He's
Oh
hunting
my
him down.
god.
Just losing out on the
He's
knife
gonna
there,
go.
but still want to do some damage. Lights are working off the back of the information Autumn's putting down, and they're still going to try and get that pressure, but no start on the plant just yet. No defuse to begin until now. Autumn stands his ground, takes down less. Two is what you got. Anything, he's going to take down only one, and that is nowhere near enough. FPX heating up now.
Chaotic retake from FPX, but it works, I guess.
Unable to convert this position. No surprise.
Yeah, Loud timeout. Kinda expected. We were in control last game. Now it's starting to look like a ball, so just timeout so you can reset your player.
Can't really be avoided. Well placed by Lysor. FPX.
And it's your T side, like
I gotta say, not having as much
T side on Breeze
of
is
an
like
easy time.
very strong.
Engagements that they did versus Gen G. Like I said, it was very
So
good.
you
Very
need those
good
rounds.
the way that Loud
You need
approached
that
this
to make sure that doesn't end in the 7-5.
I'm really
You need each and every one of those next round.
It's not that Ayang, Lysor, and Berlin aren't doing well. They're doing very well at their jobs. They're playing the roles that they need to. But I'm loving seeing that kind of combination, that duo between Autumn and Life, working here in comparison when it didn't on Sunset.
Absolutely. And if you let a Yoru and a Jet perform like this on the defense, you know they come into their attack in half feeling way better about themselves. Especially coming out of a map loss to open the series, sorry.
Yeah, and a dreary loss. It's not pretty. 5 rounds, you're not going to feel happy with it. Yeah, sometimes a quick loss is easier than one that's drawn
But not
out.
in an elimination series.
Nah,
That's
you
not
don't
the
want
case.
that. So to bounce back like this is really quite something to witness. Now, has Loud got the chops, though, to find a little bit of something to work for them here? They've been finding it very hard to handle both of these pressure
Should have the
points.
nice from QCK. He's gonna jump mid.
Begins again. Oh, Autumn, this
And
guy
it's
is
the third time he
The only
loses to Autumn
was going to be QCK,
in a 1v1.
and he is gone in the blink of an eye. Cowanzine, yeah, he's got a
Like-
guardian, but beyond that, you've got a sheriff and a ghost.
Basically trying to mirror life from the previous round.
Like Autumn really is like his kryptonite.
We still have Guardian in the hands of Cow and Zine, but you're right, the Blade Storm was really going to be... Autumn actually found a headshot there. That was only 66 HP left on Tui's. Cow and Zine found a time in here.
Okay, that's a rifle. If Tui's can possibly cross up to it, I don't
Where
think
the
it's the time to get down.
Cypher looking for A. He
into
could rotate still.
I mean, the end game looks like less to eventually creep towards
They're
A.
trying to
It's
find
gonna be hard to
space.
get Cowanzine
He's gonna
to
get timing.
Rotten, yeah,
Ah,
Life
he picks back.
perfectly played that.
Yeah, looking to police that weapon.
Like,
Anybody can come through.
the Cypher is stuck in a corner. Why would you repick that? I guess if you find the kill, you just go in on A, but if you don't get it,
Going to give this one away.
it's so fucking hard, man.
No, I don't think so. No, ping coming through. Right, it's cleared though.
And now Tui's with 13 seconds, and the dream doesn't even get to be started. FPX, look.
We don't care about this round. It's like an eco round.
Loud was going to be off the back of that ult invested from QCK, but he's had a quiet performance.
That's the round they talked about.
Push him up in this map at least, should I say? And not to get it. There it is. Look at this guy. Yeah, Autumn's very nice to watch. This is what it should have been about, right? That timeout that came in, probably not for the last round, but the one between. This is what it was for, the buy round that's coming in now. At 5-4, Loud need answers because FPX have been meeting them every step of the way, and it's been individual, it's been punchy, but it's been damn good.
Here.
Gonna note a couple steps. Bring the alarm bell towards middle. And a further adjustment here again from FPX.
Obviously posting life up. So won't expect to see him getting too aggressive here. Especially with nobody on the side of Loud on the other side of the halls to him.
And if you're Loud, you're so conditioned to be worried about, okay,
yeah,
to make the play.
Exactly.
Is Life going to be here?
They're
Where
waiting
are
to
they?
see who shows where around the map.
Berlin drifting a little out into the sights there. Left. Wanting for HP. But he isn't alone. Autumn by his side, and we noted it early.
And Life is getting a lot of value.
Closer. There is a player watching Tui's. Who gets the time
Hey.
right here? Life walking in. He's been seen, and he gets to keep his life, which is the more surprising part. So now the 3-play stack that was on this side.
Life is alive. Fuck.
Berlin's fallen.
He's dead now.
On Autumn. What can this man do? Nothing this round. Put down. And the side plant should be coming in very comfortably here, as the other two players quite far away.
Yeah, punchy reaction.
And the name of the game for Loud seems to be Stop Playing Chaotic Rounds. Just stay in control, don't give open kills.
I saw was a little curious. You try and find an exit somewhere. I mean, looking at the funds on the side of Loud, if you can remove a rifle, could cause some issues. Loud seemingly aware of his...
Like, calm down the game.
Position there.
Yeah, it's enough that he's gone, I'll give it a second attempt.
Yeah, and in these slower rounds, it's really less to be the ones to... I guess if there's no early round aggression from FPX, it's less that becomes the pivotal player in terms of information and sniffing out where that threat is. Some round Life left unchecked. Have shown a lot of presence up Tube, actually.
Yeah. It was one of the first rounds we haven't seen them explore it, so you almost feel bad for Life in that regard.
Yeah,
like,
he's not rewarded.
Yeah. But this much more patient play, you know, a much longer held default as well by Loud. That was extremely patient. It was, I think it was Tui's who sat at the, very back by spawn, basically watching for that tube pressure, which is maybe just a nice counter read because they had been exploring that so often, but still. Loud find a little bit of a
5-5. Really bad attack side on breeze from Loud. Like, such a strong attack map, I feel like, with holes open and shit. Can work so much shit. You can work mid, elbow, you can work holes, you can work A main, B main. You have so many angles on the map. So much space for like a good lurk.
And he's found his reward. That's two he's dropped and the spike found. So this should spur on the attention towards Tube, but Ayang is on the case. Gotta be careful though. Two players, and it's Crisp from Sadak. Life does well to find less. That removes the middle threat, but still there is pressure points to this. You can see the gap being closed, but another spot for Autumn, and another body to add to the list. Cowanzine trying to drift in, but Autumn's exceptional at what he's doing. An absolute monster this round, and in this half.
I mean, that's just so tough to watch. There's two members allowed tucked into main here, and Autumn's allowed to swing all the way. Dry, by the way. Barely saw anything from Tui's. No utility to set things in motion.
Out of charges.
He finds 3 on the round with the operator. pretty pleased with himself.
Should be. And the adjustment, again, what I love about this is the variety we're seeing. Very hard to get a beat on. Now you got life for the operator instead. Another little switch here. So if Loud thought they had a plan before, now it could be adjusted, expectations being diverted. And there isn't bodies behind this. Uh-oh.
Despite not committed just yet, I mean, it's life, the last one you want to be trying to pin down with the Hunter's Fury. Nothing comes through it. Sadak's in deep here.
Yeah, but it's just Sadak. There's no one with him. They're trying to maybe find the rest of them. He's put his life on the line for this, but he's getting nothing for it. It's just Sadak so far, and individually, he's not going to be able to outdo 4 of them. They've drawn all the rotations. The Spike's still in spawn. Where's the value? Is it trying to bait out this B play? Once they get the Spike, they're sure.
I mean, yeah, Leicester's got a very deep position, but they haven't caught anybody in rotation, so QCK nearly rewarded for his patience, but now noted.
There goes that position. He has to fall off it. This plays in, I guess, Tui's, but they need that Spike down and safely. I doubt Lysol's going to play ahead, so that should be fine. My mind goes to Tui's here.
Yeah, he's in a lethal position.
4 big
Play
hits.
spoiler here. He's going to hear all of these rotating.
That's at least 2 players.
You can see the pings coming through now.
Yep. When's his time?
Some awareness. A couple of members of FPX actually looking back here.
They've slipped ahead pretty well. Berlin is having... Oh, Berlin breaks Tui's in half. That was the plan. This is the fallback, and it's worked well enough to take down Life. Autumn, though, with his presence unknown, going to find the frag towards Quarantine. And QCK, nice attempt, but not good enough. Less left in a 1v3, and FPX looking like the real deal here. Less with a spray, but look at them facing him down. FPX with the lead coming into the half.
Didn't even note it there, but the divide creating a pocket for Autumn to get behind Loud. Beautifully constructed retake here. Heartbreaking for Tui's.
That's crazy. Like,
Real from Berlin.
winning defense on Breeze is crazy, I feel like.
A closer affair, a better game. FPX showing us a lot more caliber here. Loud, no way out of it with 5 rounds to their name, but this is the perfect opportunity to check in with FPX.
Let's see. If Louds win the pistol, we're gonna have like 7-7, and then bonus should go for FPX, so 8-7 FPX, and if FPX wins the pistol, which they lost the first 3, it would be like 9-6. Which would start to be
Yeah, I can't believe he said that.
I know.
Caught in 4K.
I hope someone clipped it.
Yeah.
very sketchy for
It was.
We should stop playing with them.
for Loud.
It's all good. There was nothing played. Don't worry.
Of course, things don't work when we're here.
Look, we got to bring a little curse to it. Otherwise, you know.
It's been a while since we were at FPL at halftime. Actually, I feel a bit
Oh,
lost.
yeah, I'd say, like, what do you want to talk about? You're the analyst. Have fun.
I was hoping to get someone from the interview there.
That's unlucky, isn't
I mean,
it?
I'll come back to the same point. Obviously,
Go for it.
after the first map and it being very, very one-sided, now with this performance on defense, you've really got to dial in and hope that Autumn and Life can be the deciding factor here for FPX to force a map 3. I mean, sorry, I was going to say less. Loud looking a little quiet in areas, but I guess looking a bit more coordinated than what we saw versus Gen G. Gen G felt very, very individual, and like I said, it felt almost at times like a deathmatch lobby. People were running around, just winning gunfights. Which again on Breeze, you know,
it's Breeze.
Odds are you're gonna win out a few series that way, but doesn't really seem to be the approach from Loud. So I'm curious to see how they apply this composition to the defense. Obviously, Autumn's going to be the slippery one, the one they need to pin down here and keep in check early on.
I can't wait to see it. Couple seconds to go now. Was this a flash in the pan, a death rattle from FPX, or was there truly some life to them here? I want to see it. I think this first half has got me excited. Loud having to scramble for some answers, which, again, leaves you wondering, what does this second half look like? And early work from Life. He's straight up middle.
Yeah.
And doesn't get spotted. Gonna be checked on and outdone. Cowanzine with the first, gonna draw blood here. And put Loud, at least one man up to the good.
Spike not committed just yet by FPX, so really relying on Life and Autumn. Speeder wants to find an opener, but Tui's got himself into a strange position here, completely unconsidered by FPX. Almost behind this mid push, and yeah, I mean,
Tui should be dead, right?
Good,
yeah.
good pistol start for Lawn.
Quick little pop flash, spotting out Sadak, and Autumn's feeling himself, so he's going to stick that fight too. 12 HP, but he's done so much damage. Do FPX continue on this path? I think they could turn heel potentially 35 seconds.
QCK on the flank though, so they've got to be careful about an open plant here. Players on site for
Oh,
Loud
1
just
HP.
need to run the clock down. The Lysol down to 1 HP yet. Berlin still pretty healthy, but did get tagged by the spy cam. Lucky not to die to the wallbang. Now the problem is QCK. Look at the position he's in.
Yep, I think Berlin knows his chances are fading here. There was a little bit of a moment in middle where maybe they could have done a bit more, but with 10 seconds, players left, right, and center. Les holds the ground well. And again, this will be a bit of a reminder. Some of these players, I'd say, are very, very good, almost specialists at holding these sites down, being those kind of stoic members that can be rocks of the team. And this could be one for Les here, already towards the top of the board for Loud, but could continue on this trajectory. But Autumn had a real opportunity. He gave him a solid start here.
Definitely finding 2 follow-ups after Life did fall. Unfortunate. Cowanzine on the other side of that with the Sheriff of his own. Now we'll get the pistol on the board.
Still
second
smiling.
half.
This is, well, they're here.
Quite a few of them.
Help. It isn't just Les, but he's got to be a little careful because there is that kind of gap close on Autumn, right? That could be an issue. Same with Life to an extent. And yeah, they found him. So quite the audacious attempt. Yeah, how has he gone here so quick?
Spike planted.
Hello. Oh, that looked on. That one is. Second time of asking. And Loud looking composed. Not falling until then. Les going to go down, but that's not the end of the world. They'll be able to get
And you can see, by the way,
and close up the scoreline here, but again, keep in mind
we have the trip on B from Loud,
Yeah, yeah. QCK looking a little rough around the edges.
from the less, actually. That like is an anti-dive, anti-Yoru kind of trip between that pillar and the box. Let's see if he uses it.
I mean, I don't know if I was going to see it round 3, but
it's very early to go for this.
yeah.
It's a hefty investment. And this is where I want to see if it works against Autumn and Life, who aren't afraid to get in your face. They might take a challenge on it. I want to see what the reaction is once they know this has come out.
Okay, so he's gonna play off the side.
FPX with 2
Off the
players,
side
this way for now.
because of
Had the impact he'd want here, and he can feel that pressure starting to mount. Life gonna cop a fair crack of damage.
some
As does
possible
Autumn at this
pressure.
point, so both of them suffering. Good start.
I don't
for
know.
Loud. You'd be happy with
I
that.
feel like
For FPX,
that
but
Cypher
days
setup
though.
is more of a
Kept in check here.
anti-chaos setup.
Explosive execute feel a little more uncomfortable. His deeper trips here maybe designed to catch off Autumn, but FPX still looking to find their way onto B site here.
He's trying to ignore the one and look for the others, but the TP's been taken. QCK's in a little bit of trouble here, opting for the third rather than the first or the second, because he's really banking on Cowanzine, but
Little
Goose
bit of
around
a
by the
wide
end of it.
pick
Even
though.
with lower HP, Life's still able to do enough damage, but they haven't got that spike across. They haven't been able to ferry it forward. So even though they have the site, they have no ability to do, and Lysol going down is devastating. That, and there's the surround, right? Like, what can Berlin do about this?
He's lost in the lurk, just not enough progress made early on here.
And it's a bonus round won by Loud. She's gonna make it. It's the only like scenario where they end ahead after the 7-5 half. They needed to win both the pistol, their buy, like the eco, and then the bonus.
Really clean. Okay.
Berlin just has Tui's number, man. Like, it's just the awareness towards him. Absolutely unreal.
My people, are you ready?
Operator obviously retained, carried across here. Loud kicking things off with 3 unanswered. With a team flash catching that. Sure how effective that was on the other side, but and yeah, fairly indicative to see the spike not committed there. So kind of giving away the plan for FPX of what they want to try to achieve with those sorts of rounds. Maybe because Life and Autumn were tagged up and they wanted to try and formulate some sort of fake and, like I said, catch somebody in rotation, but seems a little disjointed.
Well, this is the first time we get to see this A take. Now, it's really kind of top-loaded, right? Life's the only one with the rifle. Everyone else on Sheriffs. A little bit of kit to play with, but not as much as I'm sure you'd normally want. Now, they do have side control. Loud are respecting them enough. They've given up sight, and they've given up their first life as well. QCK going down is a big loss here because Life can continue forward. Now, it's not a recovered rifle. It can't fall into the hand, but he needs to be such an influence so they can buy time.
Snake Bite landed, but no combination here from Cowan's and Shockdart, so they won't get a kill off this.
Life's got to be proactive. He's got to be in this one. Oh, he's gone down. That rifle's just a step too far away. I don't know if they can get it back into hand. Autumn needs to get into the action now. Also tagged up. This is a problem. He's still going to make some value out of this. 2 left now.
Berlin from mid.
Where the hell did Berlin just come from? Oh, it's just Autumn left alive now in a 1v2. Maybe a chance.
Oh!
Takes a lot of damage. They made something out of that.
And we should see a timeout for FPX. 4 rounds in all.
Some real issues on the way in though. See how much respect Loud are giving to FPX.
Yes.
We have a buy, and I like to time out in those type of situation. And they are like, if they lose that game, they are out. So there is no point saving those timeouts.
A crucial buy round.
They go back for that A take. They kind of got a test of it last time. Do they feel as though they maybe
And they are not going to timeout. So, I mean, if they lose this one,
this could be huge. This could be really, really valuable for them.
they still have a timeout, right?
That's gonna be.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a timeout.
2-3 potentially.
Probably a Loud timeout, but I don't think we've seen an FPX timeout.
You're gonna have QCK on the way. The ult is gonna come in, and already it's a site being evacuated. They're already sitting a lot deeper. FPX will get themselves a plant. They are so close by.
Okay, a Loud retake.
Be careful about this one, TP. When he goes back, look who's waiting. Whoa, he got QCK.
I was watching that on a mini.
Man, Autumn versus QCK is like...
Now Autumn left on the long flank.
It's so fucking sad for QCK.
You're gonna have the lineups coming in as well. Lysor just invested that, so that's gonna be a time buy up. He's Counting's gonna get half on the, and the pop flash is really good. Sadak just goes in, takes away life and wants to remove Lysor, but he can't quite do it.
It's not half. They have to go. They have to... Oh, it is half. Oh, wow. Nice shot from Berlin.
Crucial recon sent through at the right time. Heartbreaking for QCK. You see the TP sent all the way down to the beach. Also running down the clock with
So no timeout, I guess. They went down.
Here, Loud almost get ahead of the curve here in terms of getting the half defuse, creating enough pressure on site. The pop flash is beautiful on the way back in from Sadak. Unfortunately, he doesn't kind of stick to his guns there and hold on to that space, but tough to do nonetheless.
Different approach this time from FPX, eyeing up middle. I want to see QCK activate, if I'm honest. He does need to start picking up the performance here. Sadak with a army on the other side. This is going to be everything. The timing is going to be on the wire. Perfect play.
Nice from Sadak.
Life on the challenge, follows up with the nade on Autumn. And he has just broken FPX's back this round.
And they have the spike, so...
He's been kind of known for isn't going to be a surprise now. He has to play this forward. Not going to be able to do it. Niang, nice connection towards one. And the follow-up. Hold on. Oh, okay, there we go. Easy now.
We'll find it through the smoke. Yeah, Sadak's absolutely breaking the ankles of FPX on the way in through mid-split.
Leading by example in that one.
Healthy ultimate bank Everything except the blade storms here. I love this as well. Dips his toes inside the smoke. Fantastic stuff here. Will be allowed to call a timeout. Actually, no, sorry, my mistake. Did just change. Just got debated.
Not your mistake.
I
Not
promise
What?
it wasn't.
It did say loud. Maybe they both called timeouts.
They could have both.
You never know. It's a mystery.
We'll start with the FPX timeout.
Talk to me. Talk to me about what the game plan is here, because Loud have, even in, let's say, I wouldn't say the ideal way, because I would have liked, I don't want to harp on about it, but I would have liked to see QCK a little bit more involved. He has been somewhat absent this game. Autumn and Life have had his number.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his hands full on the front line, right? See, previously, a concern coming out of the KC series was FPX's inability to convert First Bloods into round wins. They were winning out.
Oh my god. They still have 2 timeout. Why don't you time out when you lose 4 rounds in a row instantly if you still have your 2 timeouts?
Good with the opening engagements, but FPX definitely causing enough of a ruckus to
Like, you win the round after that, but still, like, you need every bit of information to stay in the lead. Like, now Loud is like 2 away from securing OT and 3 away from winning.
Still got life on the ult. They still have a purchase
Like,
around. So this is a goal. This should be a big round. But early exploration from QCK. Counting this time with the operator.
I don't like that. They have no cipher, they have nobody holding behind.
This time sticking around.
Like,
Life on the way though. Can he close that gap? Can he find a target? Find someone to play towards. Autumn's right by his side. And Autumn's already claimed one. They could do with a little bit more. Less still lingering around. And Autumn just bringing absolute fury to this side. Less left walking away. Wounded. 5 bullets to play with. And he thinks it's enough. And it is. Autumn is audacious in his work. And he's got them the sight. But the flank. QCK finally makes it here. Have you got a 1v2 in you? Have you got the ability to do something about this?
almost very close, and again, Autumn killing QCK. Like, I wish we could see like the recap of like the direct confrontation between players, like, because I think like Autumn is like 5-0 or some shit like that, or 5-1. Like, he's completely dominating QCK, I feel like.
Come up and create a couple of pockets for FPX to work out of. Nonetheless, FPX find their 9th.
QCK really struggles on the Jet. I think it's one of the clear weak points of Loud.
Expecting him purely dedicated towards information gathering.
In this meta, this is why they play so much fucking Phoenix. Because if they had a strong Jet...
And Sadak with a ghost just got Ian. What has just happened here?
Well, Hunter's Fury here as well, yeah. They can clear out a lot of A.
Yeah, Lysor has to play much closer, not the lineups he'd probably be wanting.
It's not halved.
Right next to them, Lysor is panicking surely in this one. He's got an army against him. Bodies on bodies here. QCK trying to play ahead, gets a little bit of a glimpse, but it's Autumn you got to be worried about. He makes his appearance known. Oh, and that's just perfect again.
And Autumn...
4 kills to 3 kills in this round. Autumn is just out of this world. What a player.
Elimination on the line, and he's stepping up to the plate. 25 and 15 right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's now or never.
Keeping the hopes alive for FPX.
I was gonna say, Mike, you know, that last round, call it a good round, but also gotta know Autumn got 4 kills there. And I said, well, surely you can't do it again in my head. I was thinking, well, can you depend on that? Apparently you can. This adjust through middle was just really rather God-sent.
All things tied up now. Operator in play for QCK. He's going walkabouts.
He's committed on
He's
this one.
so deep out of here.
Oh, Lord. And
Dash is expired. He's punished.
He's desperate to make up for it. You can feel it.
Yeah.
He's trying so hard, almost too hard, to try and be the difference maker, to pick up the scoreline that's just not sitting well with him. And he's been punished thoroughly on that.
A little ambitious. Cow and Zine also off exploring here. Might hear this. We'll definitely hear Lysor invest the wall. Always an awkward angle though. Loud A little ahead of themselves.
And a misread.
Here.
They're responding to what they're
FPX
seeing.
have sold this, yeah.
Yeah, they've seen utility, they've seen players, and they've got life on the site. FPX.
Now they lose the camera as well. That would have confirmed that this was a fake.
Loud have fallen for this hook, line and sinker, and Life looking to be the Reaper on the site, but he can't quite close out Tui's, nor could he find Sadak in time, but by now the round, your heart almost drops when you hear that spike going down, and you are on the other side of the map. Can they at least recover the operator? Is it even worth it to keep into hand? I mean, it's not been going well for them. Opting for it here. FPX gonna be taking the lead now. Really activating, yes, individually in a couple of these, but now we're seeing this kind of, I'd say, across the board effect here.
Oh, unfortunately. Have to consider things in the next round as well. You look at the funds available.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, there will be a rifle and the operators carry across, but it's the FPX finding 11, potentially 12 off of the back of this round 21 victory. On the brink of guaranteeing a third. Yeah, you see it looks even worse from Lysol's perspective, just how deep QCK is looking to dig for that opener. I think you're right, it almost feels desperate. Trying to put something up on the board.
It's time to check in for Loud. That's 3 in a row for FPX. They found the solution. They found something that's been working for them. It was a little bit of a drought for those first 4, but again, hey, call it a pistol, call it what you want, the kind of knock-on effect. But it
One
was
thing I don't like about Loud too on Breeze is how like Tui plays Cypher while Les plays Cypher. And I get it, like Tui is your main smoker, so you want him on a smoke, but like when you have like such a great Viper in less,
it almost feels like a lifetime ago now, right? You can put it where it is.
should want to have less play the Viper on Breeze.
It's not a consideration anymore.
10 to 11 is still close enough, right? It's the issue of money. This looks like it could be 12 unless QCK and Tui's can find some big value here. And they're going back to this A piece. That's where Les is, that's where Sadak is with a Sheriff and a Ghost.
Struggled as well. I mean, obviously the previous 2 rounds, FPX did find success on the back of Autumn's ultimate, not available here, but FPX fancying their chances nonetheless. 2 awkward tripwires here. Drone might not even spot these.
See if they get some value off it. Sadak looking for it. He's been tagged up though. Berlin going to get towards site. That's going to be the plan coming through. Is anyone going to try and deny this? Anyone going to put their life on the line for it? Looks like they're trying to. Sadak, oh, the gap closed. Gets towards Berlin and gets out of there with his life. Tui's finding Autumn. Hold on. Loud, where the hell's this coming from? Light from up above though. Going to remove Kalanzine from this. You still have QCK. You still have Tui's with the weapons. And Loud still have side control. They're creeping back closer. Counterpit going to come in, but there's still a gap to be filled here. Lysa is still a problem, as is Life. And now Tui's and less. What can you do? Desperate to try and do it for
24
time.
HP.
They've got to play the time as well. Trying to draw out the last bit of kit. The drop of the pit. And now Ayang down to 1 HP. Could this be the clutch of his life? Not going to happen. Less. Keeping Loud alive. The defuse. Far too close, but it's there. Tied all even, 11 apiece.
What a crazy exchange. So nobody in a position to really punish off the back of these trips that are placed. Not sure if both were activated. One definitely by Autumn.
Man, Les and Sadak making that side look full health with a pistol.
Well, the first kill. The second, absolute madness from him. The response is there.
In a round like that with that buy? And it wasn't even the operator or really the rifle.
Absolute lifeline for Loud.
That was heaven sent. And a total switch up here. Les now far more committed towards this A side. Does that then?
They're looking to put him into the line of fire.
Play him in.
Yeah. QCK holding down a ton of space here, but Gonna have his hands full. Very, very strange investment of the drone here towards bottom mid.
They must be paranoid about something. Maybe, come on, QCK, this is your moment to shine. They're going to be close here. He's not looking as confident now, trying to sit
He's
in a little
relaying this
deeper
information
angle.
now that something's happening.
Because look at the rest of the team. Look at where Kaunzine is. They're so far back. QCK has to find... Oh, God, QCK! Honestly, he's lucky to be breathing. He's lucky to be alive. Because FPX will have that B site. They've got the divide up. They've got life on the site itself. Oh, this is on a knife's edge, Mike.
It really is. Autumn, actually almost TPing ahead of the wall there. Ahead of the divide, sorry. Will be a full 5v5 in the post plant. UCK still looking for something towards elbow.
That 12th round being the prize possession here. Pop flash being held. Anyone gets contact. Berlin going looking. It's QCK on the other side. And it's just nightmare after nightmare until then. An answer found over by Pillar. Sadak on the site with a tap on the spike. He's down low, but he's still going to find value for the trade. Two, he's still good for it. Man to the advantage. Autumn falls. It's on Lightsaw in a 1v3. He's got one. He needs two more. But up above, brutal angle to break and less. Pushing Loud to 12. I haven't seen Loud have to dig this deep in a while, but they've just about got to the 12th round.
Able to steady the ship. Find themselves now.
Good shit from Loud, securing OET.
By the skin of their teeth. Beautiful retake though to pull off. It's, like I said, a full 5v5 here with the amount of utility that's available on the B site. That wall paying off though. Sadak able to create a little bit of paranoia with that first spike tap, draw a couple of people from FPX out.
Yeah. Man, this is so tense. There's still a buy here, it's just not a great purchase. What can they do? Life has his ult and he's looking for that opportunity in middle. Can he close down on QCK potentially? Not this time! Connection found! And a man up. They're looking like they want to explore that B site though. Already seeing a bit of a drift away from Tui's. Playing very safe here, willing to give up the site, respecting what Autumn's been bringing. He's too much of a threat. This time playing with the pack, not playing ahead.
They have a kill for the retake.
Start coming alive here. QCK with the finest of angles to find a shot, and I think he wants a bit more. Why not let him? Maybe he played in off this. Ayang gives away his position. And it's precarious now. They need a plant, Mike.
We'll get it here, but timing a little awkward. No command invested here, Loud. No secrets about this on the way back through. Sadak just stomping onto site.
But a 1-for-1 trade, the numbers so favorable towards Loud. Kaunzine closing in, it's all on
And it's on
This guy
Autumn.
has been a rock star for this side, but a brutal position, a brutal round to potentially go home on. Has he got the heroics in him? He's got so many targets, so many threats. He can't do it. It's done. FPX will be going home and Loud
Wow.
to fight another day.
I mean, they lost a similar game on against GNG, so I guess balances out. But yeah, congrats to FPX. They've shown some cool stuff.
Definitely some positives to take away. Look at between Autumn and Life, 11 first bloods, really leading the charge.
My main takeaway here in map 2 is, God, I want to see more of Autumn.
Yeah.
You know, what a talent. There, I mean, you're going toe-to-toe with Les, who's arguably one of the, the best out there, right? If you're going to talk about just kind of firepower alone. He almost gave them the opportunity in this. And FPX, got to say it, map 1, not good enough, but map 2, God, it makes you want to see more. It's heartbreaking that we only get such a small sample size of what this team could potentially do.
Absolutely, that elusive victory remains, but Loud will continue. A little bit of a course correction from that opening series from Gen G, sure, but I gotta say it's still some concerns really here. QCK really struggling to get into that second map. Being punished time and time again, and I think you noticed as well, it's key to note the desperation. It's that sort of that pressure, the scoreboard pressure, really dictating some of the plays being made. Obviously we don't know what's being said internally, but definitely a concern for me, Lauren.
No, and I'm with you in that, and I hope that's something. Again, if you're an IGL, a coach, though, you could look at that and you're going to instantly identify it. And Loud need to start identifying those issues if they want to make a deep run here. But they are still alive, they are still kicking, and we're heading back to the desk.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Great cast as always. And man, that was like, I totally agree with them. Autumn really was impressive. We say goodbye to FPX, unfortunately, but you know, they fought their heart out there. Loud moves on in this competition, showing why they are a force to be reckoned with here on the international stage. But Mimi, I was very impressed by what I saw, specifically, like Lauren said, from Autumn.
Yeah, map number 1 was a struggle, but map
For
2
sure.
for this team, we saw a lot more. Both Life and Autumn as individuals, I think are names people will remember coming home from Madrid. And as well as that, I think they showed a lot more depth, really implementing that Eurocomp very well, in my opinion. I think this is really indicative of the fact that the Chinese region, the new league, it just kicked off, but these teams are continuing to grow and expand and getting better and better each event they attend.
Yeah, I mean, for Autumn, he was so involved in those early fights. My guy comes out of there with, what, 7 out of 9 opening duels going his way.
Yeah.
So important in so many of these clutch situations as well, buying the way back through. I've really enjoyed watching this guy play, but, well, we don't get to watch too much more of him. It's a little bit sad, but that's ultimately how these tournaments work, how the stakes work here.
But a lot to learn from for this squad now going home to apply to the regular season, to try and bring into, because the next time we have a chance to see them internationally would be at home in Shanghai, getting to represent China there. So definitely a great opportunity to improve and try and re-qualify for that event.
Yeah, that will be awesome to see if whether or not they can make it there. And I think indications definitely point in that direction, wouldn't you say, Mitch, with EDG and FPX being so strong?
Yeah, I think so. Home field advantages as well. If we do end up getting there, you would be delighted to see this team be able to play with someone behind their back.
All right, folks. Well, with that being said, we have Dryad who's standing by with Sadak for the Verizon post-match interview.
Y que se escuchen los fans de Loud. Let me hear the Loud fans in the back as it is. There you go. It is Loud who takes the win. Es Loud los que toman la victoria en contra de FPX. Estoy aquí con Sadak. I'm here with Sadak for the post-match interview. Sadak, lo primero que te quiero preguntar es, tú has clasificado a más eventos internacionales que ningún otro jugador del mundo, de cualquier región que piensen, y en situaciones de eliminación como esta, ¿hay en algún momento en el que esa frase que ustedes siempre tienen de sin miedo a veces se haga más difícil, a veces sí salga el miedo?
Mira, creo que nuestro equipo, cuanto con más presión tiene, cuanto más las cosas están difíciles para nosotros, mejor performamos, ¿viste? Es mucho la cultura brasilera, queriendo o no, siempre que las cosas están difíciles, continuamos para adelante, continuamos dando lo mejor de nosotros, así que esto solamente nos hace más fuertes.
Yeah, the question that I had for him is, he's made it to more international events than any other player in any other region, and so my question was, in situations like this one, is there a point where he does feel that fear that Loud always have that phrase of no fear? Is there a point where he feels that fear? And he says, in pressure situations like this one, this is when we are able to thrive and shine the most, and it is that Brazilian culture that shines and allows them to come out of situations like this one. Now, the second question that I'm going to ask Sadak is the changes in compositions that we've seen recently, not only for Loud, we've seen a couple of things here and there, but also this is a tournament that's building up to be very explosive, very in the face, double duelist, Reina, Euro, whatever it is. Is he expecting more of that, and are we expecting more of Loud to bring that? Sadak, por lo que estás viendo de las composiciones, que ustedes han tenido algunos cambios pequeños, de pronto algunos cambios de rol dentro del equipo, pero también el Euro, por ejemplo, que veíamos la primera partida, y en general todos los equipos jugando bastante explosivos, pensamos en Carmine Corps, pensamos en Sentinels, en todos ellos que están en tu cara. ¿Crees que van a seguir trayendo esas sorpresas, ese factor explosivo, y ustedes también van a traer un poco de eso nuevo?
Y yo creo que a medida que la Master se va desarrollando, va a pasar mucho más antitáctico, entonces los equipos van a tener que quizás variar, tener variaciones tácticas, ¿viste? Y jugar solamente apretando la W va a ser siempre un poco más difícil. Pero lo que hace estar acá entre los mejores 8 es eso, que ellos pueden tener muchas variedades, igual que nosotros, a veces jugamos más rápido, a veces más lento, y creo que, bueno, eso. Si les está funcionando ese juego explosivo, que continúen.
Ahí nos está contando, he's telling us that as the tournament goes on, you're going to see a lot of more counter-strutting coming through instead of what we're seeing at the beginning. It's something that has happened over and over again, but also mentions right at the end that if there's that explosive factor that is working for a couple of those teams, then they can keep running it. And my last question here is, how is he feeling for the teams that are left, and especially when it comes to a tournament that is so almost unforgiving, only 8 teams and only one that gets to make it till the end, as it is the crowd and the only Hispanic that we have here. ¿Cómo te sientes para lo que viene del torneo? Creo que le hemos preguntado a varios jugadores, varios equipos, y nos dan, incluso los mejores nos dan como opiniones diferentes. Para ti, ¿cómo te sientes? Y especialmente con un torneo que no te da muchas segundas oportunidades, ¿no?
Y mira, yo me estoy sintiendo con mucha confianza, el equipo está con mucha confianza, sabemos que tenemos mucho talento, sabemos que estamos muy bien y vamos a dar nuestro máximo, ¿viste? Así que el que venga vamos a dar bala y que sea lo que Dios quiera.
¡Vamos, Marito!
I know he's telling us that he's going to keep bringing what they've been bringing recently, and is just shooting in the faces, doing what it takes, and continuing to have this loud performance that we've seen recently. This is all that I have for this interview. Once again, que se escuche para Sada. Give it up for Sada. And we're going to a break, get ready for the second match of the day.
It's a classic David versus Goliath. FPX, they're facing off against some stacked talent in Loud. It's safe to say this is going to be a tall order for the Chinese team. But if there's anything that we've learned from this tournament, it's that this squad can do it.
One of these two teams will be going home. But now he has to go. He's got to take this challenge halfway. Not achieved. Autumn plays it well. Life's now pretty questioning what the hell's going on. No idea about Tui's, but a fantastic clutch from him. And they don't know about Salak until now. And what a horrible surprise it was. And he's just spraying and praying, and it works. This could be it. The downfall of FPX on this map. Bless looking to close, and he does. 13-5. It's clean work for Loud. They are looking very sharp here. Autumn and Life are very good, but they're going to need to do a lot more than that here. They're down to 15. Yeah, Lysor on a platter. They've got to know about Autumn, but he's still firing. Great work from Autumn, and I end there. That's much better. His position will be considered. He's been there more often than not. But Life bringing death against Loud. Less two is what we got. Anything, he's going to take down only one, and that is nowhere near enough. So even though they have the site, they have no ability to do it. Lysor going down. Autumn, you got to be worried about. He makes his appearance known. Oh, and that's just perfect again. Has he got the heroics in him? He's got so many targets, so many threats. He can't do it. It's done. FPX will be going home, and Loud live to fight another day.
Welcome back to day 4 of Masters Madrid and our second elimination match of the day. It's going to be the hometown heroes of Team Heretics going up against Paper Rex. Of course, I'm the current man yelling at UGB, and I'm, of course, joined under desk yet again by Mimi and Mitch. They were on the schedule, so we just decided to commit. So, guys, this is going to be a fun one because we have two teams, two very different trajectories as they have found themselves in this point. But what is really fascinating about this is, like, it's weird to be talking about Paper Rex in this context, given the year that they had last year. But even one player being removed from this team really has changed the complexion of it.
Yeah, Paper Rex right now really reminds me of where they were sitting at the beginning of last year when they were still finding themselves at the start of that Pacific season, where they're playing a bunch of different comps. Some of their maps look really good. The ideas look fleshed out. Others look like they're trying to slot Monette into a role that's not fully comfortable, and they've really lost a lot of the consistency that they had here as a result. And on the other hand, Mitch, Heretics has been, their stocks have been rising the whole year.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a roster that even has to play with a stand-in as well. Remember, due to age restrictions, this is somewhere, and they've had to play with a player online, regionally as well, which you could talk about advantages or disadvantages to that. The reality is, though, they've exceeded expectations. Young guns like Miniboo should be facing their shaky trial on the international stage, or at least even regionally, coming up against some big names, big teams, but they haven't stumbled the whole way through. They have just looked like a better and better squad as time goes on.
Yep.
That's kind of what I expect from a team with Benji Fishy. He's a guy that has his eyes on the long game, and it looks like they've already found success early
He's got
on.
that fish in him.
He has, sure, yeah.
He does.
That was a guttural laugh from me. I'm sorry. I was going to make a joke about the fishmen, but
no, we're
instead
not
we're going to
making
talk
any
about the Boo Bros instead. I am glad you mentioned them here because I definitely feel like this one thing I love to see is, you know, brothers on the stage, you know, having each other's back, playing at the level that they're playing at. But Mini Boo has been outstanding. Boo has been unreal. Like, this team, like, these two brothers are killing it.
Yeah, the way they're comboing, and you're seeing a lot of examples here with different pieces of utility. The neon stun and so on has always been fun to watch. But this here, ult in the backside, on the back of an Astra wall, coming out of it. They had no idea what they were walking into on the other side for Sentinels. This was one of the more inventive plays that we saw out of these brothers, but they were doing this all tournament long. That's what some of the first clips were showing, the way that they were constantly looking to open up space together and combo their util.
It's a similarity to PaperX in the past, where I look at the strength of this team being the little set util plays they have, right? It's not a squad where you look at them and they're going to have a lot of like super hard sight hits where they're fully investing into something, but they have a lot of ideas in the mid round for these little combinations that they execute on really well, and they're finding the timings to use that seemingly always perfectly, and it adds a lot of depth to their play.
Yeah, of course, we'll see whether or not this Heretics team can. This Heretics team can. Oh my God, I'm like stumbling on my words here. Heretics team, can they continue it? I'm sure they definitely can. But for now, though, I'm going to stop talking. Let's actually go ahead, though, and continue on this conversation here, because it does feel like, at the very least, you know, they need all the pieces of this team in order to click here, including the coaching staff. And you saw that happen in that last matchup, Mimi.
Yeah, you absolutely did. I mean, during that halftime interview, Nilzinho was talking about the fact that, hey, they came out here, they weren't playing confident enough the first map, they were letting Sentinels exec on them every round. He gives that feedback. They come back into map number 2, and they look so incredibly confident. They're executing perfectly. Yeah. Miniboo on the Neon is being so incredibly proactive. This is a team who's showing up on their, like, first LAN match for one of their players, for the first international event for the majority of these players.
Impressive.
And after just one map, they looked comfortable against the team that I think most people are considering the forerunner right now in Madrid.
Definitely after the results that we've seen come through, right? Coming in, I would have brought my EMEA bias to have an argument about that. But the reality is, you know, I'm facing facts now. Starting to think maybe NA looks pretty strong. I mean, one of the better players we have in EMEA now is an NA player. I don't know.
Everything's upside down.
It is.
But you know what? Good Valorant. That's what's most important here. And I think what makes this really interesting is that it's a Heretics team that, you know, had a lot of changes that they needed to make going into this year. And not only did they do so, but they did so in a way that just brought all these different backgrounds together to really try and create this almost like an international super team, if you will. And it has been working out very well for Heretics. I'm excited to see what they do in this matchup, man.
Yeah, they have a lot of ideas around like global control as well, which is interesting considering some of their comps, like what they ran up against Sentinels, had no Sentinels. They ended up getting flanked from extremities constantly in those matchups. But at the same time, then you look at their bind composition, where there's this constant harassment between Astra. This is another element that I was trying to find the clips, but you know, you don't want to pack the show too much. It's the fact that you have Astra stars go down, smokes bloom, and then the decoys or the gate crash faked out inside of it, where your opponents now have to be worried about their back because there could be a Yoru about to flash out and exec a play. And in fact, a lot of the time it's used just for those rotations to draw the players off site and allow the actual exec to be cleaner. I love a lot of the innovation that Heretics have brought to the table in that aspect.
Yeah, great ideas across the board. And I mean, of course, we can only expect some more great ideas as we get ready for this game. But for now, though, let's actually send it over to Mika as we jump ship to the other side to get a word with PaperX's coach, Alex.
Hey Alex, really important match coming up. A lot of people have noticed that there's less W coming from W Gaming. I was wondering if this is something that the team is still adjusting to, or is this like the start of a new style of PaperX?
Yeah, I mean, W Gaming is 2023, you know, so we gotta try and figure something out for this year.
All right, well, I'm eager to see what that is.
Not wanting to give away too much here. Completely understand that. PaperX playing it close to the chest.
They absolutely are. And yesterday in their game, we saw the anger from Coach Alex coming out. Because let's be honest, that game was a bit of a mess, especially on map number 3 from this PaperX squad.
Yeah.
They rock out with this composition with no sentinel. They're leaving gaps. They're getting flanked. We're seeing so many of these mistakes that I think we've seen from PaperX before. This is really a team of highs and lows, and you can see how invested their coach is when they're struggling.
I mean, it's nice to see. You wouldn't like to see no passion up there, but at the same time,
his poor desk.
That poor desk it's getting it's run for its money, that's for sure. The reality is, you can understand why this is a coach that's so invested in the success of this squad, considering the success that they've had in the past. But going through an identity change without Jing, we always knew this was going to be a thing. Nobody on earth plays the game the way that Jing does, so you're going to have to find a new identity.
Yeah.
And the question is, how long is it going to take? Because they don't have much wiggle room anymore.
Yeah, well, of course, listen, talk about Heretics real fast here as we get ready for this one. I think, you know, as the players start to make their way in, this is certainly going to be quite the challenge here for both squads. I really want to see if PaperX is going to just give us something just a little bit different coming into this one. They're going to need it.
Yeah, they absolutely will. But I think at this point, it's not going to be time to change comps, to change big ideas. It's going to have to be a lot more about the adaptation. And quite honestly, individual form on the day, I think we absolutely need to see more out of Monyet in this match. He's being put in positions where sometimes he is expected to play similar to a player like Jing. So we need more from PaperX.
All right, folks. Well, let's see how this all pans out as we get ready for this match to begin. It's going to be PaperX taking on Heretics. Let's go ahead and see where we're playing.
All right, welcome to Map Select presented by Omen for match 2 of the day. We'll go ahead and jump in. Heretics, you are higher seed, Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B, so PRX, you will be Team A. We will start with your first ban.
Breeze.
Breeze?
Yep.
Your ban?
Ban Ascent.
Ban what, sorry?
Ascent.
Ascent. And then map number 1 from PRX.
Sunset.
Sunset, side on Sunset.
Defense.
Defense. And map number 2 from Heretics.
Pick Lotus.
Lotus, side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. Next set of bans starting with PRX, you have Bind, Icebox, and Split.
Icebox.
Icebox. Your ban, you have Bind and Split.
Ban Bind.
Ban Bind. Map number 3 is going to be Split. PRX, side on Split.
Attack.
Attack. All right, good luck to you both.
Good luck. Good luck.
No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión, vine por mi cinturón. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
Heretics playing in front of the hometown crowd. It's going to be a difficult task for PaperX, but this team is no slouch when it comes to fighting in unfamiliar and some might say hostile territories. They had to do it against, you know, an NA favorite crowd in EG when they played them, you know, years ago. What was that? Last year? A year ago, excuse me. And now here they are again, having to potentially take down, well, the Heretics here in Spain.
You got to think about Masters Copenhagen as well. Same sort of situation up against FPX. You're in a U, you're playing an EU team.
That's right.
And they were able to do a pretty good job of it. I think this is somewhere that this team is so experienced. I don't really expect nerves to play a big role, but I don't know. It depends how loud that crowd gets.
That's right.
Yeah, it absolutely can apply pressure to a team. I think for them, Paper X is still trying to find their identity this year since losing Jing. I feel like inarguably the most impressive player on that squad from last year. I mean, you have something too. It is actually arguable, but he was incredible. That's a big pair of shoes to fill for a guy like Monyet. But on the other side, it's all happiness for Team Heretics. You know, they lost that match to Sentinels, and they've got to be beating themselves up over it a little bit. But they played them so damn close. They were counter-stratting them on some of these maps. They had excellent game plans. Their players were executing. It was Rian's first LAN match, and he was dominating.
In another world, this could very well just be Sentinels.
Yes,
honestly.
absolutely.
In another, like, you run that match back multiple times. Exactly. And I think that is what makes it so scary for this Paper X team, Mitch, to go up against a Heretics that is just gamed and ready to go because they got that confidence in them.
That's the thing, right? And from what we've seen, that confidence is only built series on series over this year. So there's a lot sitting opposite that stage that they're going to have to deal with in terms of shutting down players like Miniboo and his brother backing him up. Like, that utility combo is scary. And I didn't even add to it at the time. All of the other pieces of utility, we're probably going to save that for the post maps when we dive into it. But Rian's, he's been consistent on the Sova. But Patatek's flashes are out of this world. It's so good to see him back in the support role because he was born for that kind of play.
Let's talk about our maps. We're starting out on Sunset here. We've seen this already from both teams in Madrid. For Team Heretics, they looked really good, honestly, playing this Neon comp, stalling out with those stuns, and they're gonna obviously go back to that one. But I want to focus a little bit here on Paper X, because this is pretty much the only map this team will ever play no duelists. They're playing something on Gecko, and that's what I'm looking at. On defense, they had him opping a lot, they had him picking up the side anchor role, and it really felt like to me they weren't getting the maximum utilization out of his utility.
He was out of the fight so many
There's
times.
so many rounds where Paper X was fighting forward, didn't have that Gecko flash because he was offing, because he was changing something up. But they did end up winning that map, and it was off of a really impressive attack side, which they're starting on now. However, Team Heretics has tape, they've had time, and I think this comp is preppable, especially with the trips and the stun that can really punish a no-dive comp.
And we've talked a little bit about Neil Zinho, but I think Weber deserves a lot of credit for what we should see coming into this server. That guy has had time to look at those VODs, and that is really where things get scary, like Mimi said. Guy's a big brain player. He played on the server, and he's going to help them play today.
Yeah, well, we'll see, of course, how this works out as we have a Heretic squad that really wants to put on a show for their hometown crowd. Can Paper X silence them, though? Let's send it over to your casters. Give a warm welcome to Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get to it. A bit of a barn burner for our opening map here. Sunset, the best map, arguably, for both of these teams, Heretics and Paper X. And guess what? It's elimination time. This early on. You wouldn't think it if you look at these teams, but they're both 0 and 1. And honestly, expectations up in the air for this one, really. You might think that maybe Heretics might be favored, given the fact that they barely lost out to Sentinels. But we are fast off the rip into this pistol round. A very quick beginning, but slow and cautious by Paper X. Just no noise cues.
Yeah, they threw a knife over towards A at the beginning, so still 3 Heretics players committed to the A fight. Only the 2 of Benji and Rians holding over towards Market. So this is where we're going to see that Team Heretics retake. Their retakes have looked fantastic, but they haven't dealt with a Sage Wall yet, which is a really interesting kind of flavor to how you're going to play the post. Tends to funnel people all in predictable directions.
Monyet second guessing himself there, where he decided to send out a paranoia. What is the call to be made? Stand up. Monyet might be in a bit of trouble. Still, Smoke up in his face, wants to play the angle and timing around it with the util. Damage definitely done to a few of the players around the back, but the Heretics are still alive and kicking. Swarming now to side. Smoke down and out. Benji sticking through. Half on the defuse, but he's the last one left, and a couple of shots. It's all it takes to seal the deal. Pistol round here for Paper X. Excuse me.
Pretty nice, fast-paced, got somebody in aggressive. You know, a lot of disruption there, actually, to the way that Team Heretics were trying to play the retake. The Sage Wall as well does not make things easy there. No. You're on the pistol round. You cannot afford to really spend the entirety of your ammunition breaking it. And especially if Devi's going to be able to get kills like that. That's 2 just through that crack in the wall.
Yeah.
Not even caught on the camera, but that's devastating, actually, for Heretics. That's the way that it ended up going. But we are going to see so many of those kind of rounds, I think, where Paper X group up on one side of the map, hit the site with all of their utility, and I think Team Heretics might find it a little difficult to pick the mid-round timings that we've seen them get against other squads.
Doubled up with the trips though, can't claim the kill, unfortunate for old Benji.
A very similar look to the round again.
That plan straight down now.
This is even more unfair to Heretics though, isn't it, with the weaponry on the other side of things?
Yeah, bits and pieces of util. I mean, if PaperX decide to take the fight straight to them, which they have, okay, throwing away your lives ever so slightly. I mean, 4 players still left standing. Any guns to reclaim?
Oh, well, not for Devi. He's still just got a pistol to try to spam the spike.
Yeah, and now they're going to be playing it from this main position. Still, the wall smoked to at least carve their way through. They found it. Placement here. This is looking really precarious right now. PaperX in a world of hurt. They have to manage themselves and find these kills. One player left. It's Mindfreak. And here it is. Patatech half on a defuse. And time.
He's got it.
Might be just barely. It looks a bit rough. No, just about. Second to spare. Wonderful, wonderful eco round for Heretics.
Yeah, amazing. Once they got themselves up into the player advantage situation, that's where you saw the Heretics kind of system thrive. The stun from Miniboo and that swing from Rians could not have been better timed. Paranoia, Boo with the follow-up. This smoke that Boo lands as well, really lovely for making sure that the retakers only need to focus on one area at once. And the half that they got on the defuse, so crucial, so important. Now, take a look at PaperX buying back into this one. Yeah. They are not happy to just let this one go. They have got plants in both of these rounds and a fair amount of kills, so the money's not dreadful here.
Still that danger towards it. Flash forwards with that Thrash is going to be setting this one up, so clears through into market. A couple of players backside. Detainment line there.
I don't think you can follow up on this.
No, surely not. I mean, he's being bodyguarded basically by 2 of his teammates, and Forsaken, not sure if that was just trying to follow it up. Patatech takes him out anyway. Holding at the ground, and still Miniboo left to contain. No gaps left into the play. Moniette will get the gun though.
And Moniette's position here is difficult to root out. The Sage Wall.
2 players not looking, twists and turns. They can't really find themselves an easy kill, but there it is. Okay, toppling. 2 left standing, make it just 1 again. Mindfreak. Close to the pillar. Damage definitely done to a few of them. Still how the shot's just landing. So, Investment getting punished here by PaperX.
And I got
down again.
I gotta say, I'm so impressed with Boo. The way that he runs these retakes and as the IGL, but also the way that he pats and he uses his utility. You saw his smoke being absolutely crucial in the previous retake. The Paranoia too. This time, as you can see, Rians and Paddy defending Benji. Miniboo comes around the back, and then Boo goes for the reflanking market too. That's his Paranoia you see there. Onto Moniette. Just making sure that all the gaps are solved, and they don't just have to run into Moniette over and over again. Finally, this is going to break the economy of PaperX. Struggle as they might to try to keep guns on board, Heretics are going to be able to stabilize perhaps just a little here, unless the Sheriffs can sing. And for the first time, we see PaperX going for more of a defaulty approach. Throwing that knife over towards A. Forsaken did that on the pistol as well, and it ended up in a B group up. It's fairly similar to what PaperX are going for again here.
Yeah, contacting, removing the first layer of the trip. Out in the open with the util, no punishment. Onto Forsaken. Now the group up towards B, but it seems like Heretics have got good awareness of it. Benji Fishy's holding it down just with the rifle. The spam damage, no punishment in sight though with a counterplay.
Another one of these rounds.
But they want to play aggressive. Look at this. Straight into market. Paranoia push forwards. Blinded. Flashed up. Round to the side. There's no real guns and no real danger towards that. Cheeky idea, nevertheless.
I mean, I think that was a team flash, though, wasn't it? That was Forsaken's flash that came through and ended up blinding some of the PaperX players that were trying to push.
It's feeling a little bit improv-y towards the back of the site. Traded. Dart. Gliding his way straight to Divine and points him directly to the target they were looking for.
And look at the confidence on the Heretics players. They're not scared to try to take these fights, especially when they can group up together.
Yeah.
And I think that's such an important part of what's making Team Heretics flourish on the big stage. Remember that they played and qualified without dropping a map, but it was all with ping. They had to play online because Rians couldn't get there to play at kickoff in person. So this was their first time, for starters, playing on a stage this big, playing in front of a crowd like this, but also playing on the LAN servers and getting used to that. Does it seem to have made the slightest bit of difference? Nope.
Not at all.
No.
Wouldn't expect it.
There's a lot of talk about, you know, rookies and how they perform when it comes to the big stage like this. But to be honest, there is no clear-cut correlation. New players don't always crumble on the big stage. New players don't always dominate. But Heretics seems to have those kind of people that love to step up to the occasion. Oh, yeah. And this is yet another example of what I think is kind of the theme of Masters Madrid, which is the old guard taking on the new upcoming talent. And PaperX here representing that old guard. The old gods can fall. Team Heretics took down Na'Vi to be able to get to this point. They qualified over Fnatic, who are not here. They know that these gods can bleed.
Absolutely. Seen it firsthand for PaperX. It's been quite some time since they've really just kind of spiraled out of control at a tournament. I mean, Champs 2022 comes to mind. PaperX are no strangers to it. It's not like they've had dominance throughout their entire existence as an org, but based on the tail end of 2023, there are some relatively high expectations, I think, leveled against them.
Absolutely.
But for the players, maybe not so much. You know, they've spoken.
They said they were playing in a 6 out of 10 compared to
6 out of
last
10
year.
is what they were rating themselves. And just kind of going into Madrid, I think, expecting to just have a bit of fun, which is the PaperX way of things, a bit of style.
Well, it seems like they're scrimming the BXX at the moment, Brett. That knife caught all 5 players.
So they know exactly it's a refight call. Panatech forwards. That flash is magnificent. The PaperX are the ones coming out on top.
And the res, too.
Skirmish, the res, yeah. Already a fast flank. As soon as the knife tagged onto 5, Boo, he's fast behind him. Will he get the punish? Wide round, it's traded.
1 for 1.
Yeah.
But that's not good enough. That just opens up the A side of the map. Can Rienz read it? Can he cut somebody off? Because otherwise, this looks like a round all wrapped up already for PaperX. And this really begins because they expect PaperX to stop when they get 5-person knife. If you remove all of the abilities from your opponents, you expect them not to keep hitting the W button. And yet PaperX, nah.
They don't care.
Nah.
They do not care.
And that's why that flash timing doesn't quite work. Paddy's assuming that they'll have put a pause into their play here. Let's have a look at Rienz and Benji, though, and see if they can recover this.
A lot to do for them. Now, Mindfreak on the flank is actually a wild ways off. He's going to have to work his way up through mid here. There's one opener still. Something shuts that down to Benji. Last one left, and it's the trade. So, PaperX for the second one.
And that round, maybe a bit of a preview of things to come if PaperX can find a little more success. Because I think one of the biggest ways that PaperX are going to find win conditions in this is going to be by disrupting the timings that Heretics want to take.
It's all about a tempo.
Heretics have played against a lot of teams that play quite standard Valorant, where you can find good timings to re-clear, you expect them to slow down. The set plays that Heretics go for need a little bit of time and space to set up, and PaperX, are they going to give them that?
Unlikely most of the time. Well, Boo, TP close to tiles, he's holding a flash, but guess what? Mindfreak's already
off cam contact.
No, it's a smoke as well. He's holding the next layer of it. Mindfreak! Disgusting work, but Miniboo's still active, still kicking. Into the fight, back out of there, using the wall, not quite. They catch him on the heels.
Another situation again, Brent, where the cam contact that you can see them pinging out right now doesn't anticipate somebody going for a wide swing. If that's just a shallow little jiggle to spot anybody in mid, the cam takes contact, paranoia can be used, and Team Heretics can crunch the mid players. But instead, they just swung out fully and took the fight.
Purely W gaming.
So these setups that Heretics are using, not really optimized for the pace and the aggression that PaperX are going to throw in.
We'll see how they adapt over the course of this series.
Spike planted.
2v3. Getting that info that everybody's playing towards main there with an Neural Theft. Wall broken. One less thing to really worry about here. But still one hell of a task. Need to rebound. Savai's going to be forced out wide. Shots need to be landed here by Benji. Flash to set it up. Everybody evacuating. Magnificent! Once more. And everybody topples. Beautiful supportive utility by Panatech.
Incredible stuff from Heretics there. That's the thing, if you give them the space, if you give them the time, these setups look immaculate. I think you were talking about it when Sentinels played against Team Heretics, that it looked like the two best teams in the tournament playing, back when you were on the desk for that game. And I think when Heretics are allowed the space to set these things up,
got the nade into the back, the flash to clear, catches onto everybody. They read that the teleport's happening. They've already set up the cage. It just looks so good. And that's why I'm saying the win condition for PaperX is to find timings to disrupt those setups, to try to catch Paddy with the flash in his hand.
Weaponry is a little bit uneven. The PaperX, again, grouped up as 5. Really not too much in terms of changing the game plans with an old man sent flying. Rips its way through, so not have to worry about our setup, but this is a fight towards the back of the side, actually. Something has been changed now. Smoke's dropped into the corner. Will they check it? Not quite. It's a half clearance. Benji is blinded. He does not care. 3 falling. Hunter's Fury clearing up the remnants. The pit's down, but really, it's just a matter of time. And Mind Freak, you can feel it. Despair settling. Dread in the bones, tagged up by the drone, no chance.
Benji looks amazing, man. He just looks amazing. He was talking all this tournament about how he wanted to grind his way up through Valorant, didn't want to use his clout to hop onto a top team early. And he really did put in the work in Tier 2.
Oh, yeah.
Even when he joined this squad, people were not immediately saying, oh, the Heretics are going to be superb instantly. I did not expect them to be here in Madrid, but now that they are, what is this?
Yeah, just disgusting work.
Anticipating the timing of those players so perfectly to even catch something afterwards. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. The new era that players like that are ushering in.
2024 looking exciting for Valorant. Danger in this round with Mind Freak. He's managed to work his way in, just walking past this. Does Boo expect it? Believe he must have called it. No, his head's gone. Oh my. Mini Budo returns it with the stun, back round the side, using the wall. Could feign like he's dipped out of the side, but still continues to play into this in a one and done angle, but there it is. Thrash in connection, detained it. Mini Boo's there, so he needs to be protected. Panitek flashed up though, he has to back away into the smoke, and there's the kill. Secured, follow up. Sheriff is online. Monyet. Disgusting work, and everybody just being traded out.
Benji got a 3K in the previous round, but it wasn't as difficult as all of this. He has no great information about where PaperX are playing and has to break this wall, giving away exactly what angles he's going to be fighting on.
PaperX not leaving this one to chance. Doubled up, high-low setup, crouch, but they don't know where he might be coming from. Peeking for the info. I was a believer.
That's unreal.
I was a believer for a second, yet it's barely scraped through for PaperX.
The metal box ends up being the MVP there for PaperX.
Oh my God.
As it took half of the bullet, headed straight for Divide. Nevertheless, an example of why PaperX's A exec can be so dangerous there. Heretics got kind of roped in, pulled in to trying to fight as one player at a time got put into bad situations. And Miniboo gets caught and they try to bail him out, and then Riens is tempted to swing through the smoke to try to bail the next layer out. And here we see the economy finally in a good enough spot. Something to pick up the attack side off.
Isn't that interesting? I mean, they do it a lot.
Yeah,
doesn't matter what role something's playing, they really do favor this, just trying to slow the rounds down and find those picks.
I think the slower you make these rounds, the more you open yourself up to Miniboo re-clearing areas with a flash.
He's repositioning here. Danger, yeah. The crosshair placement wasn't online, and as the reswing of Boo, it's punished almost immediately. Patatek is forwards in front of the util, in front of the slow.
But there was a ping, there was a beep from the Dizzy,
and
so they know that there's someone around.
Yep, using a paranoia. Yeah, that's just pure timing based on that. As soon as the flash comes through, pixel angle for Riens, not enough to clear the head off one of the bodies. Plant will go down without any problems.
Spike planted.
2v4 doesn't look doable. At some point might be starting to think about the call to save this now. Surely Riens will even be allowed to exit. He makes a good go of it. Gotta respect it.
Yeah, the players are still looking sharp on Heretics. It's a good job that PaperX were able to swing so readily there to try to trade out. But it's the 2 picks they get at the start that really open things up. And that was a little unusual from Heretics. They did not read that the op was online here, I don't think. Yeah. They went for a dry re-clear.
No utility used. Usually, Heretics are the king of cooking up these on-the-fly set plays. And they're going to take a timeout here. The coaching staff clearly not quite happy with what they saw in that round, and I bet it's something to do with the way that Miniboo and Boo, the brothers, just kind of walked into those angles at the start of the round.
Normally, I mean, listen, talking about something with this operator, I'm not a huge fan of it when I've been watching him play with it just prior. They really got punished hard, I think, in the EDG match where they just weren't showing presence. They weren't given the opportunity for pickoffs.
And Heretics themselves could play more passively, try to play for retakes. I'm not sure that that would be the best strategy, though. Paper X have been known to mix in some of those contacting plays, especially in the rounds where they have the op online. And that you can get into some really uncomfortable spots when that's happening. Forsaken ready to go with another null command. So that could end up being quite important here. We've seen Paper X leaning B very heavily at the start of this half. And now swapping over to mostly doing A executes.
The option now of going pretty rapidly into B once more. That's what they did last time they had the ult. Despite all that prior conditioning, but I imagine speed probably not the name of the game. Something opping. Said, set the sights towards mid. Flash play. It's a setup early on so Miniboo can get onto that line of side angle. Sets himself up nicely. They do show presence.
Yeah, and if something wanted to get set up with the operator over towards A, then that would make it a little more difficult for him. But instead, Device escorting something up mid. And these players that were falling away from A could have fallen prone to it. Instead, here comes the B split.
Hello.
Benji's util offline.
Two different directions. So, all being used to clear out through market on top of the wall. It's anticipating Rian's nasty business. A nasty shot. Mosh in through the back. Just the slightest of gaps. Something's head's gone clean off, rolling off the shoulders here, through the back of the site. Once more paranoia, but no, doesn't expect the deeper angle. Miniboo just playing so passively there, patiently, making sure he guards all the available openings. Munyet forwards now, he knows he has to take risks. There's a slight gap, he's seen the cross. There's a lot more to do here, needs a bloody miracle. Holding, there's one. Can he get any more? 6 bullets left, smoke fading, paranoia just in time. They're tracing and chasing down the fight. Mindfreak, he's there. Battle taken up close and personal. Headshots found, but still 11 HP. Munyet, he can't do it. They know he's low, and all it takes is a few stray bullets.
A lot of danger in that round too, despite the fact that a couple were picked off over towards market. Great recovery though from Heretics. You could see the anticipation with the way the Divide pushed into market there. They were so ready for that swing on top of the Sage wall. Here it is from Rians again. As soon as the wall goes up, Crosshair gets adjusted. And this, the Mosh is thrown to try to set up the Mosh, Paranoia, and try to put pressure and fight really aggressive for Boba and stop Team Heretics going for that retake style. And instead, it just exposes something's head for a fraction of a moment. And that's enough for Heretics to get an even larger player advantage. That operator now in hands of the defending Sova.
Oh, okay.
So if you haven't got enough of your initiator op from Something's attack side, have a look at this one from Rians.
Still the contact play style. I mean, this creates openings. Rians is only just getting onto the line though. Nade into the corner. That's to remove some of those unbreakable trips.
Only gets rid of one.
Wall up once more. Rians doesn't get the pick. Eyes off the shot though. Man, fully revealed, spamming it through, stopping off the plan, and the damage done with the Hunter's Fury. Has to be an escape from Meunier. He will TP just to the side to narrowly avoid it. But this has thrown a lot of chaos into the mix. Lovely shock dart. And it all really relies on Mindfreak. He's in mid right now. Someone's going to be watching him though. Mosh pit into the corner. Does Benji survive? He's pushed out wide. Mindfreak and something. They both get it with the res online. Suddenly, there's player advantage. It's flipped onto the other side of things. Heretics, we don't know which way to look towards right now because Mindfreak is deep within the spawn. They have to try and contain this one, plug the gaps before they set up, but he's big retake, executes, still 37 seconds. They've got the spike back and they're running all the way over towards A. I mean, it is just pure mayhem in Madrid.
That one is bizarre. We're watching the fight as it happens in mid, and two players in backside went for a swing on defense and both fell at the exact same time the res went up. Now, from our perspective, I can't tell whether the res baited the swing out, and that was a really nice coordinated play, or whether Team Heretics just ended up trying to face that
Yeah,
and
I
it
mean,
offered an opportunity for Devi to get the res.
Maybe just facing with Benji getting pushed out by the mosh pit.
Yeah.
Having to protect him, you know, maybe just
super possible.
Stand the ground, see if they can survive by just taking a fight with more players. But it's left just Minibu reeling in this one, has to save.
Yeah.
Forced back with the rifle. I mean, a really odd round, just those strange timings being thrown into it.
And actually, Devi's Resurrect getting really large value the 2 times that it's been used.
Yeah.
It's not often you say that about a Sage ult, actually. So, Heretics, the bonus for them is that they'll be given this round as like a little mini timeout. They can talk about what went wrong there, what they're looking to readjust for the final round. But Paper X have now crept up to 5. A reminder, this was the better half for them. Last time we saw it played. But I think this comp should have theoretical value. So yeah, they went for the res before the peaks happened. They were, as you said, Brent, just trying to get that punish onto the mosh being used in backside.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Mindfreak got the kill in mid.
So it's just a battle on multiple fronts. Here we are, final round now of this first half. Big ult online, Thrash for something. Will be opted to use this. In fact, Heretics want to take the pace straight to them. It's out the paranoia, all offloaded.
And 3 players found.
Main control, yeah, with that knife deep into the angle.
So Paper X are calling the fast reaction into A, which is where Benji's playing. With a kill trip and a Vandal.
Yeah, kill trip and a Vandal, but the Thrash surely clears the way here, spotting multitude of targets forwards into the smoke. Trips, he's waiting for it, the right time to strike, but Nade pushes him away. The plant is online, out in the open. Strange with a post-plant scenario, but plenty of using angles.
Here it
Here's
is.
the same war being played. Now they should be aware of this, yet it still gets value with the flash setup. All online, and yet it's not cleared off this angle just yet. Still wants to play up top, still wants to combine it all with the aggression. Devi through the back of the site. It's Paper X, even it flawless for the final round here of our first half.
Love that setup too. They've got Devi even pushing a link at the same time, so they set up the highest of high-low setups. One player in the skybox while the other swings. Awesome setup to draw things level at the half. As Paper X won 4 out of 5 of the last rounds.
Absolutely treated here. The best map of both of these teams, arguably. See them evenly matched. I mean, who knows what we got in store for the second half. Oh, they are loving it. They are loving it. Just here to have fun at the end of the day. Well, absolutely ridiculous so far. Still, on the floor, let's send it down to Mika. She's standing by with a special guest for an interview.
What's up, everyone? I'm here with a very, very special guest. We have Mixwell here, and we can hear the crowd roaring. This is electric, and how are you enjoying the match?
The match so far is insane. I think that Paper X is playing really well. It's the best maps of both teams. So I think the best of 3 is kind of decided in this game. And both teams are playing at their best, so I'm enjoying it a lot.
Yeah, well, on behalf of Pacific, Hitting Heretics is playing very, very well as well. You guys are making us sweat over in Asia. And speaking of which, EMEA and Pacific, we have very, very different styles, right? Which team would you rather play against? Something more structured or something more chaotic like Paper X?
I think playing against Paper X for the first time is maybe more scary. But after you see them playing once, I think Team Heretics has a more complete style. So I think I would rather play against Paper X than Heretics, yeah.
Yeah, I think the crowd agrees with you. And of course, Nilzinho is somebody that you have a very close relationship with. You know him for a while. What do you think he's thinking right now at this very moment?
I think he's calming the players because it's important to start strong on the second half. He's someone that reminds you what he has prepared for you before the match. And he's probably just saying, guys, keep playing like you're playing really well. Remember what we talked about before and just enjoy the moment because the crowd is cheering for you, something like that.
Speaking of the crowds, really quick, say something to our fans.
Chicos, tenemos que ganar este partido sea como sea y vosotros sois el 6º jugador, así que gritad como nunca, por favor. ¡Vamos!
All right, let's get back into the game.
Mixwell's got a future, I think, in crowd work as well. I mean, this guy, he knows.
Get him paired up with Zekan's mum.
Telling you, yeah. I mean, they know the right things to say. Me, I am an idiot. Only know the one language, so.
Well, as they say in Spain, vamos.
Yeah, perfectly executed.
Yep, gracious.
Never inviting us back to Spain. First round, pistol round for the second half. Let's see how it goes. It's fast off the rip with a flash play. Mini Boo. Forwards up front, taking it to the fight straight to them. Many targets to face him, but guess what? His team's got his back. There were the follow-up. Finally, something now with a reposition. Doesn't really want his back open to that spot. Wingman being broken down.
Look how reluctant PaperX are to actually rotate fully over to A, and they've been rewarded for it. They find the lurk there. Team Heretics had a 3v1 on the A site for like the last 20 seconds, and they paused, allowing opportunities for PaperX to come back into this.
Oh, the space. Look at this. Down into bottom section of mid, but they are fully grouped up. It's 3 players holding hands. They don't want to leave any mistakes open here. Dubai.
Missed the timing.
The timing.
Does Mindfreak look left?
Does he look left? Yes, he does. And he spots a whole load of juicy targets once more. There's one falling. Boo. Down and out, but now they know it's B. Jig is up.
And these players, they are going to get crunched here. I mean, Mindfreak's going to be coming behind at the same time as pressure is applied through Market. This is going to be so tough for Heretics.
Wins. To the dart. But seriously, man, this is just wide out into the open. Ghost moment certified there. Pissed around. Another one for PaperX.
They're going to be kicking themselves for that decision making after managing to find 2 picks at the beginning and setting themselves up with such an advantage, deciding to put that pause into the round. As soon as Benji gets picked off, you lose all info and control over the rest of the map. And PaperX, it is so unusual to see a team still playing 1-1-1 after Elbow's been destroyed. But yeah, ended up working perfectly for PaperX. Anticipation, perhaps, of that pause coming through. They were not scared.
It's all smiles, man. They really are just here to have a good time. Leveled their own expectations. Here's a deep knife. Forwards with the dizzy. I mean, where do you think the Heretics players are? I've got more than a good guess. Just holding, expecting maybe just that re-clearance, re-push.
When we saw PaperX playing up against EDG, when PaperX were on the defense side, outside of the pistol and the follow-up, they only won 2 of the rifle rounds.
Ooh!
So, even though these are absolutely plastered, it remains to be seen how they're going to get it done once rifles are on board.
Do we mix it up? Double down?
They did struggle. Even though they're 8-6 in the lead right now, you need to see it working in rounds where Team Heretics can fight back. There is only one player on the other side of things still with light armor. That's Rians, as we head into the next round. So Forsaken's Outlaw is going to struggle to get a little bit of value.
Respect being showcased here. For Heretics, there's no spread default. A rapid take of B main control is what's called and ordered. The Bulldog, well, just all bark, no bite there. Loses out the dual mini. Boo, this guy!
Outrageous.
He's just ripping him to shreds.
That's so strong. I mean, aim punched as well by the Bulldog in the first fight.
Okay, well, weakened enough though that Forsaken does get value with the Outlaw. Tagged up by it, mosh pit forwards. Still have another plan down, by the way. Really being pushed back. Finding it difficult to get that time, but finally it goes through the window with the dizzy, up over the top, but no connections. Now the paranoia and a flash, underhanded. To clear it forward, positions, no way are they going to start winning this one out, surely not. Heretics doubled up. Close to the wall, Rians side by side, him and Benji Fishy, but in a position of being squeezed. How are they managing that?
They just win both the duels in that situation. PaperX had their pick of the timings. Monya and Something have done such an incredible job up until that point. Something managed to turn a double face into a 1v1, got the kill. Monya kills somebody, B-main. But they can't close it out, even though they're coming from opposite sides, can pick their timings. Look at that kill through the aim punch. Utilizing the flash to force his opponent into the corner, and then the recon to be able to get the illumination on his opponent. Good response, right when they needed it. Something has picked up the operator.
Onion's gone walkabout. Okay, going to kill onto Boo. Might throw things into a bit of disarray. There's a deep smoke. This was placed down early. I mean, Heretics, they've cooked this one up. They were pinging it out just into the pre-round, but they've all got it contained. PaperX following through with it, and Mindfreak's there. They've just got to watch for. Top mid, spike drop down. Rian's the last one left, and he's gone. In the blink of an eye, round finished.
Team Heretics are going to go for that mid play quite a lot, where they smoke the right side of mid and apply some pressure. Sometimes it's going to be fake, sometimes it's real. And PaperX there threatened like they were just going to walk through the smoke.
And that actually pulled the crosshair away quickly enough for Miniboo. The Paper Rex were able to find really easy timings. Even if they hadn't taken down Boo at the beginning, like an absolute freebie, I think Paper Rex had a great protocol for what to do against that. And you can see the market pressure got dealt with instantly too. Just a wall in the face of the drone. And that is such a difference to the way that, for example, Sentinels would play this KO Gecko comp. Here's that same smoke again. Like I said, Heretics love this kind of setup. Smoke, instead of blooming in mid, just cuts off one side of it. Stops any crossfire setup. But it's not always going to be real pressure.
Depop angle as well. Something getting all sorts of mid-round information. And yet it's the really one in danger. Yeah, here it is. I mean, the jiggle peek for information gets the head clean off.
Gotta be honest with you, I didn't even see Miniboo.
Forsaken now going to be tucking, cowering. Needs a bit of backup, and he's got it. In the form of Devi. Top round the guns. Set Miniboo up for success. Flash repeat, and it is good. Damage there. And a kill. Still it's traded. Hunter's Fury negated.
Perfect.
Yeah, beautiful work there with the ult. Good timing from Forsaken as well, because he was tagged up. He was the one who was really in danger of going down. Here, tagged up by the cam, backing away, and it's a lot of chaos strewn into the mix. One player.
Can Boo dodge it? Yeah. Does that make a difference? Does he perhaps call them back over towards A? It looks quite committed.
He's just spotted him. Benji Fishy out wide. Does he expect another play? Yes, he does. Mind Freak. Unrelenting from the spot. Will not give anything away. Boo. Earns the ult, but no time left, surely. 15 seconds left. Is he really going to make a go of this one? He's getting the move on. Listen, I know he's got the new knife set, but it doesn't actually make you move any faster. 9 seconds. He wants to go for it. 7 seconds. Shut down.
Predicted, dealt with. Little disappointing the way that Heretics were posted up in B main there, just one at a time, swinging forwards, instead of trying to get somebody posted with Benji. There are multiple angles there that need to be covered. This play, though, great idea from Forsaken. Really nice punish of that ultimate being used, but it's this moment I'm wondering about. Paddy is just kind of looking at the wall while Rians sets up a dart. I feel like he could have been double holding that. Nevertheless, Paper X are squeezing away, and I was setting expectations for this defense half based on what we saw when Paper X played against EDG. Right? And we saw that the defense half, actually, they weren't able to get those rounds on the board very easily. But here, it's looking great at dealing with what Heretics have. There's been clear improvement and awareness of the kind of things that Heretics want to do. That mid play in particular.
Yeah. Had the right answers. Almost everything that's gone thrown their way.
And this is now the final timeout for the Heretics coaches to try to have some of their own input. And we're pretty far away from the finish line. It'd have to be another 6 rounds that Heretics get on the board. Twice as fast as Paper X. To be able to get the win here, and you heard it from Mixwell's mouth earlier on, he said the winner on Sunset is probably going to win the BO3. Now, I think Heretics still has win possibilities on Lotus and Split, but if Heretics end up getting stomped here, puts a very different flavor on the series for sure.
Really does. Team like Paper X stepping up at the right moments.
I'm out of here.
Here it is, fast. Through with the paranoia. Through into elbow now with the dart.
Careful here.
Couple of waves of that util, making sure all of it is clear, but it's given up entirely for the retake. Paper X, look at them, happy for it.
And this comp is really good at retaking too. You have a lot of utility to throw out. Between the Gecko, the KO, and the Paranoias, it can be overwhelming.
One-way smoke blocks up one yet, so he can't actually fight into that angle. Still, a chance for Devi. He's not smoked off at all. Miniboo, no way, drops down. Damage done, but still hits the head. Here, traded forwards, detained into the corner. Left cowering, Forsaken. Can't adjust the aim in time. It's good movement from Briens, but he will fall regardless. Man sent flying, cage in his face, something not to be deterred. The molly to set that one up, out through elbow.
I think Boo just spotted the tip of the operator there.
Now it's been called, a bit of a pause, pump the brakes. Wait, it's out. Smoke online, Mind Freak.
I know exactly.
Left guessing is the right timing, wants to take it with a neural theft. Forwards there. No danger with a mosh pit. Second burst and a neural theft as well, so the position is revealed. The shot fired off, something.
He's so fast.
He's hoping to take a rapid
elbow.
reposition, isn't he? Yeah.
he will have to slow down a little just to check these positions. And the longer he takes, the more Heretics should start to think about different angles. Here, Boo gets smoke over towards A-Link, allows Benji to hold.
He's holding the angle. Now it all comes down to this one angle and one fight shot going wide. Repositions back together. Doubled up. There should be no danger in this round. Should be no danger at all. Should be no danger at all, he says still.
And look at something. He knows it's over. Scratching his head, forced to try to save and reposition. Perhaps even a little frustration. I don't know how, but he seems to expect himself to hit shots like that. But it's going to be Heretics getting up to 8. As something escapes with the operator online. There were plenty of moments where that could have gone wrong. Another situation, actually, where Miniboo is still able to get the entry going. Despite the fact that he's been shot at by an opponent. He's like already so weak by the time he manages to land that kill on the VAR. Is that a little nod of respect for how good the entry was, or is he looking at somebody else's kills? Something looking to set up an early peak here, perhaps? Often there's going to be a cam with a paranoia to go off-cam info, but Benji's over towards B this time. Something backs off, didn't like the look of things early on. And Benji's got his cam actually inside Mindfreak's pit. Could end up being useful at some point.
Oh, well. Knife going to be at least taking down all the kit here. Mosh pit held. Ready for some sort of play to punish. Where does it land? Not a clue.
It's for an elbow retake. They're going to throw that in paranoia, I think, if Monyet can get this and get out.
Walks forwards. Not expecting to be up there.
Madness.
I mean, massive gap in the playbook, at least in terms of the timings that he was taking inside his head.
Yeah, the fact that there isn't a piece of utility for anybody that could be holding close there, I was really expecting the paranoia to be coming through, but he just ran it down.
There are large holes, and that knife gives good information. Minimum 2 players tagged up by it. Something's got the op. If they walk onto this line, they could be in danger. Now Heretics do have util. Yeah, underhanded flash forwards. Ult sent flying. Still the shot will connect. Drops Padatek down to his knees. Rebaking Forsaken. You are absolutely nuts for that. He needs some help and he needs it fast. Another shot missed and going wide forwards with the rifles. Claiming the territory, claiming the ground. Slow orb. Rebounding. The options are so damn limited. Where the hell is this one going? He's out wide into the open. Rians. Peeking into it. Footsteps heard. Another shot missed. Res online here. Wall in their faces. Res now here. Towards the back of it with something going. Down a spray. Just can't be managed. Can't be wrangled. Forward in time. Mindfreak. 2v2. Turns it into it here. Still with the op. Sends him out. Wingman flying. Mindfreak falling. That was the only rifle player. But now the upgrade. At least the side grade picked up. Something's here. Still, it's a lot to handle, a lot to manage. Doesn't know the positions. Miniboo's playing tucked to really the safety at the back of the side. So yeah, just got to give it up once more. Another round win here for Heretics.
And Boo and Miniboo, they'll give their lives for it over towards the end of the round. But both of them played that situation beautifully. It's their duels that end up making the difference. You'll see that Boo was the only player ready to stop them. Here, this duel. Had Devi got that, it's curtains. And Miniboo on the other side held down a really important push from Mindfree. 2 straight up 1v1s, where Boo and Miniboo are holding angles, they get the duel win, and it pushes them across the line with the player advantage. None of the fancy set play stuff. Just guns out gaming. You know, maybe one day, Brad, we'll see Excura on this team as well, and we can have the Susano brothers playing up against the Boo brothers, you know?
Maybe.
And Screaming Navera come back.
Yeah.
And we have a tag team.
Perfect world. I mean, as a Santo family, they run deep when it comes to playing video games.
They do.
I've seen the streams of his younger brother.
There is an older Boo brother as well.
Listen, just get them all involved, man. Let's have a family reunion on the big stage.
Yeah. Get Golden Boy to cast it like it's WWE.
He would love that.
Oh my God.
Absolutely. He's looking at me. He's nodding. He would love that.
Is that the Susano brothers music? I mean, it would go crazy. But what a game we've got here. Both of these teams wrestling with each other, trying to figure out the ways to be able to get past different setups. That round, it felt like it should have been a bit of a gimme for Heretics because they were offered that pick at the very beginning, over through elbow. with Monyet just kind of running it down. As part of a set play, right? But it does make Monyet look a bit silly in the moment. And now the economy, not in a great spot for PaperX. Team Heretics favored to tie this one back up. Absolutely anybody's game on Sunset.
Deep flash. Just walking to set it up with the dart against the back of things. So nobody holding close towards B. Delayed knife. Good info. Surely gathered.
Yeah, and that, I think, is going to cancel the hit.
Everybody's pushed though from PaperX. Look at this.
I think Heretics think this is a B stack. I am not sure they're going to anticipate 3 players being pushed out A here. You know, when it's quiet on B, but you end up getting knifed, and there's a smoke in your face, you think, okay, they're going to start rotating here to stack the site, and it's only really Boo and Benji watching behind. They do have a trip. Things here should be somewhat safe, but they're stuck in B main right now. And the timing.
Push off the angle, finally noise being made. Nade going, flying forward, something. He wins his fight with the duels, at least with the rifles. It's traded out, falls, and another pause put into the play here with 45 seconds left. What do they choose to do? Forsaken, ADS. Gonna be a bit of a demon with it here. Flash forwards as well, no connection from it. They are really stuck in place, finding it difficult to get through any of this. Stuns now. Flying and rip forwards with the wall on top of it. The entire team decides it. We're gonna take backside, we're gonna take it now. Together, brute force is the goal. Gonna get that plant down now into the post. Even just stepping forwards into Boba. Divide didn't have a rifle in his hands, but at least Forsaken does still. Looking for the wraparound. Players, plenty of them. Ready for the targets here. Heads could pop and heads could come clean off. Still watching and damage. Low enough. One shot in the chamber. Monnier sends it. Holy! What is that?
That's an unbelievable round! PaperX had them scrambling. Team Heretics just heads on a swivel the entire time. A lack of decisiveness there, I think. A decision had to be made. Do we go and push into the players flanking us? Do we commit to site? All right, in the end, with 35 seconds left, they decided to go towards the site. But even then, once they got to Boba, they didn't commit forwards. They went back towards the site and allowed themselves to get tangled up again. I mean, you could just see how uncomfortable that was from the Heretics' point of view. And frustration in the camp. That was their opportunity to tie things up at 10 to 10. They had the economy punished for PaperX, and now it's them coming into the round with Sheriffs. Disaster.
They're gonna need something similar, aren't they?
And what a piece of PaperX magic, just when they needed it. Now, as much as the triple push out of A, despite all of the B presence, did work for them in the previous round, this time there's only Mindfreak home, and if Team Heretics step on the gas here, PaperX are going to have to play retake.
Fully giving it up here. Top mid, flash forwards with the rifles. Oh my goodness.
How has that happened?
Sheriff kills still. Cleared out. He can't escape with the ult. Looking for it. 3 versus 3 though. There's still that danger there. Backside again. Cool made. Walking up for now. It's Miniboo and Padatek. Anything to set this up? No, Yuto, they just want to take it. Raw aim, raw gunfights. Rian's last one forwards. Presses the advantage, or at least he thought there was one there. It's Forsaken who shuts that down. So up to 12 now for PaperX.
Forsaken did everything he possibly could in that round just to get them up to map point. Had a flash for the first peak. His teammates fumbled it. He's there, the safety net, the backbone of the team, as he has been all tournament.
Yeah.
I don't think he was the best player for this team during kickoff, but at Madrid, he's given us that classic Forsaken performance. So consistent and good for the multi-kills in all of these really big rounds. So up to map point, PaperX here, and looking like they want to start the round again with a stack on the A site. Team Heretics might be set up for a fast play themselves.
It's the coin flip here with a util sent flying, offloaded. Not yet though. He's deep onto the angle, deep onto the line. Another nade. Don't know if it's a tenor for that particular spot, but still he's there. Fakes the TP. Forwards of a slow orb. They have funneled them now. Team Heretics, they want nothing to do with this area. With the wall down, luckily. Player remaining behind, just enough to break it.
And Team Heretics, they do that same smoke in mid, and they have options here. Do you try to put some pressure in mid? Do you try to put some pressure market? PaperX playing passively throughout middle of the map, but actually getting a lot of information on the extremities. B main, A main, held by Mindfreak and Devi.
On the precipice now. No casualties, of course, but when it's slowed down to this, anything could happen. Something, there's no way. Going for walking straight down towards it. Politics there, there's a trade. Miniboo, fast on the response. Now forwards to the wall here with the drone. It just fades away and breaks. Forsaken is out wide. Just around the ankles, walking for the mid-round. Is Munyet out into mid, lost. Man's just in the source here. Devi forwards, looks to just reclaim some of that ground here. Maybe a kill might do it. Maybe it might, but still Team Heretics are too disciplined. Well drilled. They do not want to let it slip now.
4v1 for Heretics to be able to deny the first of the map points that Paper X have got. This round was so bizarre. Paper X really scrambled by the slower pace. Team Heretics didn't put anybody on the outer wings of the map, grouped up in mid, and just waited for Paper X to push for information. But what confuses me a little bit, Bren, is they already had good info over towards A main and B main. They knew that nobody was trying to actually take space in A main. You know, after the drone came through, one of them could have broken it, maybe set up some play to gain info afterwards, but they just went for a walk re-clear of mid twice. Once with something, and then once with Munyet, I believe it was, afterwards. So that's a lovely lifeline for Team Heretics to grasp hold of. There are still 2 chances here for Paper X to be able to close out map 1.
Been hammering on about how important this initial map is. You know, Sunset, one of the best maps for both of these teams. Even Mixwell as well in that halftime interview talking about it. Whoever wins map 1, he reckons will win the entire series. That's just how important it is. You can feel it. Tensions are running high here. The new guard versus the old guard. Chances slipping away despite the early beginnings to the series.
Now Team Heretics have seen that Paper X have begun stacking the A site at the start of these rounds. So if this is a little faster towards B main, I wouldn't be surprised. But Miniboo's not there, so that entry power...
What's with the timing?
What's going on here?
Cam broken. They want to try and fight this one forward. Seal.
They missed Benji.
They're weaving in and out the smokes. Yeah, this is just a confusing round all in all. Miniboo, he's through market. It's a wall through the window, man. He's already worked his way through and stuns up. Connects. Might break. He's still stunned. Hunter's Fury, though. Connection wide here. Something back into it. It's chaos, man. Pure chaos. But can you expect anything less? Paper X, they thrive in it. Born in it, molded by it. Benji left to pick up the pieces and maybe forge something out of it, but it's a triple face. You do not stand, you fall against this team.
Defenders win.
Map 1 goes entirely their way.
In classic Paper X fashion, the final round. The thrash comes through, and I think got to detain on both players trying to follow up on Miniboo. And those rounds, one team looks like they're in a disadvantage. A couple players in B main stuck inside the smoke, Smite-freeing Munyet, and yet their team bails them out.
An insane map 1, but plenty more to go. Do not go anywhere you know you're not going to want to miss it.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
standing right now with Coach Alex. Alex, I gotta say, I was sweating, and I pretty much feel like the rest of Pacific was too. At what point do you feel like the tide was turning in your favor at that map?
I think it was incredibly back and forth, honestly. I think if I had to say one moment, it would be when Moniet won his 1v1 with Sheriff against Patitek. I think did wonders for his confidence, in ours as well. So that's probably the most crucial point of the game.
Well, I think Pacific's awake now, so let's see if you guys can close it out.
Mika was worried about Pacific. I guarantee you Achilleo somewhere is losing all his hair right now with the way things are turning out. What a game that was. And honestly, I'm just going to flat out say it. PaperX just pulled that out of their ass.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely did. Lovers of good, honest Valorant screaming and crying at present moment. Because honestly, Team Heretic should have won this map, but they lost a few critical ecos. They couldn't come through on their pistols, and PaperX pull off the most PaperXy win possible, relying so much on individual plays, on magic, but they make it happen.
Well, this is it. They've always been able to, but without Jing, who knew if we'd see the same explosive style out of them? Here, though, a back and forth battle, as you heard from Alex, doesn't feel like it was anyone's game right off rip. It was down to the wire. But in the end, I think the better team won from what we saw. I loved Something's use of Gecko. I mean, I think everybody should be playing.
Did you love Something's use of?
Yeah, everybody should be playing Gecko the way Something
No.
does.
He was barely using his Dizzy. He was offing the majority of the round. He was barely using his utility. He's just shooting them. It's like he could be playing any agent. They're not even doing the KO Gecko combos most rounds. I'm the lover of honest
He's going to use the op on.
All right.
Jet, Chamber.
Enough of this.
Sage. They have a Sage in their comp.
Cállate, Mimi. Let's go to the Verizon high-speed moment of the match.
Love that.
It's gonna be mind-free.
My mind is free.
Yeah. Yes, it is. But listen here, man. The magician pulled one from the hat again here, man. This guy, this guy keeps on impressing. I mean, I've always been a big fan of Mind Freak, so it's good to see him really just continuing to flourish here. But I still cannot believe PaperX pulled off this win. Like, it was looking tragic, Mitch, at certain points in time.
PaperX made the right decision. This is a roster that for the longest time had this rule that they don't make more than one roster change at a time. And I heard talking behind the scenes a little bit, hopefully not leaking too much, that Mind Freak was always on the chopping block with the one other player. Every time they made a decision, it was do we drop this player or Mind Freak? And every single time, Mind Freak survived. And now he's grown into this player that's recognized as one of the best in the world. And we said it was a close game all the way. Well, he certainly pulled it through in a couple of those rounds, like the high-speed moment. It's infectious.
We got there. Everyone's got a frog in their throat apparently today. But for now, though, let's actually hear what Nilzinho had to say as we get ready for map number 2. Mika standing by.
Hey guys, I'm standing right now with Nilzinho from Team Heretics. Nilzinho, give us a preview. What did you tell the boys in order to get their mental back into the game, especially after that map 1, and get them ready for Lotus?
Yeah, so for me, it's been our
Pistol fast. Are you ready?
I think the boys are feeling pretty crisp individually. You've seen it from some of the shots that we're hitting. The reason we lost that was our fundamentals just went out the window. And you do that again against a team like PaperX, they're going to pick you apart. So it was a very harsh reminder to get our fundamentals back and listen to Boo, because he kind of lost control there because everyone's doing their own thing. They're running around taking aim fights, and our macro just completely, it was abandoned. So that's why we lost the attack, and we're going to change that for Lotus. So.
Well, the crowd's on your side, so let's see if Team Heretics can make a comeback.
I think Neil's on the money there. For most of that map, it seemed like Team Heretics had control. Their retakes in the first half were looking clean. They were playing the structured Valorant that we always expect from them. But
PaperX everywhere that they wanted him to be.
Absolutely. But like Josh was mentioning on the cast, once you give this PaperX team space, or once you give them opportunities, they will push all the way through. They will shut you down. They make it so much harder to go for that set, honest Valorant that Team Heretics have really perfected through this season thus far. And that puts them in a brutal position now, GB, heading into Lotus, a map away from elimination for this team who we were just talking about is one of the best in the tournament with that close loss to Sen.
Which is honestly mind-blowing to think about. W Gaming truly live living and breathing here in that first map. But the thing is, though, is that you got to put that first map aside, Mitch. Now you got to focus on map 2, Lotus, and we'll see what we end up getting as far as the agents are concerned here. Don't really expect too much shenanigans, but I think ultimately this is really just a Heretics team that now is going to be feeling the heat on that stage.
Absolutely, and we mentioned Mind Freak a lot. His Viper is good, his Omen is even better, and we expect him to be switching over to that here on Lotus, having already fired off on all cylinders. I think he's about to add another one. This could be dangerous for Heretics, because I've seen the side of Paper X snowball before, and I'm starting to feel it this time.
Yeah, and it was a close game that Heretics lost on this map against Sentinels. I think their biggest issues on their defense was that Sentinels was fighting forward into smokes, getting ahead of their retakes, and really punishing them. But it has been a stronghold map for this squad for quite a while. Looking at the agent select now, thankfully, something playing Jet. I don't like a double duelist comp.
I was going to
love
ask you
that
about
for Paper X.
I was going to ask you about the double duelist. What do you make of that, Mitch?
I certainly prefer the Jet over Arena, which is what he's been running before. Although, considering that it is something, again, he's one of those players that could make the argument for it. But I think this composition, it can allow them to go back to that dive that they're so goddamn good at. The pressure is going to be applied to Heretics from the second those barriers go up.
You're sacrificing the Viper, so on your attacking side, you tend to be a lot more telegraphed on these hits, and you're sacrificing that second initiator, which means re-clearing is hard. Heretics, a chance to stay alive here in map number 2.
All I know is this joint's going to be insane, and I just want to jump back into it. Let's see if we get a map 3. Brand Sideshow, you take it away from me.
Exciting one here for Lotus, isn't it? My goodness, a lot on the line in this elimination game. Heretics, their backs against the wall. Listen, the crowd might be behind them, but listen, all the sport in the world sometimes can withstand against the W key, which Paper X they know perfectly well at the back of their hands.
So when we saw Heretics play against Sentinels, Neil talked to them. After map 1, map 2, they came out destroyed. Have Heretics tightened up those fundamental plays?
Felt like was missing here. One-way smoke boot. Just tucks himself behind. Got plenty of backup right behind him now, but Paper X, I don't like the sight of it. They do not like it.
As soon as that one-way was put down, they're like, nah, we are not going round. A very greedy turret there, being placed by Benji, letting them know if anybody's over towards A at all.
They don't care about a util either, disrespecting it. Alarm bot triggered. I mean, listen, not even worried about the protocols for clearing through tree. They're only just doing it now.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit... Oh, here we go. They're going for an aggressive post plant as well.
Trip broken immediately, one way up through. So Nate to set this up as soon as the first wave is going to be sent flying from Heretics.
Heretics played every single defense round on Sunset as a retake.
They're all going stairs.
And doing the same again here.
They're all going stairs. I don't think Paper X are ready for this one at all. Look at this. They have to try and fight them forwards. The dash by something. Damage done. Look at that. No kills collected. It's all being filled up in the feed. A full of green. And greedy maybe perhaps is what you would describe it for Paper X. Trying to play that one. Just misreading the kind of timing they could take.
That is a great retake setup, though, from Heretics. Most of the top teams that we see play do put the pressure over towards Heaven. You think back to how Sentinels play the post-plant setups as well. Same one-way, a duelist in position up towards there, somebody playing pit. And usually there's going to be a pretty heavy denial in that area. And Riaz just wanders in.
Yep.
I mean, he has such a free passageway to the site based on the utility that they throw from tree. And yeah, Alex, head in hands there at the gap that's developed. And remember, last time we saw Paper X invest into this kind of round. They went for some kind of force after losing the follow-up, but deciding not to go for a force buy here.
Ooh. Whoa, chances there.
Yeah, very risky timing to go for, actually. You got to be worried on timings like that.
All up, all down. Marshall in the hands of something. Important pistol round, though, for Heretics to have won. Didn't end up winning any of them in that prior map. It's part of the reason why Paper X were able to take it. You know, they were losing in some of the other metrics.
Cover going out.
Okay, hell of a kill.
Yeah, that's just a peek from Paddy Tech, punished.
Trailblazer spotted that, so Benji, he's noted. He is going to be playing onto that corner. 62 health, won't go down to a single shot of the Sheriff, but the Marshal might do it. Has to back away from this, surely. Still. Tucks himself, but now backing away, respecting with a flash in his face. Out over the top, crouching and praying. You don't get your head taken off.
Another retake round for Heretics. Every single defense round in this match so far.
Have executes for it. Mosh pit We're going to be landing towards the back of the side as a flash forwards. Miniboo's already there. Smoke's cutting up all the available angles. Mind Freak Sheriff still not dissuaded. Beautiful flash. Forsaken. He's called himself 2. 93 health though. He's working with a bit of a disadvantage. Spike. Over the top. No way. Oh, just expecting the movement. Predicted with almost ease and finesse. And it's just a repeat of that first map, except on the other side of things. PaperX winning the eco.
I think the big read there is that he doesn't go to try to break the wingman immediately.
Yeah.
And so Rians just thinks that he's not facing the wingman at all. Completely misunderstanding where Forsaken was repositioned to. And that's
cerebral stuff, man.
But I mean, that's devastating for Heretics again. Neilzinho is going to be screaming.
Fans are too, apparently. Here we are. Exchange of the util. Skirmish time. Paranoia. Flying.
Stun misses.
Stun missing. Classics. Still want to take it with the rifles. There's a lot of danger here, but okay. Might just be able to bail themselves out. Benji forwards into corner. Locked down. Something. With something. It's going to be handy with the guns in his hands. Doesn't matter what he's got.
Couple weak players, but a 1v3 for Paddy to try to take when he's only got that Heretics classic.
And yeah, just going to be watching for the smokes and Mind Freak. Shuts down any available options, any weaknesses there.
And so, again, Brent, I mean, this is actually one of the first rounds where we see Heretics not playing for the retake, right? They're actually fighting over rubble control at the start of the round. But I'm worried because in most of these rounds, they are just giving PaperX the plant. And I don't think that that's a feasible way of being able to play 100% of the time. Doesn't matter how good your retakes are, you're not going to win them all. Yeah. You're going to give PaperX too many advantages with the clock on their side once they get the spike down. And their positioning, able to adjust. See what they end up doing here. Ult starting to get online. Seekers could be potentially large. And something has it on.
Hello. Yeah, he uses the smokes across here. There are many players waiting for this, but he has the dash to get himself out of there. Disengages forwards. It's a call going to be made here by Forsaken, using the Seekers now on top of him. Molly at the feet there through the door. Padatek, a few stray bullets. Moniette was fast through with that satchel. One more. 2 hands. Going to be using it to try and cut himself up onto the gap, but this is a good call by Heretics, or at least it was. Topple in the end. 2 of them just trying to fight the one section of the site. Now backside control. Game for Meunier, but he is alone. Wingman down and out here, just spamming randomly with the bullets going all over the place. Miniboo doesn't stand a chance of getting that trade.
And if Neilzinho was worried about the fundamentals, again, he is not going to be impressed in that situation. Wingman goes out to clear one side of it. Miniboo still has slide available. They don't go for a double push through the smoke to try to make sure they can trade anybody who might be playing over towards the pit or the box. Rians just jumps out the smoke on his own.
Discipline is slipping.
It is, and this is one of the biggest things actually that has powered both of the EMEA teams through so much success. And if you can't hold it together when the pressure is on, you aren't going to be able to make it deep in tournaments like this.
It's never been on more than this. Heat up to max, it's elimination. Keep reminding everybody at home because sometimes the format can get confusing. But yeah, that play, I mean, listen, that call to just collapse onto the one section of the site almost goes their way. They get blinded up in the process, but...
Yeah. And Divide finding big value out of playing solo Initiator Sky, something that most teams have moved away from. This looks like Miniboo wants to take a timing. He goes for this kind of flash peek, looking to try and take a fight really early on with a smoke. He's normally good for it. He's just been so sharp.
Go for it again. There it is. Plenty more where that came from, Miniboo.
So good.
Yeah, rings. It's true.
But on the other side of the map, Boo tries to fight solo over to towards Mound, dies. That opens up the C site. And it's only Miniboo that has a rifle online. Look how quick something is to get into position.
Twists and turns, but he has to adjust here. Surely there's a high-low goal. What is happening over here? Okay.
For apparently no reason, Mind Freak is taking a 1v2 and winning it because he has the rifle and you don't.
Yeah, why not? Rians, by the way, got 5 foul, but okay. Only had the Sheriff anyway.
And Miniboo, who opened it up, is now asked to ace in order to close it if there was any chance of being able to win the Thrifty, which it doesn't look like there is.
Yeah, all over the place.
And again, I think a lot of people are going to be thinking to themselves, right, we were just waiting for PaperX to wake up. But they have had some rough tournament showings in the past.
Slow start for 2023.
Yeah, absolutely. But on the other side of things, I feel like a result like this, if it continues spiraling out of control, is gutting for Heretics, because they were only a few rounds away, as the desk was saying at the beginning of this match, from putting Sentinels in this kind of position.
Yeah.
And we saw, if they're having close games against Sentinels, and they were the first team to be able to qualify through the playoffs, they should be able to be considered favorites in a matchup like this, you would think, with the current form of PaperX.
Surely.
But so much of the pressure that PaperX provides, with their willingness to take fights and their pace, is catching Team Heretics off and opening up cracks that other teams have not been able really to exploit.
Yeah. You know, PaperX, public enemy #1 for the armchair analyst. It's already been through that whole spiel, don't get me wrong, because
You
the
get
comps
shot.
they play, yeah, you get shot, you die, Mind Freak, classic example, thank you for showing me. And, you know, they don't play orthodox comps most of the time. This is maybe the closest you can get, but they don't even play double controller here on Lotus.
No.
But it's about the tempo and timings that they take and the confidence in which they take those fights, and it really does rattle some of these teams if they haven't played against a team like this. And listen, there's not many teams in the EMEA that are going to be playing like PaperX.
And look at the amount of utility that Team Heretics are now conditioned to put into Mount. And PaperX, they're going to start to spiral off in another direction. Benji Fishy has a good retake ultimate here, but he's in a fairly committed position on site. Not completely. How do they want to play this? There are 3 players ready to defend.
Round to back. Oh, it's watched for. 2 players there onto the corner. Someone doesn't get away with it. In fact, Forsaken, an attempt to at least grapple some control of the map. He's alone, though, doing so, and he will be falling. So, great opener now for Heretics.
And a change-up. Right, they played that actually to hard anchor the site, and Flood defend. Instead of going for the retake. And I think mixing that up is probably going to be a bit of a win con for them. You don't want to count PaperX out though, still in a 3v5.
Smoke propped. Where is Freak off to?
He's taking risks, exploring over towards Heaven.
Something with the op! He just peeks into that. I mean, Heretics are playing that with the most discipline, the utmost discipline. 2 players at least going to be trying to get into position to trade this one here forwards. They hear it, the dash. And now with a lockdown placed down, it's all orchestrated in time. Something seems to go for it! That is ridiculous! Still, to his back here, plenty of players now rushing into it. No detainment, forwards, Miniboo taking a fight, and it is galvanizing, sticking onto the defuse, but a stray shot found. Half though, one and out, Miniboo, what a time to come alive.
Outrageous round from Miniboo. His team needed it. That was almost thrown away. Heretics were up in a 5v3. Mind Freak went wandering out through Heaven. He caught Boo, and something was producing magic with the operator on site. The first kill, he finds the timing, but the second kill, Benji knows he's there.
Oh! That is the jump spot as far as Jiggle to bait out the initial shot, and Miniboo, he saves the day.
It's this final one, to me, that's almost the most impressive of it, because he has to react to Divide being there and hit the headshot. So now we see more of this rubble pressure as we get into the round.
Yeah, we are in the thick of things.
Yep, something dashed out, already burnt that. Looking to try to take an operator shot early. And so Heretics have made this adjustment on the defense side. We are going to control rubble, even if it costs us the Mosh and the Dizzy at the beginning of the round. We are just going to invest those. But I do like the way that Miniboo is rotating instantly after going for that stun at the start of the round. So they just make it feel like there's 3 players over towards A, and they still have the Neon ready to go for a push like this.
What's a call? Facing down with the smoke. Shot going wide there for something. Will he get out of his life, or does he want to go for second? You can never really tell. Deep up position was Boo gets spotted. Doesn't look like it.
No.
Yep, Munya's right behind him. There's no protocols in place for this one, and he's playing it patiently, really waiting it out. Could be a risk being played, but no, he's just lined it up for the 2, and they are beamed down. No chance with the spike dropped at his feet. Lovely gift just granted to him.
That's just a big mistake from Divide there, not using the dog to try to check up top, not thinking about that. Something, despite getting the pick on Miniboo, is going to get cleaned up by that swing from Riens. That's one you do not see that very often. Teams not thinking about clearing top of rubble. Instant hit at the red button there. Alex, slam on the desk, accidentally hit the timeout button. But I mean, when you see situations like that, you do have to remind your team what's going on a little bit. And on top of that too, I really feel like the way that Team Heretics are playing their defense macro is working here. That's another thing that Neil Zenio pointed out in what was a fantastically articulate coach interview, where he said, yeah, our fundamentals are missing, but also Boo lost control of the macro because everybody else is so frantic trying to take their own fights. And you need, a team like this in particular, needs one central idea. Yeah, maybe you can link it to the decentralized nervous system of Paper X the Octopus, right? You can let those kind of teams run a democracy of IGLs all meeting together in Athens to decide where they want to hit the site. But for Heretics, they need a hierarchy. They need a leadership figure that's going to put them all on the same path. And I think their game plan for the macro defense here is really good. They put pressure early towards Rubble. You're going to see it again here, I bet. You know, a stun, a smoke, the mosh being used as well as a dizzy. Riens picks up the dizzy. Miniboo is already booking it over to C, expecting a reaction on the other side of the map. And you know, if Paper X decide to fight, Miniboo will stay.
Careful.
And this time, it looks like they want to fight with the showstopper. Heretics might have to be a little worried.
Divide with the Odin spam as well. It's going to be spamming a potential angle as well that they're going to cross themselves into. Here it is. Colliding, clashing, battle lines drawn, rocket set, fly, no! Denied! And it's Heretics, they reign supreme. Don't you dare step forward towards a Rubble. Full territorial control.
Paper X are not going there again. If that was the round called by Alex, he will have been expecting a very different outcome. How on earth did Monya get so overwhelmed by Miniboo? Every time I watch Miniboo play the Neon, I am outrageously impressed at what he does. He somehow managed to dodge, duck, dip, weave his way. Lovely pushing there off the back of the Paranoia. He slides underneath Monya, shoots him.
One enemy remaining.
Right in the perineum.
Go big again! Go big again, right? You're getting glimpses there, potentially just a comp getting outvalued. I mean, you don't have the same tools to try and take a pound-for-pound fight towards Rubble control. And now Heretics with that in their back pocket, looking to condition again. Look at it, they sent similar util flying over towards the A side, but Paper X have different ideas. They're in through B. Lambot, it's going into a completely different direction. Not sure what happened there with it! You're holding util into your hands. Paranoia forwards. Boombot, though, he's target. Boo is going out of there.
Boo was concerned about someone pushing even through the Viper wall. That's why he took so long to go for the TP. But it's left Paper X 2v4. And the score tied at 4v4. This comeback from Heretics has been lovely, and it doesn't look like it's showing any signs of slowing down.
Wonderful beginning, especially for the defense side of Lotus.
Certainly.
You keep this this lead, this should be lead, you know, expecting it, and yeah, I mean, inevitable at this point.
There was a chance there. The Forsaken just slipped through, and Boo decided to watch something different, but he's on point with it. And Paper X, again, it's these macro ideas that they're now starting to struggle with a little bit. This time, they're like, right, well, we're not going to fight Rubble, but if they're committing 3 players to A at the start of the round, we're going to try and take that early round timing and pounce somewhere else around the map. B seemed like a good idea, but they just weren't able to capitalize. Even with Riens peeking with utility in his hands. Paddy got a very fast response with that snake bite going down. And Monyet, the final one left for 10 seconds. Just has his aim in the wrong direction. Heretics take the lead. And frankly, they've already done a spectacular job on their defense. And that's after going 4-1 down.
I need this.
Ult's building up for Heretics on top of it. It's all looking good.
Final bullet there that Patty decided to spray with, where he catches Mindfreak. Not quite sure if Mindfreak himself was vulnerable, but there was a snake bite down there to try to put pressure on the players getting in.
Squeeze being put on these Paper X players. What will be the answer? What are we able to see? Getting a move on, getting a bit of a jog on there. Dash now activated. Something. Updraft, forwards.
They've beaten Miniboo to the site.
Yeah, right into it, aren't they? Towards the back of the site now. The turret taken care of. Do they want to seek to try and fight this one? Surely Heretics might have some protocols. Listen to this. Look at this, man. Just straight through the gap. Something. Glides his way out of there. Plant now down. First kill. Advantage now for them, but Thrash in through. No, broken almost immediately there. And the Trip really doing the most to slow it all the way down. Trailblazer now being utilized. Device Spots 2 is going to be calling out for his team. Dizzy dealt with. Popped like a balloon straight into the sky here, but now it comes down to the gunfights. And something is unleashed entirely. Sky will not take no for an answer. Ace stolen away, but I don't think they care. It's a round on the board.
And finally, Paper X find that early round timing. Right, they go over towards C at the beginning of this one and create themselves a lovely little angle for something to fight over this one, over the top of the smoke. Great stuff. And don't overstay their welcome either. Bit of anti-synergy, I think, in terms of Rian's utility as he went to try to retake. But Paper X will be super happy about that. They can still make a serious go of this attack half.
Yeah, they certainly can. And everybody grouped up again over towards C. Listen, if it works, just keep running it. Apparently it's the Paper X way.
Right, but this time Paddy is there so early, so there is going to be a vulnerable here.
Yeah, this is the adaptation here. Nana Swarm, vulnerable, applied with the Snakebite players. They are doubled up, moving towards it. Another flash here, just spots it as well. Glowing the halo ring around the head, and Benji Fishy, beautiful with the movement. Offsets it just enough and sets himself up for another one, but still sprayed down. Miniboo! Oh my god! So good with it! Just impeccable stuff, and already anticipating the TP. Mindfreak reclaims the spike. The players, though, have scattered to the winds. They are expecting it towards A, towards B.
And this is where Mindfreak can absolutely freak their minds.
I was hoping you wouldn't say it.
But I mean, the mind games here genuinely are so huge, right?
Yeah.
Everybody on Heretics backs off, anticipating that Omen ult. And Mindfreak's tucked himself down over towards water. He's managed to engineer himself quite a good opportunity to win this.
Yeah, he has.
He will be facing against Mosh, Wingman on Diffuse, Paranoia. So Heretics, these are the players that didn't actually have to flood defense C, so they still have a lot of util.
First layer of it, Mosh, Diffuse, sticking through. No, 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 no. The bullets do not connect, but he stops it onto half. They still don't claim the kill. What is the call? Paranoia forwards, cuts off the sound cues. Rians, he's just sticking it. He knows he can. That is immaculate stuff by Heretics.
Beautifully done.
Last round.
Playing with the noise cues. And Heretics take themselves into the lead. So now Paper X, from a macro perspective again, Brent, what do you go for? Because you thought the C hit was going to work. You thought you could beat the timing of Miniboo getting over to the C site. And instead, it's Patty who runs in to help Benji. And Patty, he just goes in there as a utility sponge.
Oh, yeah.
But it allows everybody else to focus on Patty, and Benji gets that little safe spot to be able to pick up too. Same again. 3 players, control rubble for the defense. Paddy immediately sprints over to try to help Benji, anticipating the C hit. But instead, Paper X Okay, we're going to go for the late round re-clear over towards Rubble.
Making noise over towards C. I mean, it does pull all sorts of players over. Boo, skipping a hop. He has to just try and tuck his head in, and he does, just narrowly avoiding the knives, but he can't avoid the explosives. The bullets follow it. All the way up here. Now Rian's in position, way ahead of the curve. That's something.
Did not think anyone was home.
Warcraft will reveal the location of a few of these players now. Still, they set themselves up into the post plan. It's a good position for it, but when you, or at least Mindfreak has decided to play for backside on top of this box. Now, it's unusual, unorthodox.
Last time the retake came from stairs, sorry.
Is again, once more players doubled up. Forsaken will fall. Breaking the util though, back of the site. Removing one, still with the judge in hand. Not enough can be done here. Mindfreak has got so much more to do, can't do it. Can't withstand it. Pit down, doesn't cover the defuse entirely.
It's not a good pit.
The sound. Q forwards, damage! Just about. And half on it, plenty more time as well. So Heretics, that's a 7-5 finish here on the defense side of Lotus. They're going to be more than happy with that.
Yeah, they're going to be so pleased with what they've been able to put together. 4 out of 5 of the rounds for Paper X were right at the start. Team Heretics win the pistol, and Paper X break that, go on a run, and somehow Team Heretics are still able to get back into this.
And yeah, it all points towards the Heretics' advantage. Well, we know they're going to be happy. Let's find out what the fans think.
Hola, gracias. Estamos aquí con la gente del barco para ver qué opinan del día de hoy porque es increíble. How does it feel to be in front of this crowd in your town supporting your team? ¿Cómo te sientes apoyando a tu equipo en tu ciudad con toda esta gente apoyando a tu equipo?
Solamente tienes que verlo. Hemos venido aquí a demostrar que Heretics va a ser el club más grande del mundo y de la historia, y para eso se necesita una afición a la altura, y creo que en este evento está quedando claro quién es la mejor afición del mundo, porque sobre todo somos el 6º jugador de todos esos 5 jugadores que están ahí, que se están dejando el alma por nuestro escudo y van a levantar Madrid en casa representando al mejor país del mundo y al mejor club de la historia.
They are here to show... They are here to show the world that they are the best fan base in the world, that this is the best country in the world, and that that team is the best team in the world. Solo me queda pedirte una cosa después de estas palabras, y es que puedes animar a esta gente a que le dé la fuerza a Heretics que necesita para ganar este mapa.
Señoras y señores, ¿quiénes somos? ¿Y qué hace Heretics? Creo que con esto ya queda todo demostrado.
Pues eso es todo con la gente del barco. Yo que os lo devuelvo a vosotros los casters. Gracias.
I got most of that.
Oh man, I wish I could speak Spanish. Because that chant was hype.
It was hype. Listen, the fans,
but
of course, are behind this team.
But I mean, I rolled a perception check there, 0. No understanding.
Yeah, but listen, you know they're excited, you know they're happy.
And they should be. This is a great position for Heretics to be in. Not the fact that they're down 0-1. Maps, obviously, but the fact that they put up 7 on the defense side and looking towards, on the horizon, a split where Paper X looked a little dodgy with an unusual composition. Neil Zenio talk between map 1 and map 2 may be becoming a thing of legends. We'll have to see if Paper X have got something to say about that, though.
Done wonders for them. Now, the Dizzy popped early here. Something removes it. Didn't have to use the stash, though, in response, because they didn't want to get overwhelmed, but there's no follow-up, no rush afterwards.
It's a fake presence over towards C Mound, right? When something fights over it like that, it makes it feel like there's a big stack over towards C, and instead the trap play is Monya hidden in a corner on A. And he's about to give away his position.
I think the flash, mate. He's just opened the door, blinded up, and it's a complete collapse. I mean, listen, could go in either direction. Still, only 2 players left to stand. Withstand that kind of pressure. Boo's already snuck his way through, but he's being watched for. Understanding that fully, Benji, Fishy, nade out and wide, but a couple of chances, but no dice, not with the kills here.
That is great. I love that pistol round play from Paper X. Right, when you're on a pistol round and you see utility and presence over towards Mound, you're going to think that the stack is over there. And teams are normally going to play some kind of 1-1-3 on this map. And here, I mean, the frustration from Boo, because he realizes he just wandered straight into that trap play from PaperX.
Important pistol round for PaperX. That's a definite silence across the arena. Madrid not happy. Sets PaperX up for a nice little slam dunk for the next round here. But okay, just slowly re-clearing out towards Mound now. Cam's going to be spotting it. Here we go with the judge. You should be able to absolutely eviscerate. Take your pick, Forsaken. Boo! Oh my, where's he pulled that from? Knife in the back pocket, shanking the opposition. But he's far. He's going for a knife of his own.
Oh, that's amazing.
What am I watching?
That's incredible. Has anyone told the players it's an elimination game? Moniette, you realize your tournament life's on the line, buddy?
Oh.
Oh, I love how much fun PaperX have with every game. It is so infectious. I mean, the knife play here makes sense for Boo, right? He knows that there's a play with the judge, just run out of bullets. That one is just mental.
Oh, Alex is pissed, man. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, God. You would not think it's an elimination match. No, you really wouldn't. So, bonus round setup. A lot of util now. An explosion out towards A Rubble with the walls across themselves. Up in a counterplay. They want to try and fight this. What? A shot nailed it with the damage. The nade on top. It's all being overlapped and through and found. So many kills. All flowing. PaperX on fire with it. Benji. A nice go of things, but not enough to withstand the pressure. And oh my, oh my, oh my. That is a wonderful round to win here for PaperX. That's a bonus round conversion.
Yeah, that's monumental for PaperX. Being able to crush Team Heretics there so decisively. Their economy is about to get out of control. And it also sets that fear into Heretics. Okay, we're not actually going to be able to contest Rubble. How? How have we failed to take Rubble against a team that, you know, is playing double duelist with a Cypher here? But they still have quite a lot of tools to go with, and they're willing to fight. They're willing to commit bodies.
Something might be able to just clean up here. Yeah, okay, despite the fact that he was blinded up, goop on his face. Angle played by Forsaken, he's stunned. They don't expect it. They don't expect it, yet they still find the shots. Forsaken, a bit of whiffage in play.
Go, go, go.
Reclaimed a gun, actually. That's a massively important one.
That shot was very close to connecting. Miniboo does only have 125 health. That's going to take some of the damage out of picking up that Phantom, I think. No matter how good your aim is.
Trailblazer sees two. That's the call now for the Paranoia play. Has to be used in response to try and push them back, but they want to push it and re-clear it together now. Angles, watch. Miniboo, you're the most to do. Maybe you can really stand and deliver the result you're expecting here. That is the danger when you hand this guy a rifle.
He's been so incredible. 15-9, but just winning enormous impact frags.
Cool, calm, and collected with the aim. Hands it over as well. Knows that he's the lowest player. Now he's going to be the bait being played forward. Something! Oh, hopes and dreams dashed to the winds there.
And all of the tension sucked out of the round in a moment. That's the power of the Outlaw. I don't think we've seen a double kill like that in a high-pressure round from the Outlaw particularly, but those bang, bang, down they went. PaperX are definitely the team that's trying to use this gun the most. You see Forsaken something using it fairly often.
Yeah.
Coming into the next round though, full armor on everybody for Heretics. So they're not falling into the trap of ruining their economy, but if they lose this, they're potentially in a death spiral.
There's someone watching it. Trying to take a timing there with the shots. He is pretty isolated. What are you doing?
That's mad.
What's going on here?
Hello?
Opens the door. Plenty of players. There's a punish. What? Just snaps onto him.
Oh, that's what he was doing.
Oh, that was what he... Oh, okay, he was just cheating for a second. Okay, yeah, no, I get it, okay. Thrash clearance through into the site. They know it's open now, but something towards the back of it again. Can be cleared. Traded eventually. Remove this guy. Pesky. Problem into the back of the site. Yeah, 3 players.
Miniboo's pushed up. Has the potential for a 1v1.
Stairs. Heretics are winning their fights at the necessary once. Rifles in the hands of these players, locked down through. We're going to be forcing these PaperX players. They've got to take a faster time in, and this is only 4 seconds. They're going to get detained. Forsaken. Forsaken, there's nowhere to watch.
I I mean, to be honest, if he had been detained there, would anyone have even known where he was? Mindfreak opens the door in a 1v3, but it does not look winnable. Thrash goes just to clear out his position too.
Over the top, hello. Open door, open sight line.
I mean, he's got 2 fish to dodge in this round.
Miniboo's already on the flank, look at it, he's rapid. Right behind him, so not even going to get the chance to save this rifle, or in all likelihood, there's no way Mindfreak expects it, he doesn't.
Not at all. And how are we about to praise Team Heretics for such a great recovery when the round began by something, being able to get 2 kills with an Outlaw in a position where you just would not expect somebody to get any. Look at that. Look at that shot. And this one, a bit more of a gimme because Paditek did swing right into the crosshair, and they got the punish early on. From there, Riens and Miniboo just holding positions, able to pick off both sides of that pincer retake. And PaperX are going to take a timeout here after only losing 1 round. I'm not exactly sure what Alex will have spotted. Maybe he didn't like the call for the next round coming up. Maybe he was wanting to adjust the macro a little bit.
Yeah,
thought that
maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe he's just telling something to tone it down.
It's possible.
Stop toggling. It's getting too obvious.
I doubt he'll have been telling him that.
No. Of course not.
But here we go. There's a lot of tension in this game now, because as much as we are getting, as viewers, rewarded by displays of magnificent individual talent, the tension for Team Heretics in particular is raised. They've only been able to put 1 round together on their attack side. Normally this map is attack-sided. Yeah. We were talking about how much we favored them going into the next half when they were 7-5 up.
Talking about that tension. Palpable in the arena right now. It's like we're back in Sao Paulo.
Yeah. The fans that are here are willing Heretics to make a deep run. They talked about it seemed fated that Heretics got to Madrid. Nobody was expecting this team to go out 0-2. But if PaperX get another 4 on the board, that is going to be the reality.
Pinged just an outline of A rubble with 4 players stacking. The guns aren't ideal. But they're holding for a refight attempt here. Yeah, and okay, it's baited out. Team Heretics seem to be aware of that fact, and now they are just making a great pilgrimage over towards the other section of the site. The other side, which Forsaken is holding with just a shorty. Benji Fishy going to be familiar with the double pump, but I think they'll be able to navigate it.
The question for Heretics in a more general sense on their attack side is, when PaperX go for an aggressive stack like that, do we try to punish it by playing quick ourselves?
Stunned. Cage! Bullets going wide.
Because I think what you saw there is they add a pause into the round, just in case it's a stack on C. And they're rewarded for it.
Oh yeah, players dropping like flies now. Of course, the weaken buy for them, but this is going to be evened up in terms of the rounds. Rifle has to be safe for something.
Yeah, he could actually send this one and build up to his ultimate, but he's going to decide to play it a little more cautiously. Not allow the ult cycle on the attack side to start building. PaperX there decided to go for a re-clear of rubble without the neon wall being used. And I think if there's going to be any cue as to where Heretics are fighting at the beginning of the rounds, I would use the neon wall as a really big deciding tell.
Just the indicator.
Yeah, because I really don't think Miniboo's going to be sending it very often from the games that I've watched without there being something behind it. Throws it there as a little victory. Victory wall.
Cuts off some of the sidelines. Will something keep the rifle? Yeah, he will. So
I think they are going to struggle a little bit holding onto this C site if only Forsaken is going to play there. I would imagine, I mean, let's start here. The Cypher's very good against the Neon in general. The Trips are looking to try and find really big value, any kill trip kind of setups. But I think usually you're going to want to put one of them for some kind of like mid-control or info towards another site. And I also think Heretics are just slow and diligent enough to clear common positions.
Interestingly enough, the Trips, I mean, laid down the B site.
Yeah.
Happy with something just holding space towards Mound. He was pre-firing for the Dizzy, but it wasn't sent flying. Turret in the one way. This will give them a good indicator. Has to get broken. And Boo is on a high ground angle. This guy will be able to see the exit across the side if somebody decides to play out of that Mound area. Not quite.
Yeah, the angle just watching the push up.
Yeah.
And I think Something's more likely to go for that if Team Heretics put any pressure towards A, but they've been silent on that side of the map.
The disease there, Paranoia with the stun. I mean, beautiful util. Can't fault that side of Heretics' game. Deeply familiar with it at this point.
But again, Heretics don't go for something quick off the back of it. Once they gather information, they're trying to slow the round down and pick the right site. Against a team like PaperX, though, who are happy to gamble, that can be a little
wait
dangerous.
Oh,
a second. False information, Mindfreak cancels. Did he hear the shots being fired at him? Seekers now through the wall. This is going to be breaking the door. Let's create an opening here. Mindfreak might just get dove upon.
It's 20 seconds, Brent. This is too slow from Heretics.
And yes, still has a nade as well. They want to go to B. They want to go to B. Did they clear the corner? Yes, they do. Aware of it. Trips. Trips, though. Exactly so. Oh, my God. That's precarious. Adjustment. Nasty with the spray. Something is looking beautiful with it. Odin spraying potential there with a neural theft, just pointing out these targets, lighting them up. Can they find it? Still scattered, dashing forwards, at least with the satchel in play. Yet he's forwards. He wins his fight out. Benji in for remain. At least a spike is planted for him, but it's a 1v2. 1v2. Nano Swarm, slow it down still. He might have to just hit an absolute worldie. The time pressure, it's against these PaperX players. Monyet sticking, kill, needs to be found, half on it, defuse already gained! And a real chance for PaperX. They land their shots. It was favored for them anyway in that particular spot, and a lead regained.
Too slow, I think, from Heretics in this round. Trying to get to a site with only 20 seconds left added so much danger. You know, even with Riens being able to pick up Mindfreak there, they're going into a trip setup. Sure, something does hit. An unbelievable 2K there. Outrageous. But just on the balance of things, there was so much danger for them to navigate in that kind of situation. And I do love the way that PaperX played that retake up through heaven, diving Monyet in and swinging behind with an Odin.
Last day, it's the call's made. Gonna hear this U-turn now, Forsaken. Playing up close to the tree. He's got an Odin spam. He's waiting for the door to be popped. Here, pops the cage. Doesn't feel like he can really play that position. That is a kill trip setup on the one side of the site. Stuns. Rassled through. Is Forsaken in a spot to really punish this kill trip if somebody does walk into it?
I think so. It's from heaven.
But isn't likely. Trailblazer. Players back. Backside control. Now a fight towards Rubble once more, actually, with that flash. Now the thrash.
Can Benji stop these guys?
That's going to be the question. Benji right towards the back there. Updraft to avoid at least the detainment, but it doesn't entirely. He's going to be locked up, restricted, restrained. Devi just catching a bullet straight to the head. The spam by Forsaken. Again, this looks like, just again, an even round for Heretics. Earn themselves up to 10. The call has to be made here, and they will back away, so PaperX giving it up. Back and forth we go.
And Team Heretics, they tie it up 10 to 10. I just want to explain a little bit about how difficult the macro calls are when you play against a team like PaperX. We've seen Heretics trying with Boo at the IGL position to figure out what the setup looks like and then try to slow the round down enough to make sure they're making the right call. This round, they decide, well, PaperX are just kind of rotating around the map to figure out where we are and gambling. So let's just send it A. Let's increase the pace. Let's not bother with these slower pace rounds. And let's just try to overwhelm them and hope that they're not force stacking A for some random reason. And this time, the stack isn't there. They get in onto the A site. Everything goes cleanly. Can you imagine if they ran that and PaperX just decided to fight Rubble there? Would have been a totally different situation. And now PaperX going for the mound presence. So once more, Heretics looking pretty good with this Rubble control.
Second Yoda this time. I don't think it's going to be pushed back so easily. Here's it. Door switched. Oh my God, the guns! Running and gunning does not win it out. Knives in the face of Benji Fishy. Couple in the chest.
And that's big. That's big. Benji shut down both of the duelists in the previous round when they went for that flank. So now Team Heretics have to either push forwards to get control somewhere else or set somebody else up to watch behind.
Might be their aim. Heal online. Something. Back into 100. Doubled up position. Holding in the pit. Boo is low though. Slight breeze might just topple him over. Here we go, a rapid offense approach into it, not clearing the corner, not expecting it. Really only just spotting the one, they're not going to expect the second, surely not here. Through into tree, satchel back and away, Boo. Again, as I said, he's low enough, still wins his fight, and Heretics regaining that lead right back.
Going for a post-plant setup there with two in pit. A little bait and switch.
taking that space forwards on the site instead of all getting stuck inside tree. And PaperX didn't send anyone heaven. They all went through stairs or through into sight. Nobody going heaven to try to clear out pit. And once again, Boo finds a really important duel against Moniette.
Everything being invested into this round. You can see it already. It's a C-take with a util.
Moniette's in position to break a lockdown.
TV into the back. He sticks it. He sticks it. Boo is in so much danger. Judge close quarters into the action once more. It's C. Trips. Not quite dealt with. Moshpit as well. Pushes them back and away. Surely you break this. Surely you break this, and you do. Spike not planted.
And now that Moniette's dead, Benji can go for the lockdown.
Do just that. Drops it down. It's necessary at this point. PaperX seeking to try and gain an advantage, seeking to try and take the fights before they're set up and ready. They're the ones getting punished. Two still left standing.
Welcome to my
Do with the guns. What can they do with the guns into the pit?
If PaperX manage to find some angles that work for them, perhaps they can get lucky. Benji would die to just some random blasts in there.
Yeah, and the Judge might be the perfect gun for the job, to be honest with you. Glides up, close, forwards. Here, can't land it. Can't snap and adjust it. Mind Freak spamming away. It's a beautiful pit as well. It covers every single possibility. And even just trying to save the operator Benji. Knows that's his time to strike. Up to 12. Heretics can feel it. This is their lifeline. This is their chance to continue the series.
The last couple of rounds, I really feel like Moniette has had a couple of chances to be able to pull things through and win this map for PaperX. And instead, you saw him lose a duel to Boo, trying to retake that position over towards Tree, and in this round, doesn't find the timing to use his showstopper, when it would have been game-altering and propelled his team forwards.
The money dire now for PaperX. Turning point in the map. This round right here. Guardian purchases. Here in the setup, push back, doesn't activate the dash. He's really going to try and overstay as well, potentially. Looks to get rid of that terribly. Can't. There it is. Finds it. Heretics are going to be throwing a bit of caution into the mix here, I think. They're worried about the showstopper that Moniette's holding in his back pocket.
Yeah, the more time they tick off the clock, though, it could be a round-winning play. You know, if they end up going for a hit with 25 seconds left, Moniette's in the right position, it's game over. Throughout this all as well, Rien's is attack side opping. I assume he has a rifle there too. It's just that they want to hold this really slow pace. Normally teams will start moving at about the minute mark, which is just past. You see Heretics take a little bit of rubble control, starting to group up. Rien's ultimate here could be huge.
Into Moniette though. Cross section with the walls.
And the time is ticking.
They're backing away.
Something is still at Mound. They've never dealt with this.
40 seconds.
This is the problem with playing so passively. They haven't taken any map control. They haven't forced PaperX back. At least Moniette is on the other side of the map, but something is right here.
Slazadash too. Here it is, head found, popped, right off. Where's the next one? Won't get it, but still he evacuates. He's out of there. Buy some time for the rest of his team. Thrash will try and lay the groundwork, at least a bit of pavement for this team to follow through. At least walk up back onto entertainment. Not there, updraft forwards. Mini boot. In the danger zone, 12 seconds left. Where is this plant and is it coming online at any time soon? They're choosing. They want to try and push all the way through. Moniette to the back wall. He didn't get seconds, no way. Everybody's fallen. Time. They get it with kills. Continuation. Extension of play. Heretics not willing to go out so early.
This match deserves a map 3, and we will be headed to Split. How have they managed to pull that round, of all of them, across the line? Baiting PaperX into going for the denial of the plant and getting the punish down.
That is ridiculous.
The showstopper just threaded the needle through to nowhere.
Absolutely insane stuff. Well, guess what? One more map to go. Elimination on the line. PaperX or Heretics. Who will we be sending home? Finding out after this.
And with a white-hot crowd behind him chanting, "Si se puede," they in fact do it. Yes, they can. Heretics force a map 3, and what an incredible final round that was. I thought Monier was going to blow them up with a rocket. It turns out nothing happened. That was nuts.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Heretics cannot lose in front of this home crowd. They come out and look incredible here on Lotus. I think playing up against the Paper Rex, who they have something, playing the best map we've seen from him this tournament thus far. But the man of the match was absolutely Mini Boo. This guy's Neon. I've really never seen anything else like it. It looks like he's in the Matrix. Every time he's sliding into one of these forward plays, he's just so precise at avoiding utility and isolating these kills.
Well, this is the thing, you know, Mini Boo, you might even look at the kills there and see Benji Fish, he ends up with more kills than him, but it's the way Mini Boo's doing it. It's the impact of those opening kills when you're sliding into angles, when you're taking this map control for your squad, and as you can see there, securing it by not only getting onto a site, but then continuing the aggression further into their spawn. You know, we talk a lot about Paper Rex being a squad, especially previously, but still a squad that has that identity as being able to come out, like GB says, and punch you in the mouth. But here, it looks like they weren't able to match up pound for pound on Lotus.
Just look at his movement. This guy he's incredible at this agent. No one else in this tournament is playing Neon, and there's a reason, because I think mechanically Neon is the hardest agent you can play in Valorant, and he executes it so well. Beyond just being a fragger and setting up these plays, his stuns are also so incredibly impactful on their defense, stalling out these hits, preventing swings and trades from Paper Rex. It really is such an incredible agent that Heretics build around incredibly well.
Yeah, it really feels like he's playing a completely different game. Like, I'm just blown away by how Mini Boo can take an agent that no one else is really using to great effect and own it. Own it like a champ. That stuff right there, that's the stuff of legend, though. But let's actually go ahead and check out our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. Of course, we got to show some love, though, to the other side of the field. Got to show some love to something. He's always going to do some silliness, though, right? And Mitch, you know, again, you're really going to be looking for this output from something, especially going into map 3.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Especially if he pulls the Gecko back out. That's when I'd be excited. But this is absolutely beautiful. Even in slow motion, it looks a little bit too quick. He's jumping around, gaining advantages on top of boxes to close out that round, and gave Paper Rex a heartbeat towards the end of the game. That could have carried them across the line. This time, a little shy.
Yeah, this was honestly not a terrible map from Paper Rex. The players like something were going really, really strong. And on top of that, they had some great ideas. Their pistol round in the second half in particular really impressed me. This team is showing that, well, not everything is ready. They're not in their final form yet. They still do have a lot of these preset ideas prepped up that they've executed on quite well, which is part of the reason it's so difficult. And here's that round in question, right? They're instantly pressuring towards C, making it look like there's more pressure on that side. Heretics is drawn into this A site, and guess what? Massive stack ready to go here. A trap play set up with the paranoia, the flash, and the nade all coming out in conjunction. When Paper Rex can get ahead on these calls and execute these set plays, they have the individuals to absolutely shut you down. It was some great moments from them, and yeah, just really impressive that Heretics are still taking us to a third despite rounds like that.
Yeah, absolutely, because it wasn't just used there in the pistol, right? We saw the follow-up again, I think 2 rounds later, where this squad is trying to push out and take control over Mound, and you see this constant bombardment, not just the paranoia, not just the sky flash, but the nade as well. The door open for a player to take a fight inside of it. It's so difficult to deal with that many players and that much utility coming your way so early on in the round.
We're going to split now, and you got to be worried for Paper X, because this map did not look good for them the other day, right? When they were playing up against EDG, they were constantly leaving space on these flanks. How Dong was abusing the A ramp control when Paper X was on their defense, because they're running a triple duelist, double smokes comp that not only has no sentinel to actively hold space, but also really lacks active info, because you have no initiator to make those re-clears easier.
I'm actually kind of curious to see what we're going to get out of Heretics here as we jump into this one as well. There's just really, like, I think at this point now we have, it's a BO1, you got to shake it off, right? Heretics certainly riding that high coming out of that last game, but with Paper X, what we've seen, even when we were looking at those pistols, even when you think like, oh man, Paper X licking their wounds, they will find a way to get right back in it. So Heretics can't let them back in.
Well, you know, one of my concerns is that Heretics barely made it across the line in that one, and then you look at Split, a map that they played up against KC, they beat them, and when it came back to it, KC had them figured out. They demolished them. You mentioned the EDG game. I think it was a 13-9 loss for their opponents. Well, Paper X looked a little better because Heretics was 13-5 loss. Agent select in, and
Paper X, I'm happy to see this. They're reinventing the comp a little bit, switching Devi on to a initiator here, the Sky, instead of what was previously basically that third duelist in the mix. So they still don't have a sentinel, but their re-clears are going to be a lot stronger on defense, and they're going to have a lot more utility behind the 1-2 punch of Something and Forsaken. This comp will play a lot more similar to what we've seen previously in this series with these double duelist comps.
I kind of like this. At the same time, you know, Forsaken when it comes to a Yoru can be super interesting, but I think the problem with Split is you're much more boxed in terms of what you can do. There's not as many open avenues and not as much space for you to sneak that gate crash in.
Team Heretics in front of their home crowd, a chance to eliminate one of the best teams that have made it to so many international events before. If they could do it here on Split, what a moment it would be for the Spanish organization.
You're so right, Mimi. This is a massive moment here for Heretics to win in front of this crowd, but Paper X can leave them silent. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's get to it, man. Elimination game as it's already been set up, and we set our sights to Split. Now, I was anticipating, we've had some silly rounds, don't get me wrong, but I was anticipating something a little bit sillier. Maybe Paper X throw in that triple duelist once more. Hasn't been the case, though. Going back to something that's a bit more, I mean, tried and tested, to put it lightly.
Yeah. And it reminds me of Alex's arrival quote when he came today. He said, W Gaming is 2023. So we've got to figure something out for this year. And this really feels like Madrid has been an evolution process of Paper X, trying to figure out their identity, struggling to reinvent themselves a little. Let's see how good they look running basically last year's meta composition, except with Monyet not on the Astra.
Benny Boo. Straight up through. Look at that. Smoke to cut off the at least backwards retreat potential for the punish, but everybody just wants to react into this one. Paper X through into B. They realize it's an open site.
Just looking for the hard lurk player, but I think Paper X X's comp won't have as much of a hard lurk.
They're in backside. Looks like they want to try and take a fight.
Paranoia.
It's Paranoia. Off of whose contact? Something's here. Let loose, let rip. Boo hits the deck. Now there's plenty more players just trying to scoop up and vacuum back up that space. Heretics are worried about it.
They're using the flash there to stop the trade, not to set up the kill. Hyper confident that something's going to win the duel.
Now just walking right into it. Look at this. Forsaken! Oh my!
It's another immaculate pistol round from Paper X. These pistol rounds and the thrifties, the low buys in general, have been really solid for Paper X.
It's been the major win gun for them, man. I mean, the reason why these maps have been so closely contested. The pistol rounds, the bonus rounds, the ecos.
Yeah. Forsaken even going for the shorty in this round, just so that he can set up a play like that. So good. Boo's scratching his head just a little there. Another round where Team Heretics were very much playing for the retake. They went for that early round aggression into the opposite side of the map, kind of funneling Paper X into the B hit so that they could play retake, and it ended up just getting crushed by post-plant aggression. Got to be wary of that. Something is on a heater so far.
It's popping off. Stack though. Nade, stun, flooding back in. Lines it up, but Boo was able to just at least capitalize from the back lines. Forwards is the position of Rians. Round and around the pillar we go. The kills found once more for Boo. But that classic 3 versus 3. They haven't given up over the weapons, though. They've been dropped down, not really reclaimable.
And I think that might end up being the difference maker. Paper X still really heavily favored despite losing people.
Okay.
Oh, very close on that timing.
Stealing sight.
Paranoia forwards. Just clipping the side of the head, but the wall taking most of the damage. Something, this guy, he's feeling it. He's on one. 4 kills against the Eco, farming up towards the Blade Storm.
Yeah, and that's amazing because Monyet and Forsaken both didn't really invest into that round. They can start to buy. Something's getting close to the Blade Storm too. And this has got real power on the bonus round. And I think this is what, again, like you said, Brett, one of the biggest reasons why Paper X have been able to make this a really close series so far. Putting a lot of pressure on Heretics when Heretics have looked better in the gun rounds.
Yeah. Looking a bit like a library right now in the arena, but a bonus round might just turn the frowns upside down for a lot of the fans.
Benji is hiding in this corner!
Oh my! Through, hiding into the corner, but what can he really do? There's a cage, just to play anti-flash position. Nasty, nasty adjustment. Snaps upwards, they don't know where he is.
Lost.
They're trying to hunt him down! Lost as anything!
And something did not even try to get the trade. He went for a react play into heaven.
He's in heaven! Camped, tagged up.
That's wild! That is wild! When the Jet engages like that and pushes elbow, you expect, I would say 100% of the time, the Jet is going to then go back into sight to make sure you deal with that troublesome player. Benji normally should be able to get 1 there and then just get shot in the back. And instead he gets 3?
Follow up. But my God, what a time to really shine.
And okay, it hasn't broken the Paper X economy.
I'm so good. Yo, sit down. Sit down.
But I got to agree. I got to agree.
Out of my way.
Benji's been a nightmare for them to deal with, but fast, up mid.
Oh, again, you anticipate anything else other than it, Mini Boo. He holds it down, rooted in place at times, but he finds that kill against his adversary.
Another player who's just been phenomenal individually for Heretics. They've had the firepower today to be able to go toe-to-toe with Paper X. It's just about being able to, get the really important rounds across the line.
Ball fades, spots it, 1 player, stunned. Fault line to repeak. Flash through around the back.
And a re-clear. Something can tell the rest of his team there that clearly there's a stack over towards B Heaven if they're going to make a play like that.
Trips. Disgusting one out towards Heaven. That's to punish a player who might be just trying to updraft, satchel their way up through main into that spot.
And that's a classic play that something will go for. What a re-clear. Beautiful read.
Timing could not have been better. Now it's left up to just a few stragglers, Paper X players. Nice movement, at least the tip. Tap! Not enough! Benji! Precision
30 seconds left.
on display, fully in control. Don't you dare set your sights or your feet whatsoever near his side, because this guy is on one.
He looks amazing. I mean, he must have gone for the pop-off after that round too. If he's already calling himself, I don't know, what word did he use? Great-coded? I don't care. Throw all the superlatives out there. He is giving it.
Fuel to the fire here for Heretics. It wasn't already there. Silencing them. Look at that. Getting cheeky with it.
But he is looking monstrous over here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the trip being broken sets up the re-clear.
He set the crowd off.
Well deserved, but early. This is the final map between both of these teams. Everything's on the line. To think that a couple rounds like that are going to rattle Paper X, even in a crowd like this, oh, you would be sorely mistaken. These are tried and tested players who've been able to get it done before with everything against them. And sure, there are other reasons why you might want to doubt them over here on Split. Their first time picking up this composition after a while playing the triple duelist. But still, Heretics are showcasing they have a system that works. One of the downsides, actually, of Team Heretics' composition is that they don't have an info initiator. But if they can find good timings to flash re-clear areas, and Paper X fall into it like they did in the previous round, well, that's not a weakness anymore. Suddenly it's a strength.
back at a timeout. Looks like the call's been made. Guess what? Looking like they might have wanted to send it, but no, just pausing here in the camp. Up above, oh my.
Just some well-timed spam there based on the wall going up.
Camera taken out.
Benji's in the same spot again. Doesn't care.
By all metrics, I mean, that should be just a one and done. But the man's been making it a 3 and done.
It's also really good because it pulls people onto really deep, committed angles that the rest of your team can play off.
Nade, fault line.
This is
down.
This is dangerous actually for Paddy.
Giving up heavy control. Benji though still, guess what? Same spot here. Yeah, not really with the guns though. The flashing is good and the connection! Does a T-flash. He maintains his composure. Locking it down and through with the riflesman. Yet, not too much more you can do.
Even with Riens blinding the bejesus out of Benji there, he still manages to deliver in that position. He's so comfortable playing from there. Seen him play that spot so many times in EMEA throughout the kickoff. But you see, even when Moniette goes for that elbow push, it doesn't pull his crosshair. He waits for the next player through. And Riens is sending those flashes so that he can play off the back of it too, right? He's playing himself into the spot.
I'm so sorry here.
But yeah, something to clean up slightly. Early ramp at the beginning of this round. And this is the first time where we've seen Paper X, from what I can remember, play very spread across the map. They're fighting for both sides of the map at the same time. A ramp and B main.
Control of both of them.
I can't believe Benji is in the same damn spot.
But they also just keep wanting to go A, despite the fact that Benji's been doing this one. And they're walking out,
No
out.
way.
Again, they don't expect it.
There's no way.
Again, a 90-degree snap to the side. Forsaken as a wrist breaker, but he doesn't land any shots in the process. And they're left stunned almost, reeling.
The fact that Forsaken, who is now playing the Rays, is not clearing that position because he's like, right, guys, Benji cannot be there 3 rounds in a row.
Right there.
That would be silly.
That would be silly. But sometimes silly's what it takes. Because a team like Paper X, something at the attack side up, reveals his hand. Everybody backing away though. What you were talking about earlier, Josh, you know, that prior map control, they were gaining B main, A main at the same time. They're leaving something really to his own devices. There's so much danger here.
But look, if something wants to clear this corner that Benji's been playing in, he has to come out so wide.
Look at this, I mean, even with it, oh, the movement. It's nice. No way. Committal! Timing!
There's no way!
Boo! Oh, boo! What? My God! No one spotted him, no one pinged him. Mindfreak eventually cleans him up, but listen, reinforcements are a while away, and with the spike drop down, it's a save.
I would love to see that from Moniette's perspective. Is that the one spot? Okay, so when you ult as an Omen, your vision slowly improves over time. And I'm wondering, was he just looking in the wrong direction at the end of the ultimate? Could he not see Boo? Is that a situation where the Omen ult obscured his vision a little bit? Because often you will try to set up high-low peaks with the Omen ult. You'll use it as bait to pull the crosshair. Let's see it from his POV. He sees him, but it doesn't feel like he reacts quick enough or potentially comms it either.
Cleared too late. Cleared way too late.
That is a weird one. Wow. Paper X are genuinely looking rattled here. Not something that I was expecting to say right at the beginning of Split. They're looking a little mentally out of it.
Yeah. I mean, his early timeout's being taken by Paper X. There was one a few rounds ago.
He's missed the feet.
He's missed it. Can't quite see it. Now he sees it though. Spotted. Exchange of the fire. The flash, no connection. Everybody grouped up towards B main. Some bite to the round, of course. Even with the limited weaponry of Paper X, never know when we're going to hit some shots off. But really, I mean, Heretics on full display, I think, with a lot of their defensive setups.
They're going to stun re-clear mid here.
Don't leave anything to chance. Trailblazer forwards, mini boot, just peeking out wide. Peppers them with bullets as they're trying to just retreat.
They stopped them before they even got to the trip.
Yeah, haven't even cleared it. Forsaken's wondering how to break this one. Guess what? You can't. Really, you have to swing into it.
No, it's horrible. It's a really horrible trip to deal with. Very powerful.
Crossing back through main, running out of really opportunities. Jumping peak by something, back through, in and out. drifting with the movement. Did he know that Device pushed up onto this angle? It seems like Boo has that awareness. Forsaken through mid. There's a rocket. It's sent loose and flying again. Where's it going? Into the back. It didn't kill him, man. He still stands tall. Try and conquer him. Try and take this side over. The anchoring players are making a mockery of the Paper X play style. Nails him.
Final bullet in the clip. Boo puts a punctuation mark at the end of that sentence. Do not come to be. But I gotta say, Brent, this was kind of shambolic the way that Paper X played this. Why are they peeking with an op through the smoke instead of letting the showstopper provide the pressure and at least figuring out, you know, forcing some kind of play out of him?
It's not synced up.
Do you see that? Benji predicting the fact that Alex is going to be smacking his desk.
Yep.
I swear that's what he's going for there.
Oh my God!
I'm going to be honest, I thought there was going to be more there after the oh my God.
But it's another timeout, the second one. Short succession here for Paper X, and you can feel it, the necessity of it.
Am I overreacting here to say this just looks cooked? We
I
are.
think so. I mean,
We're only 7 rounds in. A team like Paper X can still come back, but the manner in which these rounds are going down. Benji's in the same corner of A. I mean, people are going to be calling that the Benji fishing spot.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how these kind of things emerge within the game. And then also Boo just holding down B on his own against 3 players and a showstopper. These rounds are not looking good. Not looking clean for Paper X.
Clean. I mean, sometimes when you mix up the comp last minute, you're playing something like this away from, you know, what you've just been screwing with, playing with an officials, things go amiss. You run out of the right ideas, especially if you haven't put it into practice, and it really puts demand on, you know, everybody to just try and cook up something to get through this. But the trouble is when you're running against such a well-drilled setup like Heretics, when they have these retake protocols, when they have all these ideas, it's just inevitable that you're going to be failing. If you are improving and they've already, you know, come up with a Google Doc 20 steps ahead, you're not going to have it.
Okay, but Patty's position right now, getting squeezed.
Yep, stun, lay down, Forsaken. Move, and he is being squeezed. So a rifle obtained, reward for their troubles. Now they're really just making the moves out towards Heaven. Benji forced away from the precious corner that he's been loving to play in, back towards again screens, one-way smokes. At least the cages set up for him, gives him that cover in fire. Yet finally puts him down, blinded. You absolute animal, you absolute beast. And Moniette, what can you do? Rolling thunder up in the air, target practice. It's inevitable at this point. Heretics, man, they will not be dislodged from Spain.
If it's not one of them, it's the other. Benji does a great job. He even manages to get one again from his position, holds them back with a double cage setup.
What is that?
What is that, man?
One enemy remaining.
It's a paranoia play. Another part of the setup, right? But at the same time, you still don't expect Riens to be good enough to pick up 3 off the back in such a short space of time.
Filthy stuff. Cutting it into the round, the options running out. Paranoia finally clears into the corner, but a cage to play into it. It splits it up entirely. Benji, Fishy, take your time. Take your pick, son. Finally, the return of the fire with a shotgun to the face and a vulnerability there with a snake bite. Can't really follow through with the stingers. Hello, and open it. Found and claimed. The site is theirs. The plant will go down. Paper X are going to be pushed back away from this one.
Planted.
2v4 players are low, and enough out into the open that may be a possibility.
These players are
here
weak.
for Heretics, 2v2. Seekers have to be used. It's just trying to count for the players' positions. Broken. Miniboo scared about it. Nade rebounds. Nade rebounds. Moniette in a 1v2. This started as a 4v2. No utility to his name. Doubled up. Heretics, you got to think discipline. Name on the game. A dodge, a weave, a duck, a play. And Moniette saves the bloody day.
The Red Bull clutch from Moniette. In the round after, Benji is screaming across the stage for him to step up. But I've got to be honest with you, Brent, considering that this was a 2v4, I'm not happy with it.
Yeah. Enemy remaining.
In the sense that they get one on the board, and they figured out how to deal with the A anchors, yeah, okay, good stuff. Disappointment on the face there of the Heretics fans, but it's mirrored within the coaching booth of PaperX, because even when things go well, there are problems.
Trip now set up for Ram. Miniboo, he's in their faces right now with the show stopping the movement. Little bit adjusted though, he can't quite find it. Flash pushing him away. Got to respect that one now.
He was looking to try to punish the Trailblazer coming out from Divide, but he couldn't quite. Forsaken had a nade up in his face. He had a kind of call to cancel there. And Benji is watching. Mind Freak tries to take a timing. Shut down.
Now you run your wee little legs right into the B anchor. Guess what? It's
we're going for Boo, are we?
Yeah.
Benji on one side, Boo on the other.
Good luck to you. How do you clear him? Boo avoids it, round to the back. Still with the shotgun. No way, he knows it, feels it. Maybe just hearing it, possibly off the sound cue. Spadatek though, he took that timing and took that chance. Gifted with one, something's there. It's a flood defense, a flood play, right in, resetting. The aim! My God! Get out of here with that!
Shadows of the ace that Forsaken got previously. That was incredible individual ability to be able to push them across the line. You're not really doing anything about that. Heretics tried to increase the pace, tried to bring it to them. Double kind of walked out through that and just got picked off. Neil Zenio's immediately taken a timeout, and I think he's going to be trying to talk to them about maybe setting themselves up a little bit so that they have the perfect timing to get out through the smoke.
Yeah.
But there wasn't much of a mistake there. The timing wasn't that far off. It's more credit, in my opinion, to how good Forsaken's aim looks rather than anything looking too sloppy for Heretics. And to be honest with you, Brent, if PaperX are able to put another 2 on the board here and tie this up 6-6, it will be a miracle for them. Because they were looking so down and out.
Yeah, I mean, how would they even do it? I don't want to throw questions into the mix anymore. They've been proving themselves.
They have the showstopper to work with here as well, right?
Yeah.
And also, they've shown that they actually are starting to come up with some really good ideas of how to deal with these site anchors. When they went for the A hit, they had a paranoia towards where Benji plays. They waited to force him inside of his cage and then double cleared it. You know, they're really thinking and trying to adapt on the fly. Not so much macro adjustments, but the small stuff. In our site exec, let's put this piece of utility here instead to deal with this. It's taken them long enough. It took them until round 9 to look competent on these site hits, but they're getting there, and it might be just enough. Gonna come down a lot to this, though.
Yeah. Benji retreating to the back of the site nade. This will clear at least one of the trips, maybe even both if they're lucky. It does. So now, no more defenses. Cages have to be popped off, and the util has to come flying. It's an anchor, flood, call. Now the showstopper, rocket through! Buddy! What a shot! Clay Pigeon shooting, and he's removed the major threat. But through the back of the site, they're not ready for it. Fast on the tempo, and PaperX are increasing it all the way through. A wide-faced Benji was feeling that heat. It's over. Just like that, the round is finished.
Spike planted.
Boo in a 1v4. Very few chances of success.
The round should be finished. The round should be finished. Okay.
And it is. Monya and Something both going for the exploration. Even though Boo slips the cracks, Something's there. And in that round, okay, there was an adjustment from Heretics too. Riens, instead of playing from over towards screens, he tried to get in on the site so that they could double up. But after dealing with Forsaken, they were just not ready for the second player. You know, once Monya swings into backside here, Riens and Benji are not ready for that at all. For some reason, they just did not catch the timing. And so, somehow, PaperX, mentally resilient, one away from a tied half.
Feeling empowered now, setting it forwards. Change the setup. Seems like wherever they go, they're just destined to try and meet Benji Fishy with some of these setups, but they do clear the trip, at least towards B main, and they're keeping Monyet in that position. Boo's also decided to just play a hyper-aggressive angle. With the Viper Pit in mid as well, this is going to be cutting up, removing those options available for PaperX. If anybody tries to walk through the trip, tries to go fast through it as well, they will have that trip in the pit on top of it, but it's broken.
It's definitely Boo's position that's the most vulnerable, but PaperX are moving away from that into the stacked site.
To be, what's the call? I believe Miniboo's holding the nade. Trailblazer sends it flying. Actually predicting this one to just run forwards with the nice split. Something already there with the blade, some out wide to the flash to set it up. Nasty stuff, the nasty one, Benji! Holy, what a return on the fire. Finally, the anchoring player removed. 2 versus 2. Viper's Pit. It's a murky, murky territory now. It's going to be sweeping across the site. A tap, forcing the util out finally to plant. Divide. It's
good.
Vulnerable.
Very close.
Bullets. Almost going down. 2 versus 2 still. Patience being played now. Gaps and positions to be watched for. And what is the call for either side? How do you choose to play it? Divide. Holding the angle. Stepping out wide. Patatek. Taking it in his stride as a game of timies. They're just bumping into each other. And PaperX on the brink. The pit will fall though, toppled. Decay, back up to the health. Paranoia wide. Boo's got the smoke and a tap onto it. Spraying now. Boo sticking. Halved, but not enough. Devi finds the perfect timing. Picture perfect at that 6-2-6. They've evened up the half.
With 4 rounds in a row. You can never count this team out. It looked so over by the time it got to round 8. And even here, Benji putting on absolute heroics. But the problem being, they needed to get the flood defend going so that Mindfreak couldn't pit. Once the pit was down, pretty much game over for Heretics. They tried their best, but we're heading into a tied half to decide this. It's not even a BO1 anymore.
Anyone's game at this point, really. Anyone's game at all for the second half. Our final map in this series. Now, earlier we heard from Munyet. Let's hear from him a little bit about this match.
Hello, I'm Monyet. I'm the duelist of PaperX. I felt like we're not playing up to our performance yet from what we practiced, but I believe that we will overcome this. I would say because this is my first time playing against CDG, and all the boys already played G like twice or 3 times. But I would say, I think we misread them in the game, and also we have like some like communication problem in those crucial rounds, I would say.
Not a lot really to play with. They're going to try and just almost run their way through it, but they're slowly being revealed every single time they try and make their way through. Finally, the reckoning will fade, but Mindfreak now in position. A cove for Forsaken to try and almost fight within, and they are falling like flies. Forsaken winning every battle!
I mean, it's really hard for us, like starting very slow, and also happen in Pacific kickoff. I mean, the goal for this tournament is just we go one by one, you know. It's not like we need to go to playoff, but if we had a bad tournament, I mean, everyone's just okay, you know, because we're not setting up the high expectation for this tournament. I just like want to go step by step, you know.
Maybe that's the key to some of the resilience that's been on display here by PaperX. I mean, just step by step, round by round, match by match. I mean, not expecting anything moving into this tournament. He even said it himself, you know, like not even expecting playoffs or anything like that. But they're on the verge here of removing, potentially, one of the tournament favorites, one of the arena favorites at least. I mean, still even footings. Maybe getting ahead of myself here, but something at the top of the scoreboard. This guy's been lighting the world on fire. He's been lighting a map on fire. He's awoken.
Yeah. You look at the 2 players at the top of the scoreboard. Benji's done everything he could possibly ask to do on the defense. But I don't see how he's going to be able to influence these attack rounds in the same kind of way. At least not easily. Whereas something on Jet in this comp, he can have enormous impact on attack and defense. If he's feeling it, he can force the fights. This pistol doesn't look like PaperX are in position to try to fight it, unless something finds a timing up through vent.
Caught behind them. Heaven control, vitally important here. And guess what? Everybody just grouped up onto the side with the exception of Benji Fishy.
Nobody is ramped to stop this retake from coming through. They're all on site.
Can't like the look of this post plan just on paper, at least just staring at the mini-map, because now, look at it, ramp control gained. Smoking off the main angle, look at them, they were trying to refight, it's just walking through these smokes, and well, with the decay kicking in, good luck to you. PaperX still here, Benji Fishy cleaned up everybody. That's another pistol round for PaperX. So consistent with it, to such a high degree now.
Yeah, and I feel like PaperX mostly have been winning them themselves by virtue of great ideas. That one, I think, thrown away a bit by Team Heretics. I really did not like what they were going for in the post plan there. Didn't make any sense to me. They needed to be repositioning to try to, you know, take another piece of map control or at least set up some crossfires. That is a rough fight. 3 easy pickings for PaperX. And they will take another pistol. it's been keeping them in this game. If the pistols and the eco rounds and stuff had been more even, Heretics would be out to a massive lead right now, but they're not. That is not reality. Paper Rex are winning in those important situations.
Remain take, nade, rebounds with the stun. Connection with the dog. Forsaken, he's looking for a little bit more because it will mean his ult will be earned online. Look at that, just overpowering them. All picked up.
One enemy remaining.
The stragglers really dealt with here.
These are hard eco rounds for Heretics too. They can't afford to buy really anything into them because they're worried being pushed down onto light armor would be devastating against a team that likes to pick the Outlaw as much. So there is some kind of knock-on effect of Forsaken and something going for that weapon as much. It makes those follow-up rounds after the pistol a lot easier. Nowhere close to any ultimates for Heretics. They can't even think about getting those online. Instead, they've got to worry about headshots coming out from the Outlaw, because we have seen some filthy stuff from something on Lotus.
He's taking an early gander and peek down A main. And yeah, faking like they could be taking control of B main. Which they are, they just disrespect it. I mean, running straight past the cam, not worried about any sort of trap play, semblance of it, something with a dash. Enabled active. Smells like something is up for him.
But at the same time, for Heretics, they should be able to get a read on what's going on. This is like the most default way of playing this defensive comp, apart from the fact that Moniet's a little further forward than you would expect. But they certainly should be able to get an idea of what's happening. They're gonna fake like they're taking.
Whoa. That's I mean, a team flash with a paranoid connecting onto Forsaken. Yeah, just trying to reclear.
But look at this. The defenders here are going to be faster than the attackers. They could try to react off the back of this, but Paper Rex have got the read. They know that was fake B main.
Pure pixel angle. All that adjustment there. Just one to the body. 140 down and out. Mind Freak. Off angle here could do some serious damage, serious work. Once more, nail it down. They're all stacked up. Flash rebounded, but he's playing anti inside the smoke. Drops down. Still got a shorty as well. Will it be cleared? Yes, it will. Rians, good adjustment. Snaps to the side, but they're not expecting the back of the site. But yet, still here. The Spectre, a bit of running gun, could do some work, but not enough. But the bullets just barely tagging. Reclearance down. Boo. Great work. Great work with the composure.
Important positioning from Boo there, something they were lacking on the pistol. But I was still very worried. From a macro perspective, Team Heretics hit the site there as Paper Rex were expecting it, right? The defense is favored in that spot. And that's partly because Paper Rex are more willing to go for those rotates, hard reads, gambles. Heretics, sometimes the perfect is the enemy of the good. If you take your time trying to clear every single position, you actually end up giving more time for the defenders to rotate. And yet, they get through it that round. But that is going to be something to keep our eyes on, especially when Forsaken has a big ult like this. Getting ready at the start of the round to see whether anybody was going for early ramp pressure.
Push back up onto the angle. Oh my, doubled up flash, avoided and dodged. Forsaken! Hopes and dreams, talk about it, dashed away, rocket rebounds! Goodness me. Relentless has to spike drop down too. He wants a little bit more, Boo.
One enemy remaining.
Sneaking around the sewers, Mini Boo. It's your turn. Can you step up to the challenge? You cannot. Flawless. And that's that early work that Forsaken was putting in, just trying to farm up those old orbs, disrespecting them, making sure that the kills went to him on the eco. Can use it to just set it up like that. Listen, they're probably going to win the round anyway. Probably didn't need the ult on top of it with those opening 2 kills, but he just seals it, doesn't he?
He does seal it, and at the same time too, that's an eco swing round for Heretics. So it's an important one to be able to secure. I think most teams would be happy in the 5v3 to save the ultimate for a better occasion. Maybe that's even the optimal play. But it is important to get yourself out in the lead here. Paper X now favored to go up by 3. Forsaken has just been a monster in these split games individually.
Form-wise, it's really been decided. That factor at play.
He's just so good.
2-4, reposition a Mind Freak. Sal back into it. Dog's gonna have a spot too. They want a few more. What is that? What is that? Disgusting. Satchel in their faces, man. This is relentless.
He looks unbelievable. The first half was Benji and Boo trying to hold back something. This time on defense, Forsaken's just, you know, calmed something down. He's like, don't worry, I got it. Yeah. I got this half. Hop in the backpack. Do not fret. What is this one?
Not even on it, man. Not even on it. But no, I mean, Forsaken not willing to end their tournament lifeline this early. Taking fate into his own hands. And yet, listen, I mean, Heretics got their own ambitions. Flames of it, but it's being extinguished right now. A timeout called for Heretics. Precious time at that. They need to get these players back on their feet because they're playing like they're rattled. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I think they are. They're playing a little slowly. They're not willing to match the pace of Paper Rex. And all of those mistakes that you were seeing earlier on are now getting covered up by pace and individual skill. The Paper Rex players playing tighter together now that they all are on the same page and getting powered through by just winning so many duels. We have not seen Miniboo come online in this final map. He's been amazing for the rest of the tournament. Unbelievable in kickoff. It looked like a top 5 player in the world. And here, he has struggled to get online. They need Miniboo now more than ever. Otherwise, they are at serious risk of leaving this Spanish crowd without a representative here. And an extraordinarily strong team going home early.
Yeah, heartbreak, tragedy for them. You think about how close the prior match was, but a deep push, contact, making a footstep here. This should be a level of awareness, Boo! Oh, it's just asleep at the wheel, maybe watching something entirely different, but the fight was taken.
I mean, that is so much confidence from Forsaken there, the way that he swings that too. It's so committed.
4 players, though, ready to fight back, and they do. Dropping something.
Okay, they get the information. Does that call the pivot? It does. There's more pace here with Heretics. They know that the A site only being defended by Mindfreak, who could vulnerable them. Oh, he slipped into elbow instead.
Positions here. He's revealed himself, though, just layering down that snake bite. Flash, dodge, now to stun. God almighty, he's in trouble. Needs some backup. Where's the help from the rest of his team? Through and out. Mindfreak and Divide. They double up onto that one.
That's incredible work. How has Mindfreak stayed alive long enough there for Divide to help?
It's a 2v3 surrounded. Every front.
If
no control of anything.
If Rians gets a kill, he's got the breach ult online. It could be the only way they're saved. This Paranoia's headed towards elbow.
Trailblazer, aftershock down. Got to dodge it with a knife out. Now a plan. Rians now has the ult online. Does he choose to use it with the pressure? No, he dies! Morse even active and instantaneous is the trade. No gaps in the play for Paper Rex here. And they can feel it. Smiles on the stage. They are on the precipice. They're in control of their own destiny.
I cannot believe the difference between the first quarter of this map and the rest of it. Slow start. I mean, it took a while for Paper Rex to even look like they were playing the game. The first 8 rounds, they were just out of it. I was ready to call
it. Man, it was chalked.
It looked incompetent. And then since then, they've only dropped 1 round. 1 round.
I'm convinced we're running old clips, but...
It must be. It's got to be. There's been nothing to be mad about.
No, that was just perfect with the fundamentals. One way disrespected. Heretics now grouped up side by side. They have the odds flash on either side, pushing them all the way
movement
back.
To cancel that whilst full blind.
Rolling Thunder now. Any sort of connection. Aftershock. Paranoia walking right into all of this. Util! It's eventually traded there. Still in the smoke. Playing it around. Quick scope. Something. Monyet from the back. Divide round the side. They can't hold a candle to it. The fundamentals. The flood defense. It's Paper Rex at their best. They thrive in it.
Match point.
Going up to match point. This has been an outrageous game. An unbelievable game. And it feels like Paper Rex have truly woken up. The form we're seeing from the players, the willingness to fight aggressively with each other. They are flooding out here with not a care in the world.
No hesitation.
One single mind.
And this is where it all turns. I'm gearing up for it. I can see it on the mini-map. 5 players from Heretics, all on the line. We're in the round already. Grouped up, operator to meet them. And this could spell disaster for the Spanish org. The team of new players, new rookies, some of them. An experience at this wider stage. It could all just tumble and collapse. Dash now available. Re-swings into it. The nail in the coffin. One after a time, the hammer swings down and out onto the anvil. And there is no hope, no chance in hell. They have gone home entirely. Paper X eliminating the Spanish favorites.
What a performance! What a resurgence!
Insane individual talent. And finally waking up and looking like Paper X of last year. Eliminating a team that won every single map to qualify for Madrid. And then played an insanely close game with Sentinels, looking like one of the best teams that we had here. So many ideas, and Paper X takes that and tears it apart. In the final map, in the final half, they were clearly the better squad. A great try from Heretics, but they will be gutted. They wanted to go further, they had so much left to show, and now they're gonna have to wait until April, stage 1, to be able to showcase it again.
It goes to show how tense and tight that competition is between all the teams here. I mean, when you have the best 2 teams from every region, it doesn't matter if a team's looking like they're in poor form heading into the tournament entirely. I mean, Paper X are slow starters. They've said this about themselves. They said this about Madrid as a tournament. They weren't really looking forward to really putting on a good performance and making playoffs. They didn't set those expectations for themselves, but they're continuing forward anyway. And yes, playoffs isn't made, but they have overcome an incredible challenge here today.
And I think there has been a struggle for this team to reinvent themselves. You listen to what Alex has been saying, and the whole team, they're not feeling confident about this. They're still trying to figure out what their style is going to look like with Monyet on the team. And for them to go, sure, it's still double duelist that they showcased on Split, but for them to change things up and still look really solid and still get all of that firepower out of something and Forsaken is just marvelous. And all of the pace that they brought knocked Heretics asunder. That was not the same tight Heretics team. They looked timid on the attack rounds, slow to try to take advantage of opportunities, still trying to figure out how to deal with a fast-paced team like Paper X, who, like Mixwell said earlier, once you've played, they can be very difficult to deal with the first time.
Wow, an incredible series. I mean, with that all being said and done, we're going to send it down to the analyst desk to take it all down and away. Break it down, guys. I mean, if you can.
I mean, I'm going to try. We're going to try. You know, look, Heretics learned today about W Gaming because Paper X manages to close it out in, honestly, rather like intense fashion, but also it felt like Paper X were just so far ahead at a certain point. Like Heretics, they took their foot off the pedal, Mimi.
Yeah, I mean, once we got into that second half, it was a complete 180 from the start of that game. Playing this comp, just the utter confidence they're coming out with when they're flooding into these sites, like the casters were talking about. It's not a huge change in the comp, but it's such a 180 from what we saw earlier from Paper X. They are truly awoken right now.
Absolutely. I mean, the real danger was Benji Fishy to start things out.
Yeah.
He got those back-to-back 4Ks. He's top-fragged both maps back-to-back as well. The consistency was out of this world. A great display for Heretics. And one other thing to remember is they played 2 maps on the international scene last year overall. Now they got to play 6 here. A big learning opportunity for the organization and for this roster. I think there's a lot that they're going to be bringing back to EMEA.
But that's the big tragedy of it, because this team came out and looked excellent. They were just a few rounds on any map away from beating Sentinels. It was the same here, but they're going home, and Paper X is moving on.
Well, let's check in with Dryad for the Verizon post-match interview with Forsaken.
Es que termina siendo el equipo eliminado, pero los fans de Paper X nunca faltan. Heretics gets eliminated, but Paper X fans are always here. And I want to hear you guys, where are the Paper X fans over here? And I'm here with Forsaken for the post-match interview. Estoy aquí con Forsaken para la entrevista. Mi primera pregunta para Forsaken va a ser justamente lo que acabamos de ver, ese último mapa de Split en el que cambian su composición. Volvimos a ver a Forsaken con Raze y quiero preguntarle a qué se debía este cambio y qué era lo que cambiaba porque estaba teniendo un desempeño increíble. Forsaken, the first thing I want to ask is what we just got the chance to watch for the last map of Split. You change the composition and you go from the triple duelist to just 2 duelists and you on the Raze. And that's the main show today. In that second half, you were just going up. So tell me how and why you changed the composition and how does it feel to go back to that Raze?
I think I realized that maybe this comes only work for Pacific because
in this very hard. Everyone just so good, and then I just realized that I think we need some info, some like initiator, you know. So I decided to like change to race and make Monyet go Omen because I feel like he's really good at Omen, especially surviving skills. I think he's really good at it. So I still can't believe that this is my race debut, my first race debut, you know, and I can win against TH. It's like really amazing, you know. So yeah.
Sí, lo que nos está diciendo es que se daba cuenta de la composición que estaban jugando antes de Triple Duelista, solo ser bien pacífico. Cambiaron esa composición, se daban cuenta de que él se daba cuenta de que necesitaban un poco más de información y por eso decide hacer el cambio a él jugar con la Race y poner a Monyet a que jugara en ese Omen. Decía que él lo consideraba un muy buen Omen y que aún así no podía creer lo que era este último mapa. Ahora, también le quiero preguntar lo que ha sido, más que nada, su flexibilidad a través de lo que ha sido la región de Pacífico y dentro de este torneo. ¿Cómo se siente? Y si podemos seguir esperando, como siempre, esas sorpresas de PaperX. And we just talked about the race, but you've become one of the best flex players, if not the best flex players that we have right now in this tournament. Can we expect a little bit more surprises coming from you? And what is it like to be that flex player for PaperX?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I will play Deadlock or ISO next, who knows?
Okay. You know, I believe it.
Yeah. I mean, the reason why I like become flexible because like I just love how the way I can create like a lot of stuff, strategy, and I just love being creativity. I think that's all.
Lo que nos dice es que de pronto, sí, cuando le preguntaba de qué otra composición y si podíamos ver algo más de él, decía, de pronto puedo jugar Deadlock, de pronto puedo jugar ISO, no se sabe, pero después nos dice que lo que más le gusta es ser flexible, es poder traer un poco más de creatividad, de ideas, y eso es lo que destaca la creatividad más que nada del equipo. Última pregunta que le tengo, ¿contra quién se quiere enfrentar de este torneo? Who do you want to face in this tournament?
I would say if somehow we met EDG again,
okay.
You know?
The rematch.
Rematch, yeah. I think it's gonna be different.
Dice que si se tienen que enfrentar con alguien, tiene que ser con EDG. Le gustaría poder tener ese rematch. Eso es todo lo que tenemos de esta entrevista. This is everything that we have for this interview. But if you're wondering how those next matches are gonna look like, we're gonna go right to the draw show.
Hola a todos y bienvenidos a la Masters de Madrid. Os presento a todos el sorteo de los próximos partidos que vamos a tener en el día de mañana. Estoy aquí con Victoria. Victoria, you're going to tell us how this draw works, right?
Yeah, so it's a little complicated, just bear with me. You can kind of shuffle these around while I'm talking.
Nice.
So basically, during the Swiss stage, there's not going to be any sort of rematches that have already been seen in the Swiss stage. So what that means is that EDG and PRX will not meet each other again. So what this does for the draw, if they are drawn to be in the same match, then the second team drawn for the match that results in that happening will be redrawn. So if we get, let's say we have KC versus Loud, then Loud's going to be redrawn to be one of the other two teams. And then if EDG versus PRX is drawn, we will redraw the second team. And that's kind of how this is going. So 4 teams, but a little complicated. So we can go ahead and get started. I'll just have you pick a box and throw it to me. It's going to be match 1 of whenever we decide the schedule is. The draw order is not necessarily the schedule order, but the first match, team 1.
Chicos, voy a darle la primera papeleta de lo que va a ser el primer equipo que vamos a sacar aquí. Y se lo voy a dar a ella para conocer que va a ser...
We have Carmine Corp.
Carmine Corp. Y Carmine Corp se va a enfrentar a...
PaperX.
A PaperX. Vale, y vamos con el segundo partido que ya está claro, ¿no? Solo son 4 equipos. There's only 4 teams, so...
Yeah. Well, the first team drawn in each match is the higher seed, so it does matter a little bit. All right, so the first team for the other match is going to be Loud.
Loud, los brasileiros.
And then their opponent, by default.
It's a little difficult to open these boxes, actually, without knowing where it opens from, you know?
Alrighty. It's going to be EDG.
EDG. Y se han dado partidos completamente distintos a lo que acabamos de ver hasta el día de hoy. Así que nos espera un día de mañana súper emocionante. Espero veros aquí con la Masters Madrid para otro día más de emoción, frenetismo y partidos increíbles que nos están esperando mañana. Nos vemos mañana, chicos.
you have it. We got the draw, and you may notice that we swapped out a Mitch man for an Alex. That's right. Coach Alex is here today.
Hello.
Please take care of my desk, okay?
And please react to that draw. You guys are playing Carmine Core. What do you think?
Yeah, it's great. I think we're gonna be a really good game. I think both teams are very aggressive. One is a little bit crazier than the other.
Yeah.
Coming Cop.
Okay.
Oh,
of course. Yeah, we are the structured team. You know? Have you not seen us play?
No, I actually haven't. That's crazy.
Oh man. Well, look. Firstly, this has been such a wild day for you guys.
Oh yeah.
We were talking before. There's obviously like a lot of uncertainty going into this matchup for you guys, but it just felt like once the switch gets turned on, it's impossible to turn it off. How do you coach that? That's wild.
I didn't really say much in the second half, Like I just let guys look good. It's the end of the line. You're either going home or we do something special.
Yeah, when we watch you on the camera, you are always slamming your desk. It seems like you're getting really
I
emotional.
honestly tried to do it less today.
Yeah, you're trying to treat the desk.
I was very kind today, no?
Yeah. We're working on it.
One time.
But I wanted to ask about how do you balance like your own emotions with when you talk to the team and giving them the message you need to hear.
Honestly, I think I do it before so they can't hear me, so that I don't actually get angry at them,
Sure.
Yeah, so after I let it all, I'm like, okay. This is what we need to do, guys. That's what I do.
Yeah, I want to ask you as well about the comp, the final map. Forsaken was answering about it a little bit in his interview as well. But you guys had a really short turnaround to come back and change up from that triple duelist comp. Can you talk to me about the thought process and also how you made the transition so quick?
I mean, I think we just went back and asked like Chaya, Monyet, like, look, are you really comfortable on this map? Like we need to change some stuff. The triple duelist is kind of overcooked, Yeah. He said, look, split is the worst one. We need to fix this shit. So after that, we decided, okay. Put him on Omen. Mindfreak had to sacrifice a little bit, go on to Viper. He's never played Viper before, so we had one day. And Forsaken, he plays everything, so we just chucked in there and prayed.
How many times did you get to scrim split before you played the match? Once?
Yeah, just once.
Okay.
But we did a lot of like server work, like talking and stuff.
Sure.
Try to figure it out.
How's it been incorporating Monien into the team? Because it feels like he gets along really well, but I think when he got brought in, I think a lot of people were wondering like, where is he going to sit in this squad? How does he fit into the system that you guys have built? W Gaming and all that stuff. How's it been incorporating him in there?
I mean, he actually plays very well in practice. It's just I think he's really nervous sometimes. So if it starts well for him, and a round goes wrong, sometimes he can just like, oh my god, it's good.
Are you guys trying to make it more comfortable
so we're
for
trying
him moving forward?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, like right now he told us like, look, the race is not working for us. We're gonna try and move him away from it.
Okay.
But we don't have much time. I think we're playing tomorrow, no?
Yeah, you are.
Well, we have like 5 hours then, I guess.
Yeah. How do you prepare for a format like this? How much of your game plan is focused on your team on PaperX, and how much is on counter-stratting generally? And how does that change for the Swiss format where the matches are back to back?
I mean, before we came in, we just did like a rough idea of every team here because we don't know who we're gonna play. So I use that as a basis for anything we do. When we find out the team, I prefer to be awake really early in the morning. I just rewatch everything and then just reconfirm what we're doing, what they're adjusting. And then after we come up with a game plan, everybody gets together in the middle of by just 1 hour before. And we talk about the game plan, we make sure we're aligned, and then we just go into it and see what happens.
Sure. I mean, it panned out today. As well as that, you guys playing against a home crowd. You've done that before when you all went on that run all the way back in Copenhagen. It was the same deal.
Yeah,
is the team just used to it at this point, or do you still feel that pressure, especially for Monyet as a new player?
I mean, I always tell them that they're cheering for us,
Just lie to yourself?
Yeah, and then they laugh, and it's okay, I mean, I think we're lucky enough that most people like us. So we don't really get like...
Do they get a little flustered if they feel like they're... Have you noticed that before?
Never.
Yeah?
I mean, I think they enjoy it. We really, really don't get like lands like this in Asia.
Yeah.
For us, it's like really like it's an environment to enjoy, We try to approach it with a positive mindset mostly.
Yeah. I mean, well, I remember, coming into this, it was Forsaken who had said he felt like he was a 6 out of 10 coming into the event here.
Yep.
And I have to wonder, like for you, you got to keep that positivity going. Is that oftentimes very challenging when the players, they're young, they're emotional, all the things that happen with teenagers and young adults and stuff?
I mean, in the past, no. I mean, the last 3 years, we never really had to deal with this. But this time we're coming in less confident than we usually are. So it's actually...
Do you feel that was a helpful thing or...
less confident?
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah, okay. Because I'm just curious. Everyone's got a different
suffering right now.
Yeah.
Do you
every
think
round
the confidence
is labored,
is back now?
I don't know. We have to see.
After watching that last map, You don't feel like it is?
For one half, yeah.
Yeah?
I mean, look, Lotus, I feel like we could have done a little bit better.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
had like 10-6 lead or something, and we suddenly disappeared, you know, confidence.
Yeah, but,
So we
but in
really
that
worked, yeah.
interview that Alex was mentioning, for a second said you guys are a 6 out of 10. What would you rate your team right now?
6 out of 10.
Bang on still?
I love you, man.
It hasn't changed at all.
Yeah, I respect it. I
Honest.
respect it. All right, well, let's go ahead and show what we have coming up tomorrow for you wonderful people at home, and what a treat that we had today here. But of course, playoffs on the line. We have our 1-1 teams that are going to be clashing against each other. You'll get the schedules later on. Make sure you stay tuned to the social media for VCT across all the different regions to get updates there. But you can see the matches play out. You guys are playing Carmine Core. Alex, you know, I guess it seems like you were excited about that game just to see like what would happen there. Any player in particular that you're like, oh boy, they're going to be a problem for us?
Narrate, man.
Yeah.
It's on fire this time.
Kind of fed that one to you.
Is he a top rated player right now? He must be.
He might be.
He must
Yeah.
be. He must be.
I mean,
he's been incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, we were screaming with him when we went champions, you know, and he was trying for other
Like back when he was on an NA team.
Yeah, he was so good.
He was like
He was already so good. Yeah, he was already so good.
That's wild.
Yeah. Wow. Well, hey, man, we're excited nonetheless. Best of luck to you guys tomorrow. Take care of the furniture. You're doing a good job. I'm proud of you, buddy. But yeah, that's going to do it for us today. Big shout out to Mimi, our casters. We also, Mitch, who stepped aside as well. You know, got to go celebrate some St. Patty's Day love. But
Alex actually fired him.
yes,
I'm here forever now.
Yeah, it's true. But guys, don't worry, because we're going to be back here tomorrow. You're going to see his team take the stage against Carmine Core. You're also going to see Loud take the stage as well versus, help me out, Mimi? EDG.
There was only one more team.
I know, but you know what? I'm old and I'm tired. All right, guys. Well, we're going to go ahead and say goodbye to you for now, but we'll catch you tomorrow with plenty more Masters Madrid. See you soon, guys.
Thanks so much.
It's a classic David versus Goliath. FPX, they're facing off against some stacked talent in Loud. It's safe to say this is going to be a tall order for the Chinese team. But if there's anything that we've learned from this tournament, it's that this squad can do it.
One of these two teams will be going home. But now he has to go. He's got to take this challenge halfway. Not achieved. Autumn plays it well. Life's now pretty questioning what the hell's going on. No idea about Tui's, but a fantastic clutch from him. And they don't know about Salak until now. And what a horrible surprise it was. And he's just spraying and praying and it works. This could be it. The downfall of FPX on this map. Bless looking to close, and he does. 13-5. It's clean work for Loud. They are looking very sharp here. Autumn and Life are very good, but they're going to need to do a lot more than that here. They're down to 15. Yeah, Lysa on a platter. They've got to know about Autumn, but he's still firing. Great work from Autumn, and I end there. That's much better. His position will be considered. He's been there more often than not. But Life bringing death against Loud. Less two is what he got. Anything, he's going to take down only one, and that is nowhere near enough. So even though they have the site, they have no ability to do it. Lysol going down. Autumn, you got to be worried about. He makes his appearance known. Oh, and that's just perfect again. Has he got the heroics in him? He's got so many targets, so many threats. He can't do it. It's done. FPX will be going home, and Loud live to fight another day.
Heretics playing in front of the hometown crowd. It's going to be a difficult task for Paper Rex, but this team is no slouch when it comes to fighting in unfamiliar territories.
There's Patatek, half on a defuse. The time, he's got it. What will they check it? Not quite, it's a half clearance. Benji is blinded. He does not care.
On the follow-up, they only won 2 of the rifle rounds.
Ooh!
Clean headshots.
Clean off. Still watching. The damage low enough. One shot in the chamber. Monnier sends it. Holy! The pieces have maybe thought something out of it, but it's a triple face. You do not stand, you fall against this team.
And that puts him in a brutal position now, heading into Lotus.
In time, something to seek to go for. And he's playing it patiently, really waiting it out. Could be a risky play, but no, he's just lined it up for the 2. Popped like a balloon straight into the sky here, but now it comes down to the gunfight, and something is unleashed entirely. Flash here, just spots it as well, blowing the halo ring around the head. Benji, Fishy, take your pick, Forsaken. Ramonier to the back wall. 5 seconds, no way, everybody's fallen. Time, Heretics not willing to go out so early.
We're going to split now, and you got to be worried for Paper X.
Just to play anti-flash position, nasty adjustment. Snaps upwards, they don't know where he is. They're trying to hunt him down.
I'm so good. Yo, sit down. Go, guys, sit down.
Fully in control. You dare set your sights or your feet. Still, shotgun. No way, he knows it. Something's there. It's a flood defense, a flood play. Right in, resetting. The aim! The nail in the coffin. One after a time, the hammer swings down and out onto the anvil. And there is no hope, no chance in hell. They have gone home entirely. Paper X eliminating the Spanish favorites.